We're on the record. Good morning, everyone. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage Control Board for the District of Columbia, in accordance with DC Official Code Section 2576 of the Open Meetings Act, I'm welcoming you to the regular scheduled meeting of the Alcoholic Beverage Control Board. This meeting has been conducted pursuant to guidance made available by the District of Columbia's Office of Open Government regarding electronic meetings held by public bodies during the public health emergency. Pursuant to this guidance, notice of today's meeting was provided 48 hours in advance of the meeting on ABRA's website and on the district's central meeting calendar. This notice included the time, date, agenda, and call-in and login information for public participation. This electronic meeting is being hosted by a WebEx account provided by the District of Columbia government. Please address any questions or complaints to the OOG at opengovoffice@dc.gov. Hold on a minute, please. My name is Donovan Anderson, and I'm chairman of the board. I would like to introduce the other members of the ABC board who are also participating electronically pursuant to Mayor's Order 2020-054. Please respond when I announce your name. Mr. James Short.
Mr. James Short, present.
Mr. Bobby Cato.
Bobby Cato, present.
Ms. Rafi Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, present.
Ms. Jenny Henson.
Jenny Hansen.
Mr. Edward Grandis.
Edward Grandis, present.
The board has 6 members in attendance for the conduct of business today, and that constitutes a quorum. Before we get underway with today's hearing calendar, I need to make a few instructions very clear so that the conduct of these hearings is understood by everyone. There are actually 2 cases scheduled for today. Once your case is called, I will take a moment for our IT specialist to elevate the rights for each party to enable their camera and microphone. Then and only then will you have the ability to enable your equipment. If your case has not been heard, you will remain mute and your camera will be disabled. At the conclusion of each case, the parties will have the option to leave. If the party chooses to stay, all cameras and microphones for the concluded case will be disabled. Should you have any questions or require technical assistance during the hearing, please submit them using the question and answer feature or email simone.andrews2@dc.gov. Our first order of business today is a protest hearing status, case number 21 PRO 00011, Charcoal Town, license number 117535. Ms. Andrews, can you please elevate the rights of the applicant, the attorney for the applicant's attorneys, Ms. Johannes, and the protestants, I believe, are Rick Murphy, Lisa Palmer. We have, and we also have the Citizens Association of Georgetown, which is Karen Cruz, please.
Sure, stand by.
Thank you.
Ms. Johannes, your rights have been elevated. Ms. Cruz, your rights have been elevated.
Good morning. Stidon Johannes here on behalf of the applicant.
Hold on, Ms. Johannes, hold on. Is your client joining you this morning?
No, he's not.
Okay.
Ms. Palmer, your rights have been elevated.
Good morning.
That's all, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Sanchez. Ms. Cruz, Ms. Palmer, if you have a camera, your rights were elevated, so you can open your camera, please. If you have the ability, if you do not, that's fine. All right. Ms. Cruz? Ms. Cruz?
Oh, I can't get through.
Now you're through.
I can hear you, Ms. Cruz.
Oh, okay. I
I
can't,
can't see you. I can't see you, but I can hear you. All right.
okay, I can't see anybody, but as long as you can hear me, thank you.
Yes, I can hear you. Good morning. All right, good morning, everyone. So let me have the parties introduce themselves for the record. I will start with the applicant.
Sidon Johannes, here on behalf of the applicant.
I'm sorry, Ms. Young. Can you spell your name for the record, please?
SIDONYOHANNES.
Thank you, Ms. Yohannes. Let's then go to Ms. Palmer, right?
Yes, sir.
Can you say and spell your name for the record, please, and identify your yes.
Sure. It's Lisa, Lisa, Palmer, Palmer, and I'm with ANC2E.
Thank you, Ms. Palmer. Ms. Cruz, can you say and spell your name for the record, please, and identify yourself?
Yes, I am Karen Cruz, KarenCruse, and I represent the Citizens Association of Georgetown.
Good morning. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Good morning, everyone. We're here. It's a protest status hearing. And are there any preliminary matters that either side wishes to bring to the board's attention?
None for the applicant.
Ms. Palmer
None for the protestants.
and Ms. Cruz?
None for the protestants.
All right, fine. All right, thank you. Then this matter is scheduled for a protest hearing on May 26th at 10:30 a.m. So May 26th at 10:30 a.m. All right. All right. Now that we've scheduled this matter for a protest hearing, there are a few things that I would like to instruct you about because the board's practices on the COVID-19 restrictions have changed. As you know, the board's hearings are conducted virtually, so it is more important than ever that protest hearings are focused and addresses only those issues that are being protested. Following this hearing, you will receive an email from Assistant General Counsel April Randall that will include a copy of a protest information form and a copy of an exhibit form, as well as specific instructions for the hearing. You are required to complete and submit the PIP and exhibit forms at least 7 days before the date of the hearing. If we do not receive a copy of your forms 7 days before the hearing, your application or your protest may be subject to dismissal. These documents need to be submitted to abra.legal.gov and to the opposing parties. Please know that these documents greatly assist the board in narrowing the protest issues, facilitating the process, and keeping the parties on point during the hearing. Each side is limited to no more than 5 witnesses, and you will only have 60 minutes to present your case. And this is a change. Before it used to be 90 minutes, now it's 60 minutes. This includes all direct and cross-examination. The board does not intend to hear testimony on matters that are not relevant to those issues that are being protested. Are there any questions by anyone at this juncture?
Nope.
Right, thank you. Ms. Cruz?
No.
All right, Ms. Johannes?
No.
All right, thank you. We thank you greatly for your cooperation. If you have any questions at any time leading up to the hearing, please do not hesitate to contact AGC at April Randall at 202-329-6354, or you can also contact her by email, which is april.randall2@dc.gov. Thank you very much. I've always supported settlement agreement. So if the parties are able to settle the matter through settlement agreements, the parties look forward to that. The board looks forward to that. But if the parties are unable to settle this by settlement, we will see you on May 26th at 10:30 a.m. All right. Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Thank you very much.
All right. Then. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
All right, the next case in our calendar, we now have our protest hearing, case number 20 PRO 00038. It used to be MAHK, excuse me, MAHK Meetings LLC. Trade name is to be determined. License number 116881. Ms. Andrews, can you please elevate the rights of the parties? The applicant's counsel is Ms. Johannes. The protestants are Commissioner Irani, Alan Ross. I think we need Piper Hendricks, Susan Lee Farmer. Those are some of the folks that needs to be elevated. And if there are other parties, they can identify themselves in the chat and you can elevate their rights, please.
Sure, I have a list of names. It's a big list, so stand by.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Roth, your rights have been elevated. Mr. Klein, your rights have been elevated. I don't know, Mr. or Miss Pochowski, your rights have been elevated. Cassandra Jones, your rights have been elevated. Dennis James, your rights have been elevated. Mr. Sparks, your rights have been elevated. Mr. or Miss Hughes, your rights have been elevated. Mr. Boyles, your rights have been elevated. Ms. Caitlin Kerr, your rights have been elevated. Mr. Chavez, your rights have been elevated. Ms. Clark, your rights have been elevated. Mr. Irene, your rights have been elevated. Investigator Puente, your rights have been elevated. Ms. Hendricks, your rights have been elevated. Ms. Farmer, your rights have been elevated. Mr. Chair, we just have a few more that's on the line, but I'm not sure if they should be elevated. Mr. Peter Wood, Tamara Lowe.
I need everyone to mute their lines, please. I need everyone to mute their lines. So if you're not speaking, please always mute your line if you're not speaking, because since there's a lot of folks online, we're gonna have a lot of feedback. What I'm gonna do is that I'm gonna call the parties, and once I call the parties, if you have witnesses that are not so far online, that if you need them to, if you need their rights to be elevated, please let us know, and Ms. Andrews will elevate their rights. If you are online and if you are going to be a witness in the chat, please state your name in the chat, and Ms. Andrews will elevate your rights. So this is going to be a lot of parties, and so we're going to try to do this as efficiently as possible. So what I'm going to do is that once I call the different parties, then they can identify who their witnesses are. So I'll ask you to identify yourself for the record, by stating and spelling your name, state your affiliation with this case, and I'll ask if you have potential witnesses. If you have potential witnesses, then I'll have you identify who the potential witnesses are. And at that time, if their rights have not been elevated as yet, then at that time we'll have them elevated. All right. So good morning, everyone. This is a protest hearing that we're having. This is an application for it's a transfer to a new location, a substantial change application to add a summer garden, and the change of hours of operation, sales, service, consumption, entertainment inside the premises and on the summer garden. So where we are today, so what I'm going to do, let's have everyone identify themselves for the record. So let's start with the applicant. So I'll start with the applicant's representative, and then the applicant's representative can let me know who the rest of the parties are. So is that you, Mr. Klein, or is that you, Ms. Johannes?
That is me, Chairman Anderson. Good morning, Chairman Anderson.
Good morning.
Members of the board. Ms. Johannes is here with me also. KJ Hughes is the principal of the applicant.
Hold on, please. Mr. Klein, you're not listening to me, so I need you first and foremost to identify yourself for the record, please.
Yes, Andrew Klein, counsel for the applicant. First name spelled A-N-D-R-E-W, last name spelled K-L-I-N-E.
Thank you. And who, so what I'll have you do, Mr. Klein, since there's a lot of parties, so why don't you tell me who the folks are, and then once you call their name, then they can introduce themselves for the record by saying and spelling their names.
Okay. The applicant, the principal of the applicant is KJ Hughes. Mr. Hughes, are you on?
Yes, good morning.
So, Mr. Hughes, can you please say and spell your name for the record, please?
Yes, sir. My name is K.J. Hughes, H-U-G-H-E-S as in Samantha.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Klein.
Yes, and as I mentioned earlier, Sidan Johannes of the Veritas Law Firm is assisting me and is also on today. Ms. Johannes.
Hello, Sidan Johannes, here also on behalf of the applicant, SIDONYOHANES.
Yes, Mr. Klein.
Yes, would you like us at this time to introduce the witnesses as well?
Yes, please.
Okay, and I don't know that they're all on, but Japer Bowles.
Hello, my name is Japer Bowles. He, him, his. Japer Bowles is spelled J-A-P-E-R-B-O-W-L-E-S. And I'm an ANC commissioner for 1C07, representing in my own capacity.
Peter Wood.
Hi, Peter Wood. It's essentially the same. P-E-T-E-R-W-O-O-D. I'm currently commissioner of ANC 103, but representing myself.
Dr. Tamara Lowe. I don't know if she's on yet. Dr. Lowe, are you on? If not, then we'll introduce her because she is working today.
That's fine.
And we'll introduce her when she's available.
She's on the line.
I'm here.
Can you spell and state your name for the record, please?
Yes, my first name is
hold on, ma'am. You can lower your camera a little bit, please, so we can see your face. Okay, that's fine.
Can you see? Okay, I'm working. Sorry. My first name is Tamara, T-A-M-A-R-A. My last name is Lowe, L-O-W-E.
Thank you, ma'am.
And Jeffrey Sparks. I do not believe is on yet. I think we told him to join about 11, so he is not yet on.
Okay, that's fine. All right.
I'm here.
I'm sorry.
This is Jeffrey Sparks. Good morning.
Sparks.
Yeah, my name is spelled G-E-O-F-F-R-E-Y-S-P-A-R-K-S.
Okay. All right, let's go with is that it, Mr. Klein?
Yes, it is at this time, yes.
Very fine. So let's all right, so who's representing the ANC? the full ANC. Do we have
Yes. Hello.
Please.
Good morning, Chairman Anderson and members of the board. My name is Amir Irani, spelled A-M-I-R-I-R-A-N-I, and I'm chairperson ANC 1C, and I represent the ANC in this matter.
No, I'm sorry. What's your first and last name? I didn't hear. Give me your first and last name. I'll spell that for them, please.
My name is Amir Irani, A-M-I-R is a spelling. Irani, I-R-A-N-I.
I apologize. I think you broke up, so I thought it was one name. I apologize. All right. And I'm taking notes. All right.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Do you plan to call any witnesses? Mr. Ron,
Yes, we do. Yes, we do plan on calling witnesses. We have submitted a joint PIF, and that's a joint PIF on behalf of all the contestants, including ANC 1C, KCA, the Neighborhood Association, the two abutting protestants, as well as the group of 23 represented by Alan Roth.
Well, that's fine. So I'll have then Mr. Roth, since it's my understanding that he's a designated representative. So when I'm going to ask preliminary issues, and then you can. But it's my understanding at this moment that he's the designated representative for all the groups. So I'll have him identify himself, and then we'll ask preliminary who else is here. So Mr. Roth, can you identify yourself for the record, please?
Yes, good morning, Mr. Chairman. My name is Alan, A-L-A-N, Roth, R-O-T-H.
All right, so and who are you, sir?
I'm representing the group of protestants that we've been calling the Vernon Street Protestants for purposes of this case. And I've also been designated for purposes of this morning as a representative of the two abutting protestants, Ms. Farmer and Ms. Hendricks, and Mr. James, who is the president of the Calorama Citizens Association.
All right. Now, can you introduce, so can you call the names of the parties, and once you've called their names, then I'll have them identify themselves by spelling their names. Who are the parties that that you're representing, sir?
When you say parties, do you mean the list of all of the Vernon Street Protestants, or do you mean the abutters and the KCA?
All the people who you think will testify today on your behalf. Are they all here online?
I think they are, but let's see. First, Cassandra Jones.
Cassandra Jones, CASSANDRAJONES.
Okay, who else there?
Caitlin Kerr.
Hi, that's spelled K-A-I-T-L-Y-N, and last name is spelled K-E-R-R.
Alec Pachowski.
Mr. Pachowski, can you? We can't hear you.
Alec, your microphone is not really working very well.
Is this any better?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, this is Alec Pochowski, A-L-E-K-P-O-C-H-O-W-S-K-I.
Thank you.
Suzanne Farmer, also known as Lee Farmer.
Morning. Suzanne is spelled S-U-Z-A-N-N-E. Farmer is F as in Frank, A-R-M-E-R.
Lori Clark.
Lori Clark, LAURIECLARKE.
Gus Silva Chavez.
Yeah, my full name is Gustavo Silva Chavez, GUSTAVO-SILVA-CHAVEZ.
Piper Hendricks.
Good morning, Piper, Piper, Hendricks, HENDRICKS.
And Dennis James.
Hi, I'm not sure if I'm being heard or seen.
Yes, I can hear you, sir.
Okay, great. I discovered earlier that I've got a really murky image, but at least I can see everybody else. So I'm Dennis James, president of the Colorado Citizens Association, and we're a party to the case, and we have agreed that Alan Roth will support and lead the case to save time for the board.
Thank you.
Dennis, can you spell your name?
Oh yeah, DENISJAMES.
Thank you.
Is that it, Mr. Roth?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. All right, Mr. Puente, can you identify yourself for the record, please?
Yes, sir. Abra investigator Kevin Puente, KEVINPUENTE.
All right, thank you. All right, are there any preliminary matters that the parties wish to bring to my attention? And I'll start with the applicant first. Are there any preliminary matters?
No, we don't have anything, Mr. Chairman.
All right, so Mr. Roth, can you now explain to me, because you're now, all right, can I have Miss Jones, can you mute your phone, please? So if I call your name out, it's because your line has I can see whose line is open. So normally I'm just going to be general, but since Miss Jones, she's center screen, so I can tell, but I'll just ask if you please mute all your phones, your lines, because we're going to have feedback. All right, so Mr. Roth, can you tell me, you informed me that you're now the designated representative for the group. So explain how the case is going to be presented, please, sir.
With your permission, Mr. Chairman, I think it would be appropriate if Mr. Irani, on behalf of the ANC, testified or made a statement on behalf of the ANC, because I'm not personally authorized by vote of the ANC to represent them, but I am authorized to represent the other protestants. And so, although we have filed a joint PIF because we're sharing the same exhibits and we have the same basic issues in the case, if he can make a presentation on behalf of the ANC, I assume he would be subject to cross-examination by Mr. Klein. I would then present the rest of the case on behalf of the other protestants, call our other witnesses, and if we could proceed that way, that would be acceptable to us. I hope it would be acceptable to you and to Mr. Klein.
Well, that's fine. So, Mr. Irani, let me know what is it? How do you present to? What are you proposing to? How to move forward today, sir?
I do have a excuse me. So I have a prepared statement and testimony to provide to the board, and along with some exhibits to share to present the views of the ANC on this case, Chairman Anderson.
All right, and so that's so you'll be the only person testifying on behalf of, I'm just saying in your individual capacity, you'll be the only person testifying on behalf of the ANC, and then Mr. Roth will call the other witnesses. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yep.
And you know that you're going to be, in order for you to testify, I'll put you under oath. You can testify in the sense of make your statement, and then you know that will be subjected to cross-examination by Mr. Klein and Mr. Roth if you so desire. Are you aware of that?
I understand.
Right. So as long as you are, and that's fine because you are, the ANC has standing, so you are a party, so you are welcome to testify, you are welcome to call witnesses, and I appreciate the fact that the parties have, rather than having separate cases presented by each side, I appreciate the fact that the parties have worked to streamline the process. And I know that because of we're doing these hearings virtually, we have been limiting the amount of witnesses and limiting the amount of time that you have to do the case. But I know that the parties that asked for extra time and extra witnesses, and the board had agreed to do that. This might take all day. I hope it doesn't take all night, but the board will be here. But I will just ask all parties to be mindful that we're all here. We're all sitting. We're all sitting in front of a computer screen. And last week we had with less parties, we had a protest here that started at 10 o'clock in the morning, and we were online. The board was online till 6 o'clock without any break. So I'm hoping that this probably will last. I'm just letting people know that the time commitment is going to take today, that it is going to take most of the day. No matter how much we streamline it, it's going to take most of the day. Unless all the parties agree, we probably won't have a scheduled lunch break, but what I'm going to suggest that we do, and let me explain the way the process is going to work. The parties will have 5 minutes. Let me ask Mr. Irani, do you wish to make an opening statement, or is it just you just want to testify? Let me know which one it is.
I would just like to testify.
Okay. All right, that's fine. Thank you. So, Mr. Roth, so Mr. Klein, you'll have 5 minutes to do an opening statement, and then Mr. Roth will have 5 minutes to do an opening statement. Once both parties have done their opening statement, then the board will call its witness, Mr. Puente, and Mr. Puente will go through his report that I believe everyone should have access to that report. So Mr. Puente will go through his report. The board will question Mr. Puente concerning the contents. Ms. Jones, can you please put your mute here? You know, Ms. Jones, now you're going to be in trouble because you're one of the people. What you see, I'm looking at my computer screen and I can see the highlight around your face. So when I see the highlight around your face, it tells me that your microphone is open. So for the other people who are not in the center of my screen, they're kind of safe because I can't call their name, but because you are directly in front of me, I can always see when your screen highlight, when the box highlights in yellow, and I'm sorry, in blue. So it tells me that your phone is unmuted. That's why. Okay, I'm not picking on you, but I'm saying you're in the center of my screen, and I can always see when that box highlights. So just want to let you know that. All right, so after the board present, so Mr. Puente will testify. The board will ask questions of Mr. Puente of his report. After all the board members have had an opportunity to ask Mr. Puente questions, then Mr. Klein will have an opportunity to ask questions of Mr. Puente of his report. After Mr. Klein has had an opportunity to ask Mr. Puente of his report, then Mr. Roth, you will have an opportunity to ask questions of Mr. Puente of his report. I don't believe that I'm going to have each side. We're not going to have recross of the board's witness, because I think that that's going to stretch the process out too long. So, all right, so once the board will have an opportunity to ask final questions of its witness. So after that, the board will dismiss its witness. We probably will just be off the record for about 10 minutes for people to refresh themselves. So we'll probably take a 10-minute recess at that time. People can stay here just for people to, if they didn't have to run to the bathroom and do something like that, we can do that. So I'll take a 10-minute break at that time. Then the applicant will present its case. And so Mr. Klein will call his witnesses. We'll run through the witnesses. Mr. Roth, you'll have an opportunity to cross-examine Mr. Klein's witnesses. Mr. Klein will have an hour and a half to present his case. I will ask folks, do not spend a whole lot of time. Don't spend a whole lot of time cross-examining Mr. Klein's witnesses unless you have to, because that's going to take away also from your time. That's just want to let you know that. So that will also take away from the 90 minutes that you have to present your case. All right, so after the applicant has presented this case, it has 90 minutes, then I would have Mr. Irani. He will make his statements. So he'll present his case. He'll make his statements. Mr. Klein will cross-examine him, and then Mr. Roth can cross-examine him if he so desire. The board will cross-examine him, and then I'll give, depending on the board's question, then I might give another round of recross of Mr. Irani. Once Mr. Irani has presented his case, has made his statement, then Mr. Roth, you can present your case, and as you see, and then Mr. Klein will have an opportunity to cross-examine your witnesses, so if they so desire. Once the case has been presented, once the protestant has presented his case, then I'll give each side another 5 minutes to wrap up, and the case will be over. So we will see where we are today. So are there any questions by anyone before we start?
Yes.
Yes. Mr. Ross. Yes, sir. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Klein. Let me go with the applicant first. Yes, Mr. Klein.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I have concerns about the testimony of Mr. Irani. It would seem to me that he's not in a position, as he expressed, to express the views of the ANC. The views of the ANC are expressed by the full ANC after a vote and in writing. It would seem that we are here for a contested case hearing, and that his statement should be in the nature of factual testimony. He should testify as to facts and not the views of the ANC, because under the statute, the ANC expresses its views in a very specific way, and it requires a vote of the majority of the members of the ANC in order to approve the views that might be expressed by the ANC. And that authority can't be delegated in terms of one individual then expressing the views of the ANC. So I have no idea the nature of his statement, but I have those concerns that it not go far afield of what we're here to do today, which is have a contested case based on facts that will be presented to the board, and then the board make a decision on those facts.
Well, Mr. Klein, if I am incorrect, but it's my understanding that standing was provided to the ANC, that the ANC had a vote. If this information is incorrect, please let me know. But it's my understanding that the agency granted standing to the ANC because they had followed the proper procedure to be a party to this case. And so therefore, and it's my understanding, if I'm correct, someone please correct me, that Mr. Irani was designated as the spokesperson for the ANC. So I don't see why he cannot speak for the ANC. In the witness list, it appears that there are 2 other ANC members who will testify on your side today, and they have made it clear that they are speaking in their individual capacity. But Mr. Irani can speak on behalf of the ANC. And of course, because he's going to make a statement, you do have the opportunity to cross-examine him and to bring out all the points that you just made. So I think at this juncture, I'm not gonna, at this juncture, sir, I believe, I don't have an issue with Mr. Irani, because I said before, unless you can let me know that there was not an ANC meeting that voted to protest this matter, and that the ANC did not designate Mr. Irani as the spokesperson for the ANC to represent its interests, then I see no reason to I see no reason to object to any testimony that he provides, and that you will have the opportunity to vigorously cross-examine him to bring that out if that's what you want to do, sir.
Mr. Chairman, 2 points, if I may.
Yes, sir.
One is, no, we don't dispute whether he's authorized to be here to be the party representing the ANC in this proceeding, which normally would give him the right to call and cross-examine witnesses and present evidence and so on and so forth. Our quarrel is that him being so designated does not give him any more rights than any other party. And what we're here today to do, is my understanding and my experience, is to hear evidence. And if he's going to express views or opinions, or I don't know what they are, then I would just ask that he be cautioned that that's not what we're here to do. What we're here to do is to put on evidence, which would be proposed statements of fact or evidence that goes to the merits of the proceeding and not particular viewpoints. That's number one. And number two is his authority is constrained by the resolution that was passed by the ANC. He can't go beyond that resolution. And just because he's appointed to represent the ANC, that doesn't give him carte blanche to do anything and make any statements and make presentations and give viewpoints that go beyond the four corners of the resolution that appointed him as the representative.
Well, Mr. Klein, I don't know what Mr. Irani is gonna.
Nor do I.
I don't know what his statement is, and so we'll leave that for when he presents himself, and you can object or cross-examine him, and I know that you will vigorously cross-examine him. So we'll let that issue. I'll take your objection under advisement that it can be raised later on in the hearing. It can be raised later on in the hearing. Before we start, let me ask the question. Mr. Roth, are you an attorney, sir?
I am an attorney, but I have not actually practiced law in a setting like this in a very, very long time.
Well, the reason I asked Mr. and this is much more relaxed. So, my only reason for asking that is that I have expectations for attorneys. I mean, we're trained differently, so I know what can occur and what can't occur. So if you were a lay person, if you had said that you were a lay person, then I'll be a little bit less informal with you, because I'll say, you know, because you're a lay person, you don't know the rules and you don't know, but you're an attorney, so I like the disclaimer that you gave, sir. I like the disclaimer that you gave, and I will take it. I will take it for what it's worth. But I enjoy when I have attorneys here, because it makes things go smoothly, and I don't have to explain to certain people why I'm doing certain things. And that's why I ask. I try to be just as I'm more hard on the attorneys because I know they know better. But for laypersons, then I'll be more relaxed. And so if I'm saying that if we have a layperson, Mr. Klein objects, then I need to explain to the layperson why Mr. Klein is objecting. But as an attorney, you will know. It's just from that perspective, sir. That's why I asked.
I understand. And Mr. Chairman, speaking of that, can I raise a preliminary matter with you?
Yes, sir.
I gave notice yesterday to the ABRA staff and to Mr. Klein and Ms. Johannes that I wanted to raise an objection to one of their late submitted exhibits. And I don't know whether you want to hear that now or whether you want to wait until they try to introduce their exhibit, because I think it might entail a little bit of oral argument.
All right, so if the exhibits are not in the record, and so in the presentation of this case, if Mr. Klein decides that he wants to utilize this exhibit, or but if he wants to move this exhibit into evidence, then you can make the arguments why is it that the board should or should not allow this document into evidence. And so we can raise that at the time that he decides. He might decide that, you know, based on your objection, your oral objection right here, he might decide that, you know, let me not do that. So, but we'll wait to see whether or not it becomes an issue later on in the hearing. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, if I
Yes,
may,
Mr. Klein.
in response to your comments to Mr. Roth about his abilities, I know him a very long time. Show him no mercy. Thank you.
I didn't hear. For the laypersons here, you see why I say that I'm harder with attorneys. You see, I just want to let you. I'll let the layperson know. You see, I'm an attorney. Mr. Grandis, board member Grandis is an attorney. So there are 4 attorneys who are involved, at least that I'm aware of, that are involved today in this hearing. But for the layperson, you see why I have a different standards for attorneys. Just want you to know that. Okay. Thank you very much. All right. So we'll have opening, and you have 5 minutes, Mr. Klein. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Good morning. We are very happy to be here, sort of virtually speaking, I guess, for a hearing on the evidence of this case to determine whether it's appropriate, this premises is appropriate for issuance of a license. Your records will reflect that the applicant has survived the filing of 2 applications, the first of which was dismissed because it was determined that the premises is in the Adams-Morgan moratorium zone, even though the applicant had previously checked with the agency and was told that it was not. After 6 legal briefs totaling over 100 pages of legal argument in an attempt to prevent us from being here today to have this case heard on the merits, we're here after a year and a half of effort. And the evidence will show at the conclusion of the case that this premises is indeed appropriate for the issuance of a license. According to what you will hear, what was told to the investigator, and you'll hear from testimony or you'll read in the investigative report, these protestants don't just have a couple of concerns, and they don't, according to their PIF, they don't just seek restrictions on this license. They want this license completely denied. Now, you'll hear testimony from both the investigator and from the witnesses that they have concerns about noisy people on the patio, the smell of smoke from the sidewalk, people potentially putting trash into the neighboring condominium's trash area, bright lights from the summer garden, the use of Vernon Street for patrons to leave the premises with fear that the patrons will be noisy and disruptive, that there's going to be a backflow of car sharing drivers waiting on Vernon, that parking is a terrible issue with respect to this small premises, and then only local traffic is supposed to use 19th between Florida and Columbia Road, that the trash bins are going to be a problem, that's going to cause rat problems, that there are concerns about noise from music, from DJ, concerns about delivery trucks, and concerns about trash trucks. And I think I've covered most of it, but perhaps not. We'll leave it to the board and to others after the conclusion of the hearing to determine what might be the motivations of these protestants in terms of such a vigorous protest of this license. But our evidence will show that KJU's, the principal of the applicant, has been responsive to neighborhood concerns, has taken steps to address their concerns, and the size and the nature of this establishment will not have a negative effect on peace, order, and quiet, and the other negative effects that are claimed by the protestants. And at the conclusion of the hearing, we will respectfully request that you grant the license without restriction. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Klein. Mr. Roth?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and board members. As you know, my name is Alan Roth, and I'm a resident of Vernon Street, where this application was filed. I represent more than 20 residents of our street who are the protestants in this case. And as we said earlier, for the sake of efficiency, I've also been designated by the abutting protestants and Mr. James on behalf of the Colorado Citizens Association to carry the ball here for them today. As you'll hear in the testimony, Vernon Street is a narrow, quiet, 1 block long, one-way street that's tucked between 18th and somebody's on. Vernon Street is a narrow, quiet, 1 block long, one-way street that's tucked between 18th and 19th Streets within the Adams Morgan moratorium zone, but near the informal Florida Avenue boundary between a mostly residential section of Adams Morgan to the north and a mostly residential section of DuPont Circle to the south. Last year, the board upheld our contention that the applicant's premises are located within the Adams Morgan moratorium zone, meaning that the applicant could not obtain a new tavern license there. Within 1 week of the board's order, the applicant instead acquired out of safekeeping the tavern license once used to operate Chief Ike's Mambo Room on Columbia Road. The issue now before the board is whether transfer that license to this location on Vernon Street and the applicant's planned operations there are appropriate under the statutory criteria, and likewise, whether the substantial changes sought by the applicant are appropriate for this new location, namely expanded hours of operation and entertainment both inside and outside the premises, the addition of a summer garden right under the bedroom and living room windows of a neighboring condominium, and a sidewalk cafe in the same small space as the evidence will show that the applicant plans to store its trash and recycling. This applicant has no prior ABRA history, and for that reason, under the board's legal precedents, in order to sustain its burden of proving appropriateness, the applicant must prove, and I'm quoting here from ABC case law, that, quote, its future operations will satisfy the reasonable expectation of residents to be free from disturbances and other nuisances, not just whether the application complies with the minimum requirements of the law, unquote. In such cases, the board evaluates each unique location, quote, according to the particular circumstances involved to determine the prospective effect of the establishment on the neighborhood, unquote. The evidence today will show the numerous adverse effects of this proposed location transfer and substantial changes would have on peace, order, and quiet, on trash and litter, on parking, on vehicular and pedestrian traffic and safety, on real property values, and particularly under section 25-314 of the statute, on residents in the immediately adjacent RA2 residential zone. Now, we're sure Mr. Hughes has his own perspective on what he's done to get to this point, but the protestants have a different perspective. We see a man so relentless that for 2 years, he's been running through flashing yellow lights and even red lights that to a reasonable business person would have said stop, or at the very least would have said hit the brakes, slow down, think. Instead, he just kept plowing ahead. If this project were a car, it might be called reckless driving. And if Mr. Hughes were out on the open road, perhaps no one would care. But he's not out on the open road. He bought a row house. It may be zone mixed use, but it's right next door to a residentially zoned condominium where people live, work, and sleep. It's across the street from houses where people live and sleep, on a 1 block, one-way street that's zoned entirely almost residential. The only other mixed-use lots on this street are 3 other quiet buildings to his east and Lucky Buns, a restaurant on the opposite corner, which at least closes early and makes very little noise despite the trash and vermin problems it's caused for this board and the neighborhood. Mr. Hughes may have had some sort of vision here, but his neighbors shouldn't suffer because he ignored all those flashing lights and made reckless choices about how to spend his money. His dream should not become our nightmare. And for all these reasons, we believe his application should be denied. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Roth. All right. The board will then call its first witness. We'll call Mr. Puente. Mr. Puente, can you please state and spell your name for the record, please?
Investigator Kevin Puente, KEVINPUENTE.
Mr. Puente, can you tell us where you're currently employed?
The Alcoholic Beverage Regulation Administration.
And what is your role with the agency, please?
Investigator.
And how long have you worked with the agency?
6 years.
All right. And are you familiar with this case?
Yes.
And how did you become familiar with this case?
I conducted a protest investigation.
All right. Did there come a time that you wrote a report regarding your investigation?
Yes.
And do you have are you able to share this report with the board?
Yes.
All right. Can you do that, please? Ms. Andrews, can you give him the opportunity to share his screen, please?
Okay, Investigator Puente, you now have the rights to share your screen.
All right, so Mr. Puente, can you identify the document that we're looking at, please?
This is my protest report.
And when was it done?
March 2021.
Now, so can you tell us? Can you go through your report and just share with us what information were you able to gather regarding your investigation?
Yes, sir. I was assigned the protest investigation of a Class CT application transferred to a new location and substantial change for MHAK Meetings LLC, trading as TBD, hereby referred to as MAHK Meetings. MAHK Meetings is located at 1806 Vernon Street Northwest, Washington, D.C. MAHK Meetings applied as a new tavern is requesting a sidewalk cafe, a summer garden, and live entertainment. MAHK Meetings requested a total occupancy load of 50 with seating for 30 patrons and a summer garden with 30 seats. The application to transfer to a new location, a substantial change for MAHK Meetings, was submitted by the owner, KJ Hughes. The application is being protested by ANC 1C, being represented by Chairperson Amir Arani, the Kalorama Citizens Association, being represented by Dennis James, the budding property owners, Susan Farmer and Piper Hendricks, and a group of 23 being represented by Alan Roth and Lori Clark. I spoke with all the protestants involved in this protest, and they all voiced the same following concerns: adverse impact on the peace, order, and quiet of the residents in the surrounding area, residential parking, vehicle and pedestrian safety, real property values, trash and litter. All the protesters are concerned about Vernon Street being a one-way street and how the establishment was planning to have patrons exit onto Vernon Street, and the possibility of car sharing companies picking up patrons right outside on Vernon Street and causing a line of car sharing companies out front on Vernon, which could possibly lead to honking horns and people yelling and other disruptive noise. The protesters also were concerned about the effect of possible smoking on the summer garden and how it could affect several of the residents in the condo building next door. Many of the residents have living rooms and bedrooms right near the summer garden where it's proposed at. Several of the residents have some breathing problems when it comes to smoke, so they have to close their windows immediately if someone walks by and they smell smoke. The residents and the protesters are very concerned about the summer garden and the possible effects it will have at nighttime, especially once the sun sets, if people are noisy and music and bright lights. Many of the protesters are concerned about the placement of the trash cans on Vernon Street, which is supposed to be in the proposed sidewalk cafe area, and how that could lead to rat and Vernon issues, and the possibility of a trash truck blocking Vernon Street, which is one way. Vernon Street is a tricky intersection at Vernon and 18th Street Northwest. It turns right onto 18th Street, and there's an intersection there. Many cars will stop in that intersection and block the traffic from Vernon Street. I conducted a walkthrough of the establishment with the owner, Mr. Hughes. Mr. Hughes owns the building and has 4 floors. The first 2 floors will be part of a licensed establishment. The 3rd and 4th floor will be the office space and residential. Mr. Hughes advised me that he was going to have a summer garden on Florida Avenue Northwest side that will be overlooked by a barbershop on the 1st floor. The 4th floor will also have a coffee shop, a bar area with a small retail space. The 2nd floor will be a speakeasy Mr. Hughes advised me that it'll be upscale. All the patrons will be seated down. People won't be standing. Mr. Hughes advised me that patrons will enter the establishment through Florida Avenue Northwest. In order to get to the speakeasy, they'll be escorted by a staff member up a narrow stairwell. Patrons will then have to exit onto Vernon Street because of that stairwell and the flow of traffic. Mr. Hughes also showed me that he installed double drywall in most of the establishment to help mitigate any noise issues. MHK Meetings is in a mixed-use 4-zone. According to the GIS, mixed-use zones provide for mixed-use development that permit a broad range of commercial, institutional, multiple dwelling units, residential development at varying densities. According to the District of Columbia GIS, there are 31 licensed ABC establishments operating within 1,200 feet of MAHK Meetings. Out of the 31 establishments, 10 have entertainment endorsements, 11 have settlement agreements, 14 have Sidewalk Cafe endorsements, and 6 have Summer Garden endorsements. According to the District of Columbia GIS, there are no schools, public libraries, or daycares within 400 feet of the establishment. A total of 18 establishments are restaurants, 5 are taverns, 1 is a B store, 4 are A stores, 1 is a hotel, and 1 is a wholesaler B. The proposed hours of operation, alcoholic beverage sales, service consumption, and live entertainment for inside the premises will be Sunday to Thursday, 8 a.m. to 2 a.m., Friday and Saturday, 8 a.m. to 3 a.m. The proposed hours of operation and alcoholic beverage sales, service and consumption, live entertainment for the Summer Garden will be Sunday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 1 a.m., and Saturday, 8 a.m. to 2 a.m. The proposed hours of alcoholic beverage sales, service, and consumption for the Sidewalk Cafe will be Sunday through Saturday, 8 a.m. to 11 p.m. I monitored the establishment 10 times from February to mid-March. I did not observe any APRA violations since the establishment was closed and under construction. There is 1 Metro bus stop in the vicinity of MAHK Meetings located at 18th Street Northwest and California Street Northwest. The bus stop serves the 90 and 96 lines going north and south directions along 18th Street Northwest corridor and east along U Street Northwest. MAHK Meetings is located at 1806 Vernon Street Northwest, and there is no parking for vehicles on site. There is 1 public parking garage located in the area that's located at 1825 Connecticut Avenue Northwest. The Florida Avenue Northwest block spanning from the 1800 through the 1900 block offers on-street meter parking. The parking is valid for 4 hours from 9 a.m. to 6:30 p.m., Monday through Friday, and on Saturdays from 7 a.m. to 6:30 p.m. Vernon Street, spanning from the 1800 block, offers on-street time parking from Monday to Friday from 7 a.m. to 8:30 p.m., as well as Zone 1 and 2 permit holder parking. Vernon Street Northwest from 19th Street Northwest to 18th Street Northwest is a one-way street that is only a right turn on 18th Street Northwest. On Friday, March 19, 2021, I received a report from the Office of Unified Communications. There was no calls for service for 1806 Vernon Street Northwest. That's it, sir.
Mr. Pointer, there's some exhibits attached to your report. So can you please identify the exhibits that are in your report, please?
Yes. So Exhibit 1 is the letter from ANC 1C. Exhibit 2 is the protest letter from the Colorama Citizens Association. Exhibit 3 is the protest letter from a budding property owner, Susan Farmer. Exhibit 4 is a protest letter from a budding property owner, Piper Hendricks. Exhibit 5 is the protest letter from the group of 23. Exhibit 6 is a set of documents I received from Mr. Roth, which shows the zoning for the area along 1806 Vernon Street Northwest and 18th Street Northwest. Exhibit 7 is the rendering of the establishment that I received from the applicant. Exhibit 8 is the zoning map that I received from the District of Columbia Department of Zoning. Exhibit 9 is the GIS map of the ABC establishment within 1,200 feet. Exhibit 10 is the GIS map of schools within 400 feet. Exhibit 11 is a picture of the establishment on the Florida Avenue Northwest side. Exhibit number 12 is a photograph of Florida Avenue Northwest side as well, where the proposed summer garden will be. Exhibit 13 shows the picture of the establishment in relation to the condo building and the summer garden. Exhibit 14 shows the proposed summer garden area as well. Exhibit 15 is a photograph of the front entrance. Exhibit 16 is a photograph of the exit on the Vernon Street Northwest, along with the proposed sidewalk cafe area. Exhibit 17 is another photograph of the proposed sidewalk cafe area. Exhibit 18 is a photograph of the bus stop on 18th Street Northwest and California Street Northwest. Exhibit 19 is a photograph of the parking garage at 1825 Connecticut Avenue Northwest. Exhibit 20 is the photograph of the parking on Florida Avenue Northwest in front of the establishment. Exhibit 21 is another photograph of the parking on Florida Avenue Northwest. Exhibit number 22 is a photograph of the parking on Vernon Street Northwest. Exhibit 3 is a photograph of the public parking on Vernon Street Northwest. Exhibit 24 is parking of on Vernon Street Northwest. Exhibit 25 is a sign that shows Zone 1 and 2 permit holder parking on Vernon Street Northwest. Exhibit number 26 is the intersection of Vernon Street Northwest and 18th Street Northwest. And Exhibit 27 is another photograph of Vernon Street Northwest and 18th Street Northwest.
That's it?
That's it, sir.
Mr. Puente, before, let's go back to Exhibit 9.
Okay.
Again, what is Exhibit 9?
This is a photograph of ABC establishments within 1,200 feet of MAHK meetings.
So, how close to this proposed site are? What's close to this in the sense that vicinity? I know this is 1,200 feet, but what's close to this establishment? How close is it? Is the closest establishment to this? I'm not sure if on page 7 of your report is better. Will give us a better idea how close it is to how close the other establishments are to this proposed site.
Yes, sir. The nearest establishment that's going to be relatively close to MAHK will be Lucky Buns at 2018 Street Northwest. I would say is from the property line to property line is no more than 30 feet approximately. Then across from Lucky Buns, there's the Imperial at 2001 18th Street Northwest.
And so what type of establishment is the Lucky Buns?
It's a restaurant. It's mainly sit down. They have a summer garden outside as well, patrons.
And what is the Imperial?
It's a tavern that mainly serves food and drinks as well. They have a rooftop summer garden.
And I see I see there are several places on 18th Street. I see you have 207, 201, 214, 213. So how close is 203 18th Street, 204, 201, 2000, and 207 to this establishment?
204 18th Street, which is the Duplex Diner. It is on. It's right next to Lucky Buns, so I'll say no more than probably 50 feet from property line to property line. Then the Blackguard is kind of up on 18th Street on the backside of the Imperial. That's probably approximately 50 feet as well. Then you have Jack Rose at 2007 18th Street Northwest. That's going up the hill on 18th, going north.
Where? You said that you have monitored I'm aware that the establishment is closed and that there are COVID restrictions based on the time you went to monitor the establishment. But the potential location of this business. Can you explain? Tell us. You said you've been working for the agency for 9 years. So can you describe pre-COVID this area that this potential business would be established? You can close your screen, please.
Yes, sir. So been working for the agency for 6 years.
I'm sorry, 6 years. I was giving you more. I apologize. That's the point. All right.
18th Street is a relatively pre-COVID, it's a busy street with Adams Morgan. There's a lot of taverns and bars especially on 18th Street. So there's a lot of foot traffic during the summertime and springtime, then especially a lot of car traffic and bus traffic as well, especially at the nighttime after sunset.
All right. Let me see if I have any other questions for you. I don't have any other questions. Do any other board members, do they have any questions for Mr. Puente?
Yes, Mr. Chair, Mr. Short.
Yes, Mr. Short, go ahead.
Good morning, Mr. Kevin Puente, investigator, forgive me.
Good morning, sir.
In your report, you said that this location where the applicant is now applying what was there prior to this?
Prior to the establishment, there was a beauty salon or a hair salon that was at that address.
Was there some mention of another type of or alcohol license adjacent to this building or in the same building?
No, sir.
So there was only a hair salon?
Yes.
And this address again is 1806 Vernon Street?
Yes.
And I'm trying to understand the geographics of the area. So you have Vernon Street, and then if you were traveling east on Vernon Street, what is the next street?
If you're traveling east on Vernon Street, you'll come up to the intersection of 18th Street, basically at 18th Street Northwest and Florida Avenue Northwest.
So can you explain the moratorium zone and how that's affected by this address?
Yes, sir. The Adam Morgan Moratorium Zone was established to allow no new retail license, Class CN, CT, CX, DN, DT, or DX shall be issued for a period of 3 years from the effective date. The moratorium zone runs from 1,400 feet in all directions from the intersection of 18th Street Northwest and Belmont Road Northwest. The zone is designed, specifically described as the beginning at 18th Street and Vernon Street Northwest and proceeding on both sides of all streets unless otherwise noted.
So I guess my question is, does this address fall within or without the moratorium zone? How does the moratorium affect this address?
I couldn't be able to answer for you that, sir.
Okay.
Hold on, Mr. Short. We're having this hearing because the board had ruled earlier that this did not fall within the moratorium zone. That's basically why we're having this hearing. I believe I don't think that this does not fall within the moratorium zone. That's why we're having. All right. You know what? Let me not address that issue. Let me step back. I don't need counsel to Mr. Short asked a question. Mr. Puente stated that he can't answer the question. So let's move on. If during the presentation of cases, if that issue is raised, and we'll raise that later on. Go ahead, Mr. Short.
The reason why I asked that question, Mr. Chair, because my decision would hang very heavily on that decision, and so the bottom line is this area and this particular address. When we start talking about appropriateness, and all of that would matter to me as a board member. And so the reason why I asked that question, but I'll move on.
No, Mr. Short, you can ask your question. I just said Mr. Puente stated that he is unable to answer the question. So I'm saying we can move on. That's all I stated, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Puente, so again, this intersection, and I believe your testimony was that this particular area and this intersection is very busy during the summer and spring months and the warm weather months.
Yes, sir.
And has it always been that way to your recollection?
Yes, in my 6 years, yes, it's always been that busy, especially with the nightlife area in Adams Morgan.
So, okay, that brings on this question. So would this address can be considered to be a part of the nightlife section of Adams Morgan?
I would say it starts right at the beginning of the Adams Morgan, where the nightlife area starts. Right there at that intersection, you have multiple restaurants and taverns.
Okay, so I'll move on from that. Thank you for that answer. And I guess what I would then ask is, would peace, order, or quiet, because this is a very busy area, you testified that the traffic is pretty heavy and foot traffic is pretty heavy. So would this application or applicant be changing anything in the neighborhood that isn't already there?
I would say that the applicant is coming to an area where there's residential buildings on the same block. I can't speak on the applicant since he doesn't have a history with ABRA, what he could do or possibly do. But I can say that he will be coming to a lot of residential area on that block.
Well, not only that block, if my memory serves me correctly about the community, there's mixed residential through in and throughout Adams Morgan. With all of the licensees that we have on our roads with ABRA, they are intermittently residential, commercial. It's a very mixed community, I would say. Would you agree or disagree with that statement?
I agree with that.
Okay. And so you have not, is the building still under construction now, or has it been completed, or where's it in the process?
It's still under construction. When I was there, they were still doing construction inside.
Okay. Now, to your knowledge, has DCRA given a license, or do they have an application, or where are they in the city process for opening up a business?
Yes, sir. Outside the establishment on Florida Avenue, northwest side, Mr. Hughes has all the permits and stuff posted on the outside, so anyone can see it. So yes.
Okay. Thank you for your testimony. Thank you for your excellent report. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Short. Are there any other questions by any other board members? I can't see all board members, so I have to make sure that everybody, all right. Hearing none. Mr. Klein, do you have any questions for Mr. Puente?
Yes, I do. Good morning, Investigator Puente.
Good morning, Mr. Klein.
So how far is the proposed establishment from 18th Street?
I would say it's approximately 4 buildings down from 18th Street, so I'll say no less than probably 50 feet.
Okay. And based upon your examination of the records, the building in which the establishment is to be located is in commercial, correct?
Yes, sir. It's in a mixed use.
And how far away is the rooftop at the Imperial?
It's on the other side of 18th Street, so I would say approximately, give or take, 7,500 feet.
Okay, but there is an active rooftop there?
Yes, sir.
Any idea how many patrons are up on that roof?
I do not know, sir.
All right, now turning to some of the details of your report, you indicated that some of these establishments, we don't really know how many of these establishments are going to reopen at this point, do we?
No, we do not.
And most of them are closed except for carry-out service at this point, or perhaps outside dining?
Yes, this past weekend I was working, I observed a lot of people outside dining in the streeteries in Adams Morgan, using the rooftops as well. So just right now with the COVID, it's hard to tell who's going to reopen fully or not.
Now, you said that there were 31 ABC establishments and 10 have entertainment endorsements, but 6 of those are off premises. 6 of those 31 are off premise establishments, correct?
Yes, sir.
So they wouldn't have entertainment endorsements in any event, right?
No, sir.
So it's basically 10 of 25 that do.
Yes.
And what about, you mentioned that there are 6 summer gardens. What about sidewalk cafes? How many sidewalk cafes are there?
There are 14 sidewalk cafes.
There are 14 sidewalk cafes in addition to the 6 summer gardens.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you also mentioned that 11 have settlement agreements. Why, in your opinion, is that relevant to what the board is to determine today?
Usually with any protest, I always mention how many establishments have settlement agreements within 1,200 feet of the applicant.
Okay, now you turn your attention, if you would, to Exhibit 7 to your report.
Okay.
You have it there. Did you examine this at all in connection with your report?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you see on the second and third pages, there are interior layouts of the first and second floor.
Hold on, Mr. Puente, can you please share your screen so we can see what's being referenced to, because I don't know what, so can you please share your screen and so we can see what's been referenced to, please. All right, thank you, sir.
So that would be the second page, correct, of Exhibit 7?
Yes.
Okay, and up top is shown an outline of the proposed premises, correct?
Yes.
And on the bottom where it says unexcavated area, that is the Carswell condominium building, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so this drawing shows that on top is the barbershop, right? Barbershop area, to your knowledge?
Yes.
So this drawing shows that the barbershop area is not actually adjacent to any residences in the Carswell building, correct?
Yes.
And indeed, there's also stairwell and other buffers.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to object to this line of questioning, Mr. Puente. He's not the authenticator or author of this document, and this document is not within Mr. Puente's expertise to interpret.
I'm not asking him to interpret it. I'm asking
you are. You're asking him what the document shows.
Well, it's part of his report. Well, I would assume that if it's part of his report, and that's what it shows.
Mr. Klein, you or Mr. Hughes gave him the document, but he is not an expert in what the document shows.
Mr. Chairman, I would ask that you instruct Mr. Roth to direct his comments to you and not to me.
Mr. Roth, yes, Mr.
Well taken, Mr. Chairman. Investigator Puente is a very experienced investigator, but he is not an engineer or an architect.
Mr. Roth, I do hear your concern. I'm gonna overrule the objection. The reason I'm gonna overrule the objection, this is an exhibit in Mr. Puente's report. If he's unable to answer, I believe he can. I don't know why he included this document in his report. I don't know where he got it from, and so if he's able to respond to questions that's been asked by counsel, he can to the best of his ability, and you can cross-examine. You'll get an opportunity to cross-examine him on this document and to prove your point, sir. But this is an exhibit in his report, and I believe that Mr. Klein is just asking him regarding one of the exhibits in his report. So I'm going to overrule the objection. So go ahead, Mr.
Chairman.
Yes, Mr. Roth.
May I also ask you to ask Mr. Puente to scroll further down to the bottom left-hand corner of this document? so that you can see the note at the bottom left-hand corner?
Well, one of the things that you can do, Mr. Ross, is I just asked Mr. Puente to share his screen so we could see. I would ask that under that question is more, or the comment is I would ask that you, under cross-examination, you again refer to this document, and then if there's certain things that you want Mr. Puente to scroll down to, and if you want Mr. Puente to read in the record, then you can do that, sir, during cross-examination. So let's move on.
Okay.
Go ahead,
Right,
Mr. Klein.
Investigator Puente, we were finishing up page 2, and I believe what I asked you is, this seems to indicate that there are no residences in the Carswell adjacent to the barbershop area.
Yes.
Correct? Okay. All right, turning to page 3. Now, you did take a tour of the space under construction, correct?
Yes.
And when was that tour?
March 15th.
Okay, so relatively recently.
Mm-hmm.
And on the top of what's shown on page 3 of Exhibit 7, is that to your knowledge, the intended layout of the second floor of the building where the speakeasy is to be located?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And to the bottom, where it says limits of Unit 3, floor elevation 122.95 plus or minus, is that that's the Carswell, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And in the top part of the drawing, there's an area, there are 2 areas in blue, where it says limits of common lobby and limits of common stairwell. Were you able to observe those areas under construction when you were there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And those areas are buffers between the outer wall of the building in which Mr. Hughes' business is to be located and the area in which the speakeasy activity will take place?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, thank you. Now, if you would you turn to Exhibit 21, the photograph. That's it. In the to the right lower center, there's some blue objects there in the distance.
Yes.
Can you identify what those are?
Those are recycle bins or trash cans.
Okay, and I'm going to ask now that Simone, if you could put up Protestants Exhibit 10.
Hold on, Mr. Klein. Okay. If you want to share your screen, then we need to take that ability away from Mr. Puente, and then we'll share your screen so you can pull up an exhibit. So are you trying to share your screen by referencing a document for Mr. Puente to testify to?
Yes, I want to show him one of the photographs.
Mr. Ross, do you have any?
I'm sorry, I'm not sure I understand what's going on here.
Yes, could you? I have it up. Could you? Could I have the ability to share my screen?
Hold on 1 minute, please. Hold on 1 minute.
Sure.
Mr. Puente just testified, and we went through his documents. Now, Mr. Klein is bringing up one of his exhibits that he wants Mr. Puente to testify to.
And this is exhibit what? I'm sorry?
It's actually Protestants Exhibit 10.
You're talking about your historic zones map?
No, I'm talking about the Protestants, your exhibit.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Protestants Exhibit 10.
Yeah, okay.
All right, Miss Andrews, can you I'm sorry, whose documents are these now? Are these yours, Mr. Klein, or is this Mr. Rock's document?
It is a Protestants exhibit.
Well, Mr. Klein, I'm sorry, Mr. Klein, we do not have the ability to bring up documents, so you.
I have it up. If I can share, then
I'm sorry. Hold on a minute, please. So with that said, you have to, if you have those documents, and you need to ask permission to share your screen so you can bring up your documents. But our IT person does not have the ability to just pick a document to share on the screen.
I understand. I have it ready to share if I can be given.
All right, so Mr. Puente, can you please close your screen, and Miss Andrews, please give Mr. Klein the ability to share his screen.
Sure, stand by. Okay, Mr. Klein, you can share your screen now.
Thank you. Okay, I'm showing you what the Protestants marked as Protestants Exhibit 10.
Mr. Klein, your screen hasn't been shared yet.
Oh. Let's try this again. Can you see it now?
Yes, we can see your screen, Mr. Klein.
Okay. Investigator Puente, do you see Protestants Exhibit 10?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is this a similar view as to the view on your Exhibit 21?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So the trash cans in the dumpster that are located there unenclosed, those are the trash receptacles for the Carswell, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you observed them in that location each of the times that you made visits to the establishment?
Yes, most of the time.
Okay. All right. We are finished with that exhibit, and I will surrender.
Happy to be of service to you, Andrew.
I beg your pardon?
What is that, Mr. Rock? Oh.
I said happy to be of service to you, Andrew.
Well, I'll just, I'm staying out of this one, but let's move ahead. So, you can close your screen, Mr. Klein, and let's.
Yeah, I'm working on it.
Mr. Klein, take your cursor to the very top of your screen, and there's
right.
Drop down to the very top, all the way to the top.
Got it.
And it should be an option to say stop sharing.
No.
If you take your cursor to the very top of your desktop, just drag it all the way to you. All the way to the top.
Oh, got it. Okay. Got it. Great. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sanchez. All right. Where are we, Mr. Klein, in your cross-examination?
I think I'm almost done.
Okay.
In your report on page 9, you said it's a medium-sized establishment, and then you attached Exhibit 11 and 12 as reference to that. What you're really talking about is the size of the building, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. In fact, the establishment is quite small, isn't it?
Yes, it's only the first and second floor.
Okay. And the floor space, based upon your visit there, is very small, is it not?
Yes.
Now, in your meeting or your discussions with Mr. Hughes, he explained the concept to you, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and he told you the second floor is intended as a speakeasy?
Yes, sir.
In your 6 years of experience as an ABC investigator, have you come to learn what is a speakeasy?
Yes.
Okay, what is it?
It's mainly a discrete location, bar or tavern within something usually. Usually need a passcode or a secret door knock or something to get in. We have quite a few throughout DC.
Okay, so if the business operation conducts itself in such a way as to be noticeable or notorious, then that defeats the whole purpose of a speakeasy, doesn't it?
Yes, sir, because it's usually spread through word of mouth or through a select few people. That's how you get the passcode or the secret knock to get into some of these.
And you don't usually find people congregating outside of a speakeasy, given the nature of the business, do you?
No, sir, not the ones that I've been to.
Okay. All right, thank you. I don't have any further questions to the witnesses at this time.
Mr. Ross, do you have any questions of Mr. Puente?
Yes, sir. Good morning. Mr. Chairman, would it be appropriate at this moment just to put on the record in response to one of Mr. Short's questions that the board did in fact find that this location was in the moratorium?
Right.
I guess I just did, but
well, you did, but
I just wanted to note it for the record because Mr. Short raised a question and there seemed to be some confusion about it, and it's just a matter of law as opposed to a fact.
Will Kimura, go ahead, sir. You can ask.
Okay, thank you. Investigator, good morning. Thank you for all the work that you did to assemble your report. Before we get too deep into substance, let me just ask you a few questions to clarify a couple of minor points for the record. First, and no offense to your photography skills, but just to give the board an additional perspective on Vernon Street and maybe at a different time of day than Exhibit 24 in your report. Can I have permission, Ms. Andrews, to share my screen and let me show an exhibit to the board?
Sure, stand by.
Uh-huh.
Okay, Mr. Roth, you can now share your screen.
Okay, let's hope I can do this. No, I'm sorry. I got the wrong, those were. Okay. So, Investigator Puente, this is Protestants Exhibit 5 for identification. Can I ask you to please point out the location we're talking about here?
Yes, sir. It's going to be to the west of that yellow building.
Meaning on the left side of the screen, you're talking about this yellow building here?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to move Exhibit 5 into evidence.
Mr. Klein?
I don't have any objection.
Okay.
I will move Protestants Exhibit 5 into evidence.
Thank you. Now, I'm going to take that down. On page 3 of your report, investigator, you indicated that you met on March 5th with ANC Chairperson Irani, Ms. Farmer, Ms. Clark, and myself. Almost all of the comments there are attributed to one of the four of us, except for one that was attributed to Ms. Jones. And I'm not being critical here, but weren't there actually several protestants from the Carswell condominium present that day, in addition to Ms. Farmer and Ms. Jones?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, would you say they were a pretty lively, talkative group?
Yes, sir.
So is it possible that some of the statements in your report were actually attributable to people other than myself or Ms. Farmer or Ms. Clark or Commissioner Irani?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. So moving on to some more substantive issues. Is it possible for you to put up Exhibit 8 of your report again?
Mm-hmm.
1 second, I have to give Mr. Puente rights to share his screen. Okay, Mr. Puente, you can share your screen now.
I think we got it.
Okay.
There we go. So you mentioned that this location is in a mixed-use zone.
Yes, sir.
Would you agree that it is immediately adjacent to this residential zone, including immediately adjacent to the Carswell building, the Carswell condominium right here, and to all of the rest of Vernon Street over here?
Yes, sir.
Okay, is it possible for you to reduce the zoom there?
Keep going.
Okay, so you can see that, would you agree that in fact, this entire area is residential in nature?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now, you listed on pages 7 and 8 of your report 31 ABC establishments that you found within the 1,200-foot section applicable to this case. Most of those 31 establishments are located on 18th Street itself, including on the corner of 18th Street and some of the residential side streets. Now, based on your knowledge as an investigator and based on the zoning maps that you reviewed, even where these mixed-use zones protrude into residential side streets like Vernon, are any of these 31 ABC establishments located on the fourth lot in from the corner like this one is?
No, sir.
Are any of them located on the third lot in from the corner?
No,
Even
sir.
in mixed-use zones?
No, sir.
On the residential side streets, are any of them located even on the second lot in from the corner?
No, sir.
Thank you. Now, let's turn to pages 4 and 5 of your report. Can you scroll back there?
Mm-hmm. Okay.
When Mr. Hughes said the coffee bar, I'm sorry, I don't think we're on pages 4 and 5.
Right here on the bottom.
There we go. When Mr. Hughes, let's see, yeah, when Mr. Hughes here at the bottom said the coffee bar would serve pastries and other various food for patrons, was he more specific than that about what kind of food?
No, sir.
Did he say there would be a menu?
Yes, I recall there'll be a small menu. People come in to grab something to eat. If they're there to get their hair cut, or if, moms are there bringing their children, they can grab something while they're waiting.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And when he told you that, let's go to the next page. When he told you that patrons will be, quote, seated the entire time and not up congregating in spaces. Did you have any reaction to that?
Oh yeah, I asked him about that. He stated he's not looking to have a nightclub upstairs in the speakeasy. It was more going to be sit down, casual, upscale. It's not going to be people dancing or standing the entire time.
Right. Investigator Puente, in your professional experience as an ABRA investigator, I understand that he's saying there's no dancing because he put that on his application. But how often have you come across Class CT establishments in which patrons are drinking and remain seated the entire time, as he said, and do not stand up and congregate in open spaces?
Usually in my 6 years, I've wrote a few cases where I've come to places and they don't have a dancing endorsement, so they'll be in violation of their ABC license. So usually we try to get the places in compliance. If they want to have dancing or people standing, we want to protect that. If they want to have people dancing, then they got to get the dancing endorsement.
I'm asking a different question. I'm assuming there won't be dancing. But Mr. Hughes said people would be seated the entire time and not up congregating in spaces. How often have you ever seen a tavern in which people are seated the entire time and not up congregating in spaces?
I've come across it quite a bit of times where people are standing and socializing, if depending on the atmosphere and the mood inside the establishment.
Okay, thank you. Did Mr. Hughes mention anything, or did you see anything during your walkthrough indicating an area where the establishment would store its inventory of beer, wine, or liquor?
No, sir, because it was a lot of wood, a lot of construction tools and stuff laying around.
Did he mention anything about where he plans to store his beer, wine, or liquor?
No, sir.
Okay. Your report doesn't mention anything about where the applicant plans to put its trash and recycling. Was that discussed or mentioned during your visit?
I don't think I discussed it with Mr. Hughes. I don't recall. I don't think so.
Okay. Did he discuss where delivery trucks would park when he gets deliveries?
No, sir.
On your various visits to the area, all of your entries indicate, quote, not much parking available. Based on your experience in Adams Morgan and DuPont Circle as an ABRA investigator, were you surprised by that?
No, sir, because of the area, Adams Morgan, how busy it is.
One other question about the 31 establishments on pages 7 and 8. You listed that 11 of those have settlement agreements.
Yes, sir.
Based on our research, we found that Lucky Buns, Jack Rose, Spacey Cloud, Dan's Cafe, and the Bottle Shop also have settlement agreements. I personally, I think it's possible that Buca di Beppo has had one since the early 2000s.
Objection. Mr. Roth is testifying.
Well,
let's ask the question, Mr. Roth.
All right. Is it possible that your list of 11 was incomplete?
Yes, sir, it's possible.
Okay. Finally, I won't ask you to pull up that engineer's diagram again that Mr. Klein showed as an exhibit. I'll just ask you this. Are you aware that Mr. Hughes owns the entire building?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you know what instructions Mr. Hughes gave the engineer, if any, in the drawing of that diagram?
No, I do not, sir.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Puente. Can you close your screen, please? All right. Do we have any questions of Mr. Puente? Does the board have any other questions to ask Mr. Puente? All right. Since the board doesn't have any other questions for Mr. Puente, thank you very much, Mr. Puente, for.
I have one based on Mr. Roth's questions.
Oh, I was not gonna. But the problem. I'm so part of the problem, Mr. Klein. If I give you an opportunity to ask, and I have to go give Mr. Roth an opportunity to ask a question. But all right,
I'm happy to have you.
I'm sorry. All right. I'm
going to ask one question. If he has additional questions based on my one question, have at it.
Yeah, but I know that, but I need to decide if I was going to. All right, but all right, I'll give you an opportunity to ask one or two questions, and Mr. Roth then will have an opportunity to ask questions. All right, so go ahead, Mr. Klein.
Yes, Investigator Puente, in your Exhibit 8, which is the zoning map, Mr. Roth made a point that none of the other establishments are the fourth lot in that are licensed. Aren't there a number of buildings that house ABC licensed establishments that are found on this map that are immediately adjacent to the residential zone, and the third or fourth lot in would be deep into the residential zone, and in fact this is the only one where the fourth lot in is commercial property?
Objection. I don't even understand Mr. Klein's question.
Sustained, Mr. Klein. Sustained. Mr. Klein, if you have a question, please because I agree with Mr. Roth. So if you have a question, Mr. Klein, all right.
Investigator Puente, in response to a question from Mr. Roth, you indicated that this location is the only lot that's seeking a license. That's the fourth lot in, correct?
That's not what my question was.
Well, he seems to think
you're
so.
Going to get an opportunity, but hold on, Mr. Roth, you're going to get an opportunity to ask a question. So ask your question, Mr. Klein. If Mr. Puente can answer it, yes, he can. If not, let's move on.
Mr. Chairman,
hold on, Mr. Klein. Yes, Mr. Roth.
Mr. Chairman, my objection is that Mr. Klein is phrasing a question that is putting words in my mouth that were not spoken.
All right. Mr. Klein, can you please rephrase your question and ask the question again, sir, please?
I'll just ask a different question. Investigator Puente, aren't there a number of buildings on 18th Street that house licensed establishments that back up immediately to property that's in residential?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Klein. Mr. Roth, do you have any questions that you wish to ask? Any final questions you wish to ask, sir?
No. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Puente, for your testimony. All right. Thank you very much. All right. It's 12 o'clock, and so let's take we'll be off the record for 10 minutes, and then once we come back on the record, then the applicant will present its case. So I'm not saying please do not log off. We'll be off the record until 10 minutes after 12. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Roth, please remember your camera is still on, okay? You're welcome. Ms. Clark, your camera is still on, and Ms. Jones, your camera is still on. You can leave it on, but I just wanted to let you know that it's on, so. Oh, you're still mute, Ms. Clark. I'm gonna unmute you, okay? Uh-oh.
I should shut off my camera.
Okay.
And I'll mute myself again. Thank you. Thanks for the
You're
reminder.
welcome. No problem.
All right, we're back on the record. Should everyone, I need everyone back on the record, please. Everyone back. All right, Mr. Klein, are you ready to call your first witness, sir?
Yes, I am.
And who's your first witness?
KJ Hughes.
Mr. Hughes?
Actually, before I do that, I'm going to ask the board to take administrative notice of
what, Mr. Klein?
I asked the board to take administrative notice of the fact that there was a previous application for a new tavern license at this address, and the board determined that the location is within the moratorium zone, and subsequently this transfer application was filed. I just want to clear the record up on that because I know Member Short had some questions about it, and I thought it would be helpful to just have the board take administrative notice of that fact, perhaps confer with board's counsel, but that's what happened.
The board will get clarification as at least for, hold
on. I'm in agreement with that, Mr. Chairman.
All right, so we'll take administrative notice from a factual perspective.
I just think it makes the record clear and everybody's on the same page.
All right, thank you. All right, Mr. Hughes, can you raise your right hand, sir, please? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, thank you. Your witness, Mr. Klein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Hughes, state your full name, please.
KJ Hughes.
And what's your connection to this application that the board is considering today?
I originally entered into a lease at I'm the applicant.
Okay, you're the applicant. And tell the board what your background is.
I'm a lifetime entrepreneur. I haven't had a W-2 job since Blockbuster in high school. I currently run a business management company. Ironically, it's called Relentless Management Group. And we handle logistics and management for athletes and entertainers. And I am an adjunct professor at the University of Maryland Business School. I graduated from there with both my management degree, undergrad, and also my MBA. During this whole ordeal, I went and got a whole other degree since 2019. So I graduated last year with my MBA from the University of Maryland.
Okay, so that's an MBA in management?
Well, it's a master's of business administration, yeah.
Okay. And essentially you have a sports marketing company, is that what we understand?
No, it's a business and logistics management. I handle the business of athletes and entertainers. So, they all of their off the court and field opportunities. We handle their budgeting and finance and logistics of, opening and closing these businesses, running these businesses. So I have quite an extensive background in running businesses for other people and for myself.
And you've been quite successful at that?
Yeah, despite all that is stacked up against us, yes.
So why would you want to get into this business?
Because I'm a native Washingtonian, and the first time I ever had Caribbean food within Adams Morgan, and I lived on Harvard Street, and my mom worked on Connecticut Avenue in a hair salon called Shelton's Hair Gallery through the 80s and most of the 90s. My grandmother's a Washingtonian and was a nurse at St. Elizabeth's Hospital, and so service is just in my genes. And so I saw this property, and I thought that it was an existing salon, and I wanted to kind of reinvent the barbershop.
Okay, so turning to that, tell the board what's your concept here.
Well, the barbershop has always been a place of commune, right, for not just the Black community, but a lot of different communities. And so, but there's a lot of missed opportunity in the barbershop. There's a lot of kind of dead, wasted opportunity. You're waiting. There's nothing to do while you're waiting. Barbers are, there's a lot of talking and a lot of community, but there's no really opportunity to kind of connect all those things together. And so, as an entrepreneur, you pivot and you're inspired by a bunch of things. And so over my years, and traveling with, different athletes and celebrities to different countries and different, communities, the barbershop is one thing that exists all over this world. And, people see their barber more than they see their doctor. And so the way that we try to design this was, we wanted to add these kind of areas of community. We wanted this to be kind of the third place. And so then in the spirit of the pandemic is where we really got creative, because, we said, well, let's kind of, mix this up so that we have opportunities for everybody. I didn't just want to have a barbershop because that's only men. I didn't want to just have retail for men because that's doubling down on men, and so in this community, there was, very little retail. There is also very little coffee options, or not as many as other communities. And so, I thought that was a combination that would be both beneficial to the community and beneficial to the patron.
So before we turn away from the barbershop, is the barbershop just a place where you get your haircut? Is it anything different than a hair salon or a cuttery or any of the other names that are used to describe a place where you get your haircut?
Yeah, absolutely not. The barbershop is the beginning of everything. Quite honestly, think about it. For us men, everything great starts with a haircut. So, especially like I said, in the Black community, the barbershop is a place of commune. It's a safe place. It's a place where we can show up and be us and be our true, authentic selves. And so there is not a place in DC like what we're building. Yes, there are barbershops and there are hair salons, but there's nothing like this.
Okay, so now turning further in terms of the concept, this building is 4 stories, correct?
Yes.
And you anticipate using the first and second floor for the business?
Yes.
And what will be on the 3rd floor?
The 3rd floor is our internal office. That's where our GM and our staff will, people working on the 1st or 2nd will have a break room on the 3rd level. That's also where we'll store our retail. We'll store, any back bar items. Liquor storage will be there, but it's mainly like our administrative kind of office space. And then on the 4th floor is a 2-bedroom, 2-bath that was previously, the previous owner was operating it as a office space. I believe there was a nonprofit that was there, even though it was residential C of O. So we stayed true to the C of O that was currently there, and we developed into a 2-bedroom, 2-bath apartment with a rooftop that looks directly onto the Washington Monument.
Okay, so turning back to the 1st floor, which was primarily the barbershop, what's the activity that will go on there?
So we have a 4-seater barbershop, and we have about 6 bays of retail, and we have a coffee bar that has about 4 to 6 seats. And so the coffee bar, in essence, will be kind of your waiting area. People will peruse the retail, and then your barbershop is kind of the front-facing street-facing kind of attraction, so to speak. There's also a courtyard area that we had redeveloped by a gentleman by the name of Todd Schneider. And Todd is a concrete extraordinaire. He's done work at the White House, he's done work at a couple Smithsonians. And so we're transforming the old XYZ salon. Now it's kind of some shrubbery and it just didn't look appealing. And we turned that into this concrete courtyard area that will be welcoming to passerbys and to patrons of the establishment.
Okay. At this point, well, actually, let me ask you this. And on the second floor, there'll be a speakeasy, correct?
Yes, the second floor will be a speakeasy.
What's that concept?
Well, again, from in the Prohibition era, 1920s, Harlem, speakeasies popped up as kind of this secret place to, again, commune, have a drink, imbibe. And again, specifically, I mean, I can only speak to, like I said, my life experience and my culture, but, in the Black community, speakeasies in Harlem, were kind of some of the first Black-owned businesses in New York. And so the speakeasy concept kind of, again, we wanted the extension of this third place, and we wanted the flexibility and the opportunity to be able to attract more of the community. And so, with the character of the community and the character of this building in mind, the concept that we came up with was a speakeasy. So one of the mirrors in the barbershop doubles as a door. And the receptionist has the ability to hit a button, and that button then opens up this secret doorway. And, we have this kind of dramatic entrance upstairs to the speakeasy.
So to the public, to those who may live in the community, what's the profile of the speakeasy? The high profile, low profile, visibility?
I mean, zero visibility. The way it's been designed is for it to be a complete secret.
Okay. At this time, Mr. Chairman, we have a video tour of the premises that I know Mr. Roth has an objection to, but I'd like to, if he still intends to pursue that objection, I'd like to have that discussion so that we can move to the video tour if the board deems it appropriate to do so.
What exhibit is this?
Exhibit 13.
Mr. Roth, it's my understanding you have an objection to exhibit 13. What's the nature of your exhibit? What's the nature of your objection, sir?
Yeah, I do have an objection, Mr. Chairman. This video was created and prepared in preparation for and as part of settlement discussions. It's a 12-minute video, but it was shown to the parties in what was really a discussion that occurred on Zoom that consumed more than an hour and a half. And in this discussion on Zoom, the video that you are being asked to view was stopped and started multiple times over the course of that hour and a half, during which time the parties held discussions about this video. Now, as I said before, I haven't been a practicing lawyer in the courtroom in DC for many, many years, so I'm not up on DC rules of evidence. And in the absence of access to Lexis or Westlaw, I haven't been able at home to research DC evidence case law, but I have been able to do some research on the corresponding Federal Rules of Evidence 408. And I found at least 3 Federal Circuit cases and 1 District of Maryland case that basically says that, at least under Federal Rule 408, the protection that's accorded to settlement discussions also extends to material prepared by or for the parties in their effort to reach a settlement, and that includes internal memoranda, reports, expert opinions, depositions, and a wide range of other materials. And I would think that a video like this falls under that protection.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yes, Mr. Klein.
The video is factual. It is a walkthrough of the establishment. There is no audio. The audio will be given by testimony. We too have looked at the Rule 408, and it is not meant to exclude material that's otherwise discoverable, and it's not meant to include material that's otherwise verifiable by independent examination. We would direct the board's attention to the Pine versus Jamaica Nutrition Holdings at 497 Atlantic 2nd 118. So we don't agree. I mean, that would mean that if an applicant showed plans to another party during the course of settlement discussions, that those would somehow become inadmissible, or if they shared their menu, that would somehow become inadmissible. It seems to us somewhat preposterous, frankly, that a video that has no discussions concerning settlement and was merely, and indeed, if I voir dire Mr. Hughes, he'll say that he invited everyone to come view this in a public meeting. And I don't argue that this was a public meeting. I'm not taking that position, but he did invite everyone to come. So it was his intention, because he could not give a physical tour of the premises to everyone because of COVID. This was a substitute for the physical tour, and that's all it is. And it doesn't have anything to do with settlement discussions, other than it happened to possibly, although Mr. Hughes would testify, those were not settlement discussions. If they were, his counsel would have been involved.
Well, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Mr. Roth, go ahead.
First, under the law pertaining to, I know we're in DC evidence law, not 408, but under the cases pertaining to 408, there's a distinction between evidence admissible in court versus evidence that's discoverable. And those are two different things. Second, we're not talking about menus or plans, which an applicant or a litigant may have prepared for completely other purposes or independent purposes. We're talking about an item that was prepared and made specifically for the purposes of a settlement discussion. And this video was prepared specifically for purposes of a settlement discussion, which was held between Mr. Hughes and the parties. Now, why Mr. Hughes chose not to have his lawyers present is a matter for Mr. Hughes to discuss with his lawyers, and it may be because Mr. Hughes was not interested in paying for his lawyer's time to conduct settlement discussions while he was with the parties, but we certainly had settlement discussions in that hour and a half. It seems to me that the policy underlying this rule of evidence is to encourage the parties to have free and open discussions, not to have the materials that are prepared for purposes of those discussions then turned around and used against them. But if that's going to be the ruling, then I would like to be able to take the material that was discussed in that settlement discussion, much of which appears in the original Exhibit 3 that I probably would have objected to in the beginning, and which apparently Mr. Klein is not planning to use today, and be able to use some of the excerpts from that exhibit as some of my evidence, because there are plenty of prior inconsistent statements that Mr. Hughes made in that video, and I want to be able to turn around and use them against Mr. Hughes.
I think Mr. Roth hit the nail on the head. If Mr. Roth were intending to use this information, perhaps, and we don't concede this, then it would be our privilege to assert, not Mr. Ross, this is our information. We're not seeking to use information that was provided by Mr. Roth or any of the other protestants, in which case his objection would make sense. This is our information. And to the extent that there's a privilege, which we vehemently dispute that there's any privilege, because the facts are that Mr. Hughes created this video as a substitute for a live tour. He invited the entire community at a public meeting to attend, and that was his purpose, which was to give a tour of the establishment via video, because he was unable to do it in person, and that was the only intent. So to the extent that there may have been discussions concerning settlement, we do not seek to introduce those. We do not seek to use those. The only thing we're doing is using a video tour that was created in lieu of a live tour. Now, Mr. Hughes could have just gone and recreated it, but it seems to me that's absurd. It doesn't in any way that. And let's go back to the purpose of the purpose of excluding settlement discussions. It's so the fact finder, in this case the board, is not prejudiced by offers the parties may have made, concessions they may have made, discussions about the give and take of reaching an agreement. This doesn't reach any of that. This is entirely factual. It is a video portrayal of the interior of the premises under construction, and it's the opportunity for the board to see for itself what this place is all about in a format that we believe is more informative than static photos.
Thank you, Mr. Klein.
Mr. Chairman, that Mr. Klein is trying to have it both ways. That is not the purpose for which this video was made. This was not a meeting open to the general public. It was the protestants who were at this meeting online. And yes, it was a virtual meeting because we're in the middle of COVID. But if this same tour had been conducted among the same 5 people, the discussions that were held in that real tour would not be admissible. The fact that the tour was conducted via a video and those 5 people were online with Mr. Hughes does not make the video any less material prepared for the purposes of settlement discussions.
All right, thank you. All right, thank you, Mr. Ross. For the non-lawyers that are on this here, and I know that most people are saying, what are they talking about? Because I don't understand. And that's one of the reasons why, as I stated earlier, that I'm more strict with lawyers, because they're going to make objections and they're going to give reasons to give an objection. Mr. Roth, one thing I just point out to you, this is an administrative hearing, so we do not necessarily adhere to the strict rules of evidence that you are quoting. The proffer that was made, I'm gonna overrule the objection, and I'll tell you why I'm gonna overrule the objection. The proffer that's made by Mr. Klein, the video is he's providing the board a tour of the facility. You're correct if settlement discussions are prohibited in these proceedings, but the proffer that was made is that this is a video that's going to provide the board and the audience for them to see what the establishment looks like. So in a sense that I'm going to overrule the objection and I'm going to allow the video to be shown. All right. So Mr. Klein, you're able, Miss Andrews, please allow him to share his screen. And so Mr. Klein, you can play the video, sir.
Great. And during the course of that, I'll be asking questions of Mr. Hughes, so you can describe what it is that you're looking at.
It is your witness, your answer. Therefore, you can stop and play however you so desire, sir. All right.
Great. Thank you very much.
Mr. Klein, you can share your screen now.
Great. God, real quick. All right, are you able to see it?
No, Mr. Klein, you're not sharing your screen.
All right, let's try again.
I think, Mr. Klein, and maybe, okay, fine. You're not sharing your screen, so now you can go to the exhibit.
Great.
You're not sharing your screen, Mr. Klein.
I'm not? It says I am.
Well, you were before, but now I'm seeing you clicked something, so now we're not seeing your screen, so you need to go back on. All right.
All right, I'm going back. Whew. Is it on?
No, sir, we're not. Well, you did for a minute. I don't know what you did to stop it. So I think Miss Andrews has given you the opportunity to share your screen. So I think you need to go to where the icon on your computer to share your screen. You did it previously, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm doing it, but I can't seem to find the content that I'm looking for to share. I apologize.
All right, you're able to share your screen, so now you can find the content that you want to share, sir.
Okay, do you see it now?
No, we don't see it yet, but maybe you need to press the play button.
Oh, it says I'm sharing. Okay.
Yes, you are sharing, but you need to access the document now and press play. Play, I believe.
Wow. I am, and it's not working. All right. Well, Mr. Roth may prevail.
Mr. Klein, I have the same video. Would you like me to try to share my screen?
That would be wonderful. We would appreciate that.
All right. So, I'm sorry, who was speaking?
Mr. Hughes.
Miss Andrews, can you please give Mr. Hughes the ability to share his screen, please? So close your screen, Mr. Klein.
Yes, will do.
All right, so Miss Andrews, can you please give Mr. Hughes the ability to share his screen, please?
Sure, stand by. Okay, Mr. Hughes, you can share your screen now.
Thank you.
All right, stand by. Let me make sure that I have the correct file. 1 second, please. Just a second, it's pulling up now, and then I'll share.
Are you still there, Mr. Hughes?
Yes, I'm here, and the video is 12 minutes long, so I wasn't prepared, so it's about 40% complete. It needs to download because I wasn't prepared to play it, but it's downloading, so it says about 40 more seconds. My apologies. – 65% complete. Stand by. I'll just give you updates. Sorry. $20 seconds. All right, it's loading. Share my screen.
All right, gentlemen, we've been waiting a while for this video to.
So now I'm sharing my screen. Stand by. All right. Let me know if you guys can see my screen.
Yes. All right. So play the video. All right. Go ahead.
Can you hear me as well?
Yes, sir. We can. All right, Mr. Klein, go ahead.
All right. What are we looking at, Mr. Hughes?
This is the trash can of the Carswell condominium. It's the trash location.
Okay.
This is the Carswell condominium. This, can you see my mouse?
Yes, sir.
Okay, this is, I believe this here is the Carswell building here. This is the proposed establishment. The speakeasy will be on this level here. Barbershop will be here. This outdoor area that you see here is the courtyard or summer garden.
No, what's on the right?
On the right-hand side is Florida Avenue.
No, on the screen. What are we looking at?
Oh, sorry. This is the rendering of what the space will look like when it's done. So this is the barbershop picture window. This is all the concrete that I spoke to you guys about from the kind of award-winning concrete contractor. And this is the summer garden area where it'll be concrete, and the concrete here is, seating. So there'll be no fixed seating in this area. But this is the barbershop, 4 seats there.
Okay. Do you plan to have music out there?
No.
Okay. All right. And what are we looking at in the moving video now?
This is your entrance. All of this will be what it is to the right as it's finished. To the left is the Carswell building. Those are some of the windows that overlook the courtyard area, and that's a part of why we invested what we did in making it look the way it looks is because it was overlooking people's residences, and what it looked like before was I can't believe they would that they even it's much better than what it was like before. So this is entering the property. We're entering the barbershop. So this is what it'll look like on the right when it's done. On the left is what it looks like now.
And you have some shirts hanging up. What does that represent?
That's the retail, the retail offerings that we'll have.
And this is the proposed design that we're looking at on the right?
Yes.
And
in the back here, you see the coffee bar. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
In the back here, you see the coffee bar with a couple of seats, a coffee bar by day. But, again, we wanted this to be an establishment where, folks can kind of build community, and that's done through, different offerings. So we'll have cocktails, pre-made cocktails down there, beer, wine, and the likes. Retail bays. This is your Vernon Street exit here. This is where Vernon Street backs into it. You can see the floor plan here. Where my mouse is Florida. Where my mouse is here is Vernon. And so this is an exit to, the Vernon Street side. This is below grade.
Okay. And have you been in the Carswell condominium? Keep the video moving, please.
Okay.
Have you been in the Carswell condominium?
No, I've never been inside the building, no.
Okay. All right.
This is what the establishment looked like on the right from the view toward Florida. So that's the video on the left is walking toward that view. We have a 4-seater barbershop up front. Again, you see, we try to depict, what it would be like on a real day, which is a couple people waiting outside. The floor plan. So this is the first floor, and then this doorway here doubles as a mirror during the day, and this will be your speakeasy entrance.
And how will that be controlled?
There's a button on the wall. There's also you can control it with the staff will be able to control it with the iPhone. This is the exit, the Vernon Street exit. This is the bathroom for the first level. That's where the security cameras will be. This is what it looks like from the Vernon Street side. All of this is being redone. So it's under construction right now. The camera will be outside there as well. And so this is, I tried to depict somebody getting coffee and then walking out to Vernon Street. That is 18th Street. This is your sidewalk cafe, which, based on conversations with the community, I am ditching that idea. I mean, I thought that it would be cool to have a couple seats out there for people to enjoy their coffee, but I'm not allowed to have the sidewalk cafe and trash in the same place. So this will be where our trash is. So we will not have the sidewalk cafe.
Okay, so for the record, to be clear, you are not proceeding for the request for a sidewalk cafe endorsement.
No, we're not.
Correct?
This is going to be our trash area, and we're landscaping it in that way.
And what are you going to do? Is it your trash area going to look like the one on the other side on Florida Avenue that we see at the Carswell building? Is it going to look like that?
No, it'll be more contained like it is over at in other establishments. It'll be contained with it'll be designed specifically with landscaping, shrubbery to kind of hide the unsightly trash cans and such.
Okay, so it'll be some sort of enclosure?
Yes.
Okay.
So this is the Carswell building. This is Vernon Street. And then now you'll get a view of kind of, if you lived on Vernon, you come down, get a coffee, you walk down the steps. We'll have hopefully have a sandwich board out there that invites you in for coffee. The ability to walk in, grab coffee. Again, the goal was to kind of make this a place where the community, felt comfortable. It was designed, with the characteristics of the community in mind. This is back of the house, storage area. It's very small. That's where we.
Is that where your alcohol will be stored?
No, we'll have some alcohol there, but mainly coffee. That's our sink and dishwasher and stuff will be back there. And so this is the speakeasy entrance now. We're going to go upstairs. Security camera will be here where this wire is. That's another security camera. And so it's this dramatic entrance. All this will be plaster white. The steps will be backlit. So it's this dramatic entrance, to something that's secret. When you get up top, this is your bar area here. About 6 seats here for your bar area. And so the idea of a speakeasy is, you enter into this secret establishment through this, whole dramatic entrance of a secret door. And, that's a part of the experience. That's what it was in the 1920s. That's what a speakeasy is. And so that's a part of the concept. And I think, even when you look back to the history of speakeasies in Harlem in 1920s, they were in nondescript locations. They weren't in your downtown, hustle and bustle. They were nestled in the places that you wouldn't think that they would be, to hide detection.
Now, you've applied for an entertainment endorsement. Where's the dance floor?
Well, no, we don't have a dance floor, but again, culturally, DJing has been, part of, Black culture for forever. And so, we want the ability to have a DJ because that's what really controls the vibe. That's what controls the setting. And so we want the ability to have a DJ. As you can see, there's only two speakers in the establishment. So, even with a DJ, the music is the music. A DJ doesn't make the music louder per se, right? No matter whether I have music playing Pandora or a DJ, the vibe of the DJ and the entertainment of the DJ is what we're looking for. But we won't have any live entertainment. If you could look and see, it's just extremely too small for, this is only 749 square feet. It's extremely too small for live entertainment. This is your powder room, bathroom.
Let me interrupt you. So just so we're clear, the only reason that you've applied for an entertainment endorsement is that you will have a DJ playing the music rather than having pre-programmed music?
Yes, that's what we would like. This is what it'll look like on the right. These are the booths. So it's only 2 booths. Each fit between 4 and 6 people. And this is areas where a couple of tables will be there. These windows will be designed in a way where you can see light inside, but it's only a shadow. And so now I'm turning toward the exit of the establishment. This exit leads to a common area, common stair. And the exit will then, you would exit out onto Vernon Street. Like I said, in a historical speakeasy fashion, which is one entrance, one exit. And also, with COVID and, we met with several fire and EMS professionals, and with COVID, having one entrance and one exit is the best way to kind of operate. And so that's definitely something that
do you have any plans to monitor your patrons when they leave the establishment on Vernon Street?
Yes, we have security cameras on all of the exits and entrances, and we'll be open 7 days a week, and so our staff will be monitoring that from that third floor office.
So just to be clear, the security camera system is not just recording for later reviewing. You're actually going to have people monitoring it real time?
Yeah, our staff will. We have a big, a flat screen TV. This is the Carswell's courtyard where, they hang out there, whatever. And so, the TV will be in the manager's office, and there'll be somebody there monitoring that. I can't state for like the exact, hours, but it'll be something that's monitored on a regular basis. Yes, absolutely.
And at closing time, will you have a staff member available to police the exiting of patrons on the Vernon Street?
Yes, again, everything is being true to form, speakeasy wise. We want this to be a secret. There'll be a staff person that kind of ends the night. Hey, thank you for coming. Please exit to your right. Please stay quiet. And that's just a high level of service that we want to bring as well. I mean, we're talking about a cocktail bar, with quality cocktails at a price that's probably above average. So we want to be able to make sure that we provide that quality experience as well. So there'll be an usher or a staff person that makes sure that people are exiting quietly and safely.
Okay, and there's been some questions asked about traffic patterns. What is your intention with respect to shared rides, Uber, Lyft, et cetera? Do you have any specific plans for that?
My staff and I have been researching with Uber and Lyft, and there is a way through those companies. They have community liaisons who will work with businesses to be able to block certain addresses from being pickup zones and direct them to other areas. And so we're researching that capability so that folk can be picked up on Florida Avenue. The other thing, logically, we're not advertising Vernon Street as an address, right? The address for our establishment is 1807 Florida Avenue. So that's where people will get, if they took Lyft, they would get dropped off there. They get dropped off at 1807. That's the only address that they would know. And so in terms of the speakeasy, we're not advertising it at all. Like even on our website, it's basically a hidden cocktail glass that you would need to find on the website to even know that it's there. And even then, no address or nothing is going to be described. So this is truly going to be a word of mouth establishment that, the only thing that you would know is 1807 Vernon Street. I'm sorry, 1807 Florida Avenue.
So in terms of shared rides, assuming that you can work that out with the shared ride companies, where would you have people picked up?
On Florida.
On Florida.
Yes.
Okay. What about 18th?
That wouldn't be, if we're able to designate, if I think that, if we're able to work with them and designate an address, it's going to be 1807 Florida. In terms of 18th Street, it is a popular and well-populated, well-lit space. So, I mean, I think logically, if you leave the establishment and you see a busy street, just like in New York, you go to hail a cab in the most, in the area where most people are. And so I think, people, will gravitate toward 18th Street to be able to hail a ride or taxi or call Uber or what have you.
All right. I think you can stop sharing now. Now, previously, we looked at an exhibit to the investigator's report, which we can put back up if need be. But what I want to ask you is on the second floor is where the speakeasy will be. Is there a buffer as shown in those drawings between where the activity will take place in the speakeasy and the Carswell condominium building?
Yeah, there's a common stair that takes you up to the, from the Vernon Street side, there's a common stair. You enter into a lobby, a common area, and the speakeasy is there to your left with a door. And up the steps is your third level office and your fourth floor residential. So yeah, there's a common stairway that creates a lane where on this side is a wall to Carswell, on this side is a speakeasy, and then there's a common area here where those walls do not touch.
Okay. And did you also undertake some soundproofing efforts there? Sound mitigation?
Yeah, considerable investment was made to a sound consultant who is one of the best in the world. I'm surprised they even took this job, quite honestly. Their recommendations were taken, probably 5 times more than what we had planned to spend on drywall insulation as a means to their recommendation.
Okay, I'd like to direct your attention Exhibit 2. I can pull it up and share it, Mr. Chairman, if that's the easiest. That I think I can do. It's just a video. I was having difficulty.
Miss Adam, I'm sorry, Miss Andrews, can you please give Mr. Klein the ability to share his screen, please?
Mr. Klein, you can share your screen now.
Great, thank you. There it is. Is that it?
Well, you're sharing your screen, Mr. Klein, but there's no document. So what document are you sharing?
Yeah, no, I got it. I'm sharing.
I can get you some tech support, Mr. Klein.
I know. I'm gonna have to hire somebody. I'm having some trouble.
All right, I can see your screen now.
All right, good. Now let me find my exhibit. Here it is. All right, here we go.
Yep.
And we look at that one. Here we go. This is what I'm looking for. All right, Exhibit 2. Will you identify it, please?
This is a rendering that I've shared with constituents and stakeholders, vendors, community members, everybody, any and everybody, really.
All right, we're going to blow through this pretty quickly. What is this rendering?
This is your summer garden on Florida.
Okay.
That is an idea of what it would look like at nighttime in terms of the illumination, which is, these are low voltage, low wattage lights that really are security measures so that it's not super dark, because we have high-end, material and high-end retail. So this really is a security measure. And it also is, it's beautiful.
And where the people are standing, that's a big picture window?
That is a big picture window, yes, where we can see in and out, they can see in and out, yes.
Okay. And this is?
The daytime view of the same thing.
So this is the summer garden area?
Yes.
Nighttime?
Yes.
What are we looking at here?
This is your 4-seater barbershop, which the public will be able to see from the street from Florida. That's just details that we've added. All of this is custom woodwork. We have custom colored, chairs. This is all custom.
This is what we saw in the video before.
Yep, retail offerings. This is a coffee bar, cocktail bar, just for drinks.
Is that the same thing?
Same thing, yes. That's your hair wash station. And this is just a rendering of, people perusing kind of in the space, what it would look like if people were in space. And this is kind of the transition between night and day. And you see somebody walking up steps. Okay, this is your speakeasy walking up the steps. This is your speakeasy bar. This is a view from the Florida side looking toward the Vernon side. This is your lounge area or seating area. These are your banquettes booths. So there's only 2 of them. 3 of them, sorry. This is looking in from Vernon to Florida. This is your 3rd booth. This is your powder room. Powder room.
Okay.
And that's it. Yep. You gotta go all the way up to the top. Stop. There you go. Got it.
All right. All right. Now, there's been some concerns raised that you're going to have a negative effect on real estate values. Have you looked into this at all?
Yeah, I've heard that. I heard that floating around. I don't know how that's possible in terms of I don't know how that's possible when I'm committing, as much as I'm committing to.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Ross, I'm sorry. Mr. Ross.
Objection. Mr. Hughes is not an expert on property values.
Mr. Ross, you can't object to his answer. You have to object to the question that might have been asked by Mr. Klein. He can give his opinion. If he can give his opinion, then the board will take it for whatever it's worth. So I'm going to overrule the objection. You can answer the question, Mr. Hughes, if you can. Go ahead.
From what I know about property values, they depended upon the things around them. So if you're committing a certain amount of capital expenditures to improving a certain property, that then has an effect on the other properties around it. So no, I may not be an expert, but I've owned real estate and I know how property values work. So no, I don't believe that we're causing any adverse effect. If anything, we're raising the property value by all of the things that we're doing in terms of upgrading the irrigation and drainage on the Florida side, and the greenery that we're putting on our rooftop residential. If anything, we're improving it. And there's a couple of properties on the block that are for lease, or sorry, for sale as well. And so I think, Andrew, did you admit those?
Mr. Hughes, you answer questions, sir. You don't ask questions. You just answer questions, please, sir. You only answer questions that are proposed.
Sorry about that.
Mr. Hughes, did you do any research concerning properties that might be available for sale in the neighborhood? It's a yes or no question.
Yes.
Okay. What did you look at? How did you do that?
There's a for sale sign there's an advertisement in 1812 Vernon Street.
Okay.
Like what is it? Like a realtor's stake in the ground.
Okay. And did you go try to find the listing for it somewhere?
I did. Ironically, I would like to be a resident so that I can have a vote. So I looked at.
All right. I want to show you what we've marked as applicants' Exhibit 11.
I believe Ms. Andrews has to give you the ability to just share your screen. I'm not sure if that was taken away.
We're going to try to do this more smoothly this time. Okay, is this one of the listings that you found? Mr. Hughes?
Mr. Hughes, you're on mute.
Sorry. Yes, this is the listing that I saw, yes.
All right, is there something that you observe in the way that that the property is marketed?
Yeah, it speaks about the nature of the community, being close to restaurants, bars, and shops. Also shows photographs of the surrounding community, highlighting the access to establishments like mine, or my proposed establishment.
Okay. And showing you Exhibit 12. Can you see that exhibit 12?
I do, yes.
Okay, is that something else that you found?
I think that's the neighboring building that it's right, like maybe one or two buildings down. Yeah, that's another one that I looked at as well.
Okay, and was there any? I'm sorry.
1822 Vernon Street.
Is there anything that you observed in the marketing of that property?
Within the description of the property, it speaks about the closeness of the of restaurants and bars. I think this one specifically says taverns, I believe. But I may be mistaken. So yeah, the closeness of the spirit of the neighborhood is that it is close to and walkable to entertainment, food, dining, and bars.
Okay. Now turning to Exhibit 8. Can you see that now?
Yes.
Can you identify what that is?
I believe this is a scope of work or the review from the sound consultant era, where they go through, yeah, this is basically a scope of work or proposal from them.
Okay, and did you have this work done?
Yes, I did have this work done.
So you accepted this proposal?
I did accept this proposal, yes.
And what was the purpose of this work? Why, who is AREP? What is it that they were doing for you?
At the recommendation of our design architect, our goal was again to be as secretive as possible. And with being secretive, you need to be able to mitigate sound. Also, in terms of the closeness of residential, we wanted to be overly cautious and overly commit to sound mitigation. Mainly because we want this to be, again, speakeasy true to form. And so a part of that is not being able to hear anything from the outside. So this was something that was done in the spirit of keeping our establishment secret.
How much did you spend on this?
I believe their price was $7,500 just for the consulting and the recommendation. But the recommendations themselves were added to our proposed budget in that column, in that line item for insulation and drywall. It quintupled. So.
Okay. So what was the approximate amount that you spent on soundproofing?
Including the consulting fee, I would say somewhere between $50,000 and $60,000.
right. I do not have further questions at this time, and I would make Mr. Hughes available for cross-examination and questioning by the board.
Mr. Roth, your questions of Mr. Hughes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Mr. Hughes. So let's sort of go back to the beginning here. Excuse me. So in April 2020, you bought a tavern license out of safekeeping from within the moratorium zone, right?
Correct.
And by that time, you attended the January 2020 ANC 1C meeting with your attorney, Ms. Johannes, where the ANC voted to protest your first application for a new tavern license at these premises, right?
Yes.
And then after 3 months of legal proceedings here at the ABC board, the board upheld the ANC's and these protestants' argument that your building is located in a moratorium zone. So when you bought this current tavern license out of safekeeping, you were already aware that your neighbors were concerned about a tavern being put into a row house on their street, weren't you?
I wouldn't say that, no. I have a lot of neighbors, so no, I wouldn't say that.
Well, your immediate neighbors across the street in the ANC.
No, people in the ANC, no, I wouldn't say that.
No, the ANC voted 4-0 to 2 to protest your license, and a group of 20 plus protestants filed a motion to dismiss, but you weren't aware of any concerns.
I was aware of their concerns, yes.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. Yet after you bought this license, you just kept moving ahead with your project, right?
Okay.
And you had your architect keep drawing up plans for your combinations, speakeasy, cafe, retail space, barbershop, office, and apartment, right?
I'm going to object on the grounds of relevance, Mr. Chairman. I've let it go a bit, but I'm not really sure where we're going in terms of relevance.
Mr. Roth?
It's relevant to the fact that Mr. Hughes is testifying. Mr. Klein opened the door to this by having Mr. Hughes testify to all the work that he's put into this project. And now he's taking the position that he's done all of this work, and I'm just trying to explore the same issues that Mr. Klein raised.
All right, I'm gonna go ahead, Mr. Klein, and all right, go ahead.
I mean, the issue that we presented was measures that were taken to be responsive to the concerns that were raised. That's all. I mean, this isn't a popularity contest. It's a question of whether this premises is.
I'm not asking questions about popularity. I'm talking about a timeline.
All right. I'm going to overrule the objection. Go ahead, Mr. Ross. Ask your question. This is cross-examination, so go ahead, sir.
I said just after he bought the license, and after these experiences in early 2020, you had your architect keep drawing up plans for your combination of all of these different pieces of your building, right?
Yeah, in addition to speaking to Amir Irani and the rest of the community.
Well, that wasn't the question. Just in April you kept going.
Hold on. Please allow him to answer the question. All right. You asked him a question, Mr. Hughes. Please listen to the question that's been asked. Please answer the question that's been asked. And Mr. Ross, please allow him to answer the question, sir. All right. If you need him to answer a certain way, sir, you need to ask some more pointed questions. More pointed questions, so you put him in a box so he can only answer it one way. But if you ask an open-ended question, then he's going to answer to the best of his ability. So, but allow him to answer the question, sir. All right. Go ahead. If you're not done answering the question, Mr. Hughes, go ahead. And then if not, Mr. Ross will ask another question.
I think he answered the question. Mr. Hughes, yes or no? You hired a contractor in April to do your demolition and construction work, correct?
No, I didn't hire them in April. I hired them before April.
Okay. But at that point, you hadn't even filed your new application with ABRA for a location transfer or for your substantial changes yet, had you?
No, I don't recall. You said it. I haven't.
You had not yet even filed your new application with ABRA for a location transfer or for your substantial changes yet, had you?
No, because the previous ruling didn't deny my application. The previous ruling said that I needed to do a couple things. It said that it was in the moratorium, but it said I had the ability to subdivide. So no, I didn't. I didn't apply for my transfer at that time. No.
Were you so confident that the board would grant everything you wanted that 2 months before you even filed an application and knowing the opposition that you faced, that you thought it was wise to make those kinds of financial commitments?
I don't know what you want me to say about that. Was I so confident? I mean, I did my due diligence. I'm a businessman. I have an MBA. I spoke to all the powers that be. I spoke to ABRA, got a document from ABRA that said that I was outside the moratorium, and then turned around and ABRA ruled that I was in the moratorium. So, I mean, I don't know what else you expected me to do, Mr. Ross. What do you mean?
Well, let's do this. Can I share my screen, please?
Mr. Andrews, can you give Mr. Ross the ability to share his screen, please?
Mr. Roth, you can share your screen now.
Okay. Let me ask you this first. Before you even bought the building, hadn't the previous owner of the building, Mr. Walsh, passed on to you the previous summer a suggestion from Commissioner Irani that you consider applying instead of restaurant licenses?
You broke up. You broke up. You said that I do what?
Hold on, Mr. Ross. Something happened in the middle of your question, so please repeat your question.
Sorry. Mr. Hughes, before you even bought the building, hadn't the previous owner of the building, Mr. Walsh, passed on to you the previous summer, the summer of 2019, a suggestion I think somebody's shuffling around a lot of papers. Maybe that's why I'm breaking up.
Yeah, that's what, Mr. Ross, hold on. Mr. Klein, can you mute your phone, please? Mute your line, please, Mr. Klein. All right. Go ahead, Mr. Ross.
Mr. Hughes, before you even bought the building, hadn't the previous owner of the building, Mr. Walsh, passed on to you the previous summer a suggestion from Commissioner Irani that you consider applying for a restaurant license instead?
Objection is to relevance.
Commissioner Irani doesn't.
Oh wait, stop, Mr. Hughes. Let the
Mr. Hughes, if there's an objection,
I'm sorry,
that says stop. Mr. Ross I'll give Mr. Ross, and then I will direct you whether or not you can answer the question. What's the nature of your objection, Mr. Klein?
Relevance. I mean, so what? We're here with it on the tavern application. I mean, I don't. What does this have to do with anything?
Mr. Ross, why is this relevant?
I think it's relevant to Mr. Hughes' state of mind because part of Mr. Klein's and Mr. Hughes' case is that he has put an enormous amount of money into this project and is essentially throwing himself on the mercy of the board now to say, I've done all this work to mitigate the neighbors and the residents' concerns, and I think it's relevant for the board to know that he has done all of this at his own risk after being warned ahead of time that he was doing this at his own risk.
Well, I'm going to overrule the objection. He can answer the question, but we all know. All right, I'm going to overrule the objection. The witness can answer the question if he can. If he's unable to answer the question, but let's move on. All right.
Mr. Hughes,
neither the previous owner.
Mr. Hughes, answer the question if you can. If you can't answer the question, then let's move on.
We can move on. I can't answer the question.
All right, let me show you. I got to go back here again. Take this down. might need Ms. Andrews, I might need your help here.
How can I assist you, Mr. Roth?
Hold on, Ms. Andrews. Mr. Roth, you are sharing your screen. It is now up to you to go to the exhibit that you want to.
All right, we've got it. We've got it. Let me show you Protestants Exhibit 17 for identification. Does this refresh your recollection, Mr. Hughes?
About what?
But
Mr. Walsh's warnings to you. And Mr.
Hold on a minute. Hold on. Mr. Roth.
Yeah.
Is there a question pending? I'm not quite sure what you're asking him, so I think you need to.
The question.
All right, let's start. Hold on, sir.
Yes.
What's the question you're asking him, and then what exhibit do you want him to reference to?
This is Protestants Exhibit 17, and the question was, before Mr. Hughes even bought the building, hadn't the previous owner, Mr. Walsh, passed on to him the previous summer, meaning 2019, July 2019, a suggestion from Commissioner Irani that he consider applying for a restaurant license instead? And I'm just asking if this refreshes his recollection.
He said what he said.
Objection. A recollection as to what? The question is what was passed on to him, what was told to him by Vincent Walsh, not by Mr. Irani.
All right, I'm gonna sustain the objection. So I'm gonna sustain the objection. So
all right, we'll move on. Ms. Andrews, how do I back out of this now? Stop sharing.
Would you like to stop sharing your screen?
There we go. All right. Do you recall, Mr. Hughes, do you recall you and your attorney, Mr. Klein, making a presentation over Zoom about your proposed establishment at the ANC's ABC and Public Safety Committee meeting on Wednesday, July 8th?
Okay. I mean, it's been a 2-year process. I've had a lot of conversations. I don't recall the specific conversation, no.
Mr. Hughes, all right. Yes or no, sir? Either you do or you don't. Please answer the question to the best of your knowledge and ability, sir.
I don't recall this specific conversation, no.
Okay. Do you recall showing the ABC committee and the community basically the same renderings that you submitted today as Exhibit 2?
Yes, I said that earlier, that I shared it with a bunch of people.
All right. Do you recall getting a lot of questions and hearing a lot of concerns expressed that night, both from neighbors in the Carswell condominium next door, as well as neighbors across the street?
What's a lot? So I don't know what a lot is.
Several.
I don't know what several is. Some people said some things, yeah. A couple questions, 2 questions, 5 questions. Yes, there were questions.
Okay. At the time of that July 8th meeting, you hadn't begun any major build out yet, had you?
We got our, yeah, but I mean, no, we hadn't begun build out, but you can't build without months of work of architectural plans. So no, we hadn't, we started to build. Major, I don't know what major means. What does that mean?
Well, would you disagree with me if I told you that your DCRA permits were approved on June 26th?
Okay, if that's what you, yeah, sure.
All right. So as of that July 8th meeting, if you didn't know it before, you certainly knew after that meeting, didn't you, that your neighbors were concerned about your hours of operation, the potential for noise, crowds, traffic, trash, loitering, and commercialization of a residential street, didn't you?
Yeah, a few people that, you know, that don't, yeah, a few people who have a difference of opinion. Yeah.
All right. So let me ask you this, in terms of occupancy, between banquette seats, booth seats, movable bar seats, and any other seats that you have available on both the first and second floors combined, how many seats do you currently have designed into your space in total?
I don't know that offhand. I'd rather wait for my CFO to determine what my occupancy is.
No, that's not a question of your CFO.
I don't know offhand. I don't know offhand.
You don't know offhand how many seats you currently have designed into your space?
No, I don't. So there's seats actually in the space? I don't know offhand. No.
All right. I'm going to play you an audio clip. I have to share my screen again. From that July 8th meeting.
Question, no, we will not turn Vernon Street into a commercial zone. We're not looking to attract any attention to Vernon Street because that would detract from our vision of making this a speakeasy, a private, hush establishment that and you only know if you know. And we don't plan on publicizing. We're not using flyers. We're not using promoters. We have soft music. We're not turning Vernon Street into a bustling, bar area. Like that would be completely opposite of what we are attracting. And I think that was the reason why I wanted to, show you the renderings because, we have 30 seats. That's another thing too. If you think about the exiting and coming and going, there's 30 seats in that space. No more, no less.
Mr. Hughes, is that your voice?
Absolutely. Can you play the whole clip though?
That's the clip I have. That's the clip that's been entered into evidence.
There's still a minute. There's still seconds left on the clip though.
Mr. Hughes. Mr. Hughes. You don't ask questions, sir. You're on the cross-examination.
That's the entire.
Objection. It has not been entered into evidence at this point.
It is not. It's not an evidence. Hold on. Just hold on. Mr. Hughes. Mr. Hughes. You're on the cross-examination, sir. Mr. Klein asked you questions. It is now Mr. Ross's an opportunity to ask you questions, sir. I need you to answer the question to the best of your ability, sir. If there is a recording that's in evidence, and if there's more to it than that, it is up to your attorney, sir. If he so fit, will play the rest of it, sir. Mr. Ross will play whatever portion of whatever recordings that he has, and he will ask you questions, sir. And it's your job, sir, is to answer the question to the best of your ability. If there is a problem with the question that's been asked, sir, your attorney will object. Both attorneys will give me reason what the nature of the objection, sir, and then I will instruct you whether or not you should or should not answer the question. Am I clear, sir?
Yes, sir. My apologies.
Thank you. It might be stressful for you, sir. Being cross-examined is always stressful, sir, but I need you to the best of your ability, answer the questions that are being asked of you, sir. Okay?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Sorry about that.
All right. Go ahead, Mr. Ross.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I may have misspoken when I said entered into. I meant submitted for evidence. But Mr. Chairman, at this time, with Mr. Hughes having identified that as his voice, I'd like to have Exhibit 47 admitted into evidence.
Mr. Klein.
I would want to voir dire the witness on it before agreeing or objecting to its admittance.
Mr. Ross, what's the purpose of the document? What's the purpose of you submitting this document? Is it to? I know that you asked him a question, and I know that you asked him a question. I initially You asked him a question, I believe, around seating. Mr. Hughes has stated that he's not aware based on, he's going to wait until DCRA gives him his occupancy. You then, you have a recording, ask him if it's his voice, and he clearly articulated what the seating was. So are you submitting this document as to impeach the witnesses? Testimony? I mean, I'm just asking, sir, before.
Yes, for two purposes. One, to indicate that he informed the community that he would have 30 seats, no more, no less. And secondly, he indicated that he had no desire, no intention to commercialize Vernon Street.
All right, I'm gonna admit the document. I'm gonna admit, what exhibit is this again? I'm sorry.
It was exhibit 47.
So I'm moving exhibit 47 into evidence. All right, let's move on.
Okay. Now, Mr. Hughes, are you now prepared to confirm that you will not have more than 30 seats in the establishment, combined first floor and second floor?
No, I'm not an expert on occupancy. I really shouldn't have. I misspoke.
This is not a question of a certificate of occupancy, which is a different question for DCRA. This is a question for the limitations on your license. The number that you put on your ABC license application was 30 seats. Are you now saying that you're asking ABC board, contrary to your application to the ABC board, for more than 30 seats?
I'm asking for whatever my legal occupancy should be, is what I'm asking for.
So contrary to what's on your ABC application, you are now asking for something other than what you put on your ABC application and which you signed under oath.
Is there a question?
There's a question.
There's a question mark at the end of that.
Objection. That's not what he testified to at all. It's a mischaracterization of his testimony. He has indicated that he's not sure what the ultimate number will be. So how can you ask him whether he misstated what he said before when he's not even clear on when his final number is going to be? Could be less than that. He's not clear. He's asked and answered it.
All right, I'm gonna overrule the objection. If Mr. Hughes, if you can answer the question, you can. If not, let's move on. So are you able to answer the question, sir?
Can you restate the question for me?
Mr. Hughes, you signed an application to the ABC board asking for 30 seats. Are you now saying that contrary to the document that you signed, that is not the number you're asking the ABC board to approve?
Right now, I'm not asking the ABC board for anything. You can, my application stands. I signed it, it stands as it is. I didn't revise it, I didn't.
I'm trying to get clarity on this.
There's no clarity needed. I signed it, that's what it is.
So are you now saying that you're limiting the number of seats you're asking the ABC board to approve to 30?
Objection, asked and answered.
I don't think it has been answered.
Maybe not to your satisfaction, but it's been answered.
Sustained. Let's move on. I think at least I've gotten where we are. I just want to stay. I've gotten where we stayed. The application's at 30. And everyone is aware that the numbers that will be on a license, if issued, will not exceed what is on a certificate of occupancy. Okay, so that's clear. I believe if you're asking him, then maybe I think you need to ask a different question, Mr. Ross. I know where you're getting, so you're asking the question improperly. That's one of the reasons why you're not getting the answer that you need. So if you want to rephrase the question, and one more time, if you want to rephrase the question and ask it, if not, we're going to move on. But I know where you're going, but you're not asking the question. So it's asked and answer. So I've sustained the objection. So you either rephrase it or let's move on, sir.
I'll try one more time, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Hughes, are you amending your application here today to ask for more than 30 seats in your establishment?
You have to talk to my attorney. I'm not amending anything. I'm here for a protest here, not amending anything.
Okay. Mr. Hughes, similarly, on your application, you asked for an occupancy of 50. Is that the number of occupants in your establishment in total, first and second floor?
I stand by whatever I signed on my application is what I stand by.
Okay. We'll stick to that. And you've also requested 30 persons for the summer garden. Is that correct?
Whatever the application says is what it is, Mr. Roth.
Okay. And you're still insisting on being able to serve alcohol until 2 a.m. 6 days a week and 3 a.m. on Saturday night, Sunday morning. Is that correct?
I want what is legally able and the flexibility to run a successful business.
Okay. Now, contrary to your comments last July about not commercializing Vernon Street, having your speakeasy customers exit that way at 2 a.m. or 3 a.m. in the morning, right under residents' bedroom windows on both sides of the street, hardly seems like the secret that you say you want it to be, does it?
Objection, argumentative.
Sustained. I'll rephrase the question, Mr. Ross.
Well, Mr. Hughes, you testified that you wanted the speakeasy to be secretive, or to be a secret. How is it that by having your customers exit on Vernon Street at 2 a.m. and 3 a.m. in the morning, right under residents' bedroom windows, your speakeasy will remain a secret?
How is it? I mean, how are they going to exit, Mr. Roth? You want them to, by magic?
I'm asking the questions, Mr. Hughes.
I understand. What are you asking? How is it going to stay secret when people leave? That's what you're asking me?
Yes.
They're going to be quiet and they're going to leave.
You know that for a fact. You know that for a fact.
Do I know it for a fact? I mean, I don't know it for a fact, no.
Okay, thank you. And when you said on that audio that you had no interest in commercializing Vernon Street, and yet you have customers exiting from a commercial establishment onto Vernon Street, how do those two things fit together?
I never said the word commercializing. You said that.
I think you did in that audio, if I recall.
I didn't say commercializing. No, I didn't.
I
didn't want to. You should. Yeah. Okay.
Would you like me to replay the audio?
Sure. I said it wasn't going to be a hustle and bustling zone. And based on the number of people that was on my application, people leaving the establishment will not be in droves. They will not be in mass. There will be the same amount of people that currently exist on the street, that walk their dogs, that smoke their cigarettes. There'll be the same amount of people.
Mr. Chairman, I'm tempted to ask your permission to replay the audio, but in the interest of time, I will just state for the record and ask the board members to go back and listen to the audio themselves so they can hear the word commercialization on Vernon Street.
I will take notice of that, sir. Good, let's move on.
If they leave out the basement door on Florida Avenue, won't they also be exiting right under the bedroom windows of people who live in the Carswell on the Florida Avenue side of the Carswell?
Under? I don't know what under means. Under the window? No, I don't know if they're exiting under people's windows. No, I don't know what that means.
Well, in your own video, did you not show the apartments of the Carswell directly adjacent to the rear yard of your building?
Yes.
And do you not believe that patrons who would leave your establishment through the Florida Avenue door would be exiting under those bedroom windows?
They'll be exited onto Florida Avenue.
And not through your rear yard?
Through my rear yard. You're asking me if they exited, right? They're gonna, you said it, you saying it. They're exiting on Florida. I don't know.
No, they're exiting through your, if they're exiting through the door of your establishment toward the Florida Avenue side, will they not be walking through that summer garden or through your rear yard under the bedroom windows of the Carswell condominium residents?
They'll be walking through the summer garden onto Florida. I don't know what under somebody's window.
And if they hang out or loiter in your summer garden, will they not be under those bedroom windows?
I don't know that to be a fact. I don't know.
I'm not asking you whether you know it to be a fact. I'm asking a hypothetical. If
I can't answer hypotheticals. I can't answer hypotheticals. I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen when they leave the establishment. You just said that in the previous question.
Very well. While we're on the subject of noise, you applied for a DJ. Is that the only kind of live entertainment you contemplate having inside?
Yes.
Where inside the premises would you put a DJ?
Inside the premises, sir. I'm not sure exactly the location.
Okay. Can you explain how paying for a professional DJ for a weekend night fits in with the economics of an establishment as small as you say it will be, with as few people as you say, as upscale as you told Investigator Puente it would be, with people not dancing or getting out of their seats or congregating in open spaces, as you told Investigator Puente?
Objection. The question is compound, confusing, and argumentative.
Okay, let's break it up, Mr. Ross.
Okay. Mr. Hughes, you told Investigator Puente that your establishment would be upscale, that people would not be up dancing, that they wouldn't be getting out of their seats, that they wouldn't be congregating in open spaces. And you've testified that the establishment would be very small. So my question is, can you explain how paying a professional DJ for a weekend night fits in with the economics of an establishment like that?
Mr. Ross, this is a cultural destination. I don't think you're going to understand this culture. So you're asking a question about a DJ you don't understand. So what do you mean? How is it going to work with the economics? It's going to provide a setting for cultural gathering.
So you're doing this for reasons other than economics, and you're willing to take a loss on it for reasons of culture, not economics.
If that's your assumption, that's your assumption.
I'm not making any assumptions. I'm asking you.
It's a form of entertainment in the Black culture. That's why I'm doing it.
I see. Okay. Do I understand from your earlier testimony that you're now withdrawing your request for any form of live entertainment outdoors?
Correct.
Okay. Let me, I don't think I need to share my screen for this. You've talked about the barber shop. There are many barber shops in the area. I heard your testimony about the importance of the barber shop in the Black community. Along with that, are you hoping they buy a drink at the bar, which you've labeled a cafe? Is that part of your plan?
I hope that people do any and everything that will help them commune.
Would you answer my question, please? Are you hoping they buy a drink at the bar?
Objection. He did answer it.
What's the nature of the objection?
It was asked and answered. He answered the question. He doesn't like the answer, so he berates the witness and saying he needs to answer something else.
I'm going to sustain the objection. Let's move on. Yeah, I'm going to sustain the objection. Let's move on. One of the things that I've not been doing, Mr. Roth, is I've not been taking this time. I've not been taking time away for cross-examination generally. So I've not been using that against your time. But I just want to let you know that I've not been using time that folks have been using for cross-examination. I've always told folks to make sure they spend more time because, all right. So just want to let you know that, sir. All right.
Okay. I appreciate it, Mr. Chairman.
And I've done that for both sides. I just want to let everyone know that. Okay.
I appreciate that, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Hughes, if your patrons who are out in the summer garden smoke or talk loudly on their phones or with their friends, and they're not thinking about the disturbance they might cause to the neighbors whose windows are just across the way, is that of no concern to you?
Is it of no concern to me? What do you mean? Do I care about people being quiet, or what do you? Is it of no concern to me? That's not true. No. Yes, it is. It's concerning. Yes.
Okay. Now, unlike summer gardens that are located on enclosed patios or courtyards or rooftops or other areas that can be secured, this one would be accessible to anyone who could walk in there off the street at any hour of the day or night. Is that right?
I wouldn't characterize it as any hour of the day or night. No. During the operational hours, yes.
How about at night?
During operational hours, yes.
Well, if after you're closed, do you plan to secure this summer garden in some way?
No, I wouldn't imagine that people would sit there when it's closed.
So if two drunk people wanted to have a lover's quarrel in there at 4 a.m.
If wasn't finished, Mr. Roth, I don't know.
Mr. Hughes, can you wait until he asks the question, sir? And if your attorney wants to object, he'll object. If there's no objection from your attorney, sir, wait until he answers the question, ask the question before you answer, sir. Okay?
So again, Mr. Hughes, if the area is not secured and they see this summer garden back there that you've shown in your renderings, and two drunk people want to sit down there and have a lover's quarrel at 4 a.m. in the morning, they could do that right under the windows of the Carswell. Is that correct?
I can't predict the future, Mr. Roth. I don't know.
Do you plan to have wait staff serve patrons in the summer garden?
Do I wait staff? It will be operational. We'll make the operational decisions necessary once we get through this process.
So you don't have any operational plans yet for that area?
For the summer garden?
Yes.
Our operations plans will be firmed up once we get approval.
So how will you make sure patrons aren't spilling out onto the Florida Avenue sidewalk with their alcoholic beverages?
There's a big picture window there, and there'll be staff monitoring the area.
You mean in the barber shop?
There'll be staff monitoring the entire property.
How will you ensure that patrons aren't walking away from your premises with a beer or cocktail in their hands once they're standing in the summer garden?
We will have staff monitoring the area to make sure that we are operating in legal fashion.
Okay. I'm going to share my screen again. Mr. Hughes, I'm showing you Protestants Exhibit 48 for identification. Is this the front yard area where you plan to put your trash and recycling cans for the entire building?
Yes.
Okay. Front yard's also located in public space, is that correct?
I don't know that to be true. If you know that to be true, then I don't know that to be true.
All right, well, let's do this. Before I do that, Mr. Chairman, can I ask that Protestants Exhibit 48 be moved into evidence?
Mr. Klein?
No objection.
So moved.
Mr. Hughes, this is the surveyor's plat of your property, showing the front yard over here. I can either ask the board to take official notice that this is in public space, or I can ask you to verify that.
I'm not an engineer.
Objection as to relevance. What does this have to do with an ABC application?
Well, if you'll let me continue, I can bring that out.
I think that I'm going to sustain the objection, and the witness has stated that he doesn't have the expertise in this area. So I'm not quite sure why we're asking this witness, because even for the objection, the witness stated that he doesn't have any expertise in this area. So I'm going to sustain the objection. Let's move on, please.
Okay. I will ask this question. Mr. Hughes, are you aware of DC municipal regulations that say no empty bottles stored in crates or otherwise, and empty crates, baskets, buckets, tubs, cans, boxes, kegs, cartons, or barrels shall be allowed to remain in or upon any public space?
Am I aware of that? You just made me aware of it, so yes.
Okay. If DDOT does not allow you to store any of those things on public space, where would you put those things?
If DDOT, I'm not prepared to answer a hypothetical question.
So you have no backup plan for
I have a
disposing?
plan where I have a plan of where I want to put my trash, or where it's safe to put the trash. Similar to all the other properties where their trash is located, I have a plan. Do I have a backup plan? Until my first plan doesn't work, then I have a backup plan. I don't know if we are at that stage yet in this proceeding.
Well, Mr. Hughes, one of the relevant issues for appropriateness in this proceeding is how you would handle your trash, recycling, and so forth.
And I gave you my answer of how I'm going to handle my trash. And you're saying if that doesn't work, then what am I going to do? Like that, I mean, you're going to say something if down the road. Like no matter what answer I give you, you're going to say if. No matter what I give you.
Mr. Hughes, please, sir. Please answer the question if you can to the best of your ability, sir.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. I gave him an answer on where we do plan on putting our trash.
Then let's move on, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Do you plan to use the third floor for the storage of alcohol?
That's in my testimony already.
Okay.
Sorry, you haven't had to answer the question. Like, I don't know what the answer is. Yes, I don't know.
Yes,
Thank you.
yes, I'm sorry.
Why was that not in your application?
I can't answer that, I'm not sure.
So you're saying here today that the third floor should be incorporated into your license, is that right?
In terms of where I plan on storing my application, I'm saying where, actually, my building's address is 1806 Vernon Street. So that building consists of 4 floors. So did I need to, my attorney would have to answer that question. I don't know the procedure. I don't know the law, whether I needed to put it in the application or not. I'm not sure if I needed to put that in the application. If my application says 1806 Vernon Street, it has 4 floors, don't I legally have the ability to put my liquor anywhere in the establishment?
I'm not going to answer that question for you. I'll leave that to you and the board, to your attorneys and the board.
Okay.
Do you plan to use the third floor for any other purpose related to the operation of the licensed premises on the first and second floors?
It's an office, yeah. It's the operations office, yes. That's where staff will have a break room. That's where people warm up their beefaroni, and yes.
Where do you expect delivery trucks to park when you get deliveries of beer, wine, and spirits?
The same place they park when you get Amazon packages.
Where's that?
On Vernon Street, the same place where you have your packages delivered.
Okay. Now, you testified about some real estate listings, and I'm going to share my screen again here. Because, and Mr. Chairman, these documents were not shared previously with, or this document was not shared previously with the applicant or with the board, because I had no idea who was going to be testifying, because there were no witnesses on the witness list who appeared to be qualified to testify to real estate pricing. But since Mr. Hughes testified about this particular listing, I wanted to know whether Mr. Hughes was aware that the listing that he testified about was originally listed on May 4th for $510,000, and that the party who listed it got a contract.
Objection, Mr. Ross is testifying.
Sustain. Let's move on.
Well, Mr. Hughes, were you aware that this property was listed on March 4th for $510,000?
No, I wasn't aware of it, no.
Were you aware that the contract, that this property had a contract placed on it the following week for $510,000?
No, I wasn't aware of that, no.
Were you aware that that contract was subsequently withdrawn?
No, I was not aware of that, no.
Were you aware that the price of the property or listing price of the property was then dropped to $499,900?
Objection as to relevance. There are many reasons why listing prices change and why offers are made and withdrawn. There's no relevance to this. His testimony was limited to the fact that there were 2 listings that mentioned the proximity of nightlife and other services in the area. He didn't speak to the prices of the individual properties. His testimony was very limited, and this goes far afield of that.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Klein opened the door to this line.
Mr. Ross, I mean, you're asking the witness to speculate. So I'm going to sustain the, he stated, you have asked Mr. the question, he said he was unaware. I'm going to sustain the objection, and let's move on, sir.
All right, I'm almost done. I'm almost done, Mr. Chairman, but I want to share one other exhibit because, again, Mr. Hughes was stating that he was well familiar with property values in the neighborhood. And with respect to the same property, Mr. Hughes, are you aware that the same property back in March of 2016 sold for $500,000?
No, I was not aware of that.
And given the fact that you testified that you're very familiar with property valuation, do you think that a property that sold 5 years ago for $500,000 and today is listed below that price, right next door to your property, reflects the fact that all of those bars and restaurants and everything else that you spoke of is a great attraction for the neighborhood?
Objection. Mr. Hughes was not.
Sustain. Let's move on.
All right. I have no further questions. I have no further questions, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Please close your screen, sir.
Yes, sir.
Are there any questions of Mr. Hughes by any board members?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'd like to ask a question.
Yes, Mr. Short.
Good afternoon, Mr. Hughes.
Good afternoon, Mr. Short.
Okay. In your testimony and your opening, you mentioned your education. You mentioned your business management skills.
Yes, sir.
You mentioned your community ties.
Yes, sir.
You mentioned that you want to make an investment in the property and in the community.
Yes, sir.
And you mentioned your hours of operation. Should this license be granted you? Again, will you give me what hours of operation you are requesting?
I believe I would need some help from our attorney to know exactly what we apply for. I don't know that information. I don't have it in front of me, if you don't mind. Could Andrew Klein answer that? I don't have it in front of me.
No, we'll wait. I'm quite sure the information will come out sooner or later.
Okay. I'm sorry about that. I don't know that exact.
Okay.
I don't want to misspeak.
Again, assuming that you get this license.
Yes, sir.
For 1806 Vernon Street Northwest. I don't think I need to ask you. In your mind as a business owner, and that you have 4 floors there, do you assume that you can sell alcohol on all 4 floors and the rooftop?
No, sir, because it's not zoned that way either. So the top floor is residential, so it's not commercial. I can't do anything commercial up there.
That's a great answer. Thank you.
Okay.
So you would be willing to know that you could only sell alcohol on certain floors if you get a license, correct?
Absolutely, yes, sir.
And even the summer garden, you would realize that the law requires that we would have to put, should this license be granted, hours of sales and service on any part of the property or any part of the license.
Yes, sir. I'm aware that you guys have that power.
Okay. And are you going into this business wanting to be a good neighbor, a good business person, a good community person, and having a productive business and not one that's going to cause mayhem in the community?
Most definitely. That's why I bought the building. Mr. Short, I'm also a constituent. I'm not just a business owner. I'm a property owner as well. So it's definitely within my, it's within my best interest to be the best neighbor as possible because I have a stake in the community by owning this property.
Right. I'd like to hear that answer. having a stake in the community and because we as, well, at least I as a board member, envision that businesses and communities have to thrive together. The district has proven that, and we see now because they have the we used to have Adams Morgan Day. Have you ever participated in Adams Morgan Day?
I sure have. Yes, I sure have.
Okay, and normally those are pretty orderly, or well, how do you see them?
I see it as a cultural celebration. I mean, I think, you know, there are, I don't want to classify anything as orderly or disorderly. I think that people have fun in different ways and different cultures. And I think that this is a perfect example of me looking across at 7 ANC members that don't look like me and they don't understand what I'm doing, quite honestly.
I'll just simply say this. Should you be granted this license, would you promote through your business and through your involvement peace, order, and quiet for the community?
100%, absolutely. That's the only way I'm listening. Yes, sir. Absolutely. Yes, sir.
Okay, and you also mentioned that you were educated in Washington, D.C., and that your family ties are associated with education in Washington, D.C.
Well, I went to elementary school at Casey Lewis. My mom graduated from Burdick. My grandmother graduated from Dunbar. So yes, I've been partially educated in the District of Columbia.
Okay, now concerning your barbershop, what ties do you have to operating a barbershop?
Personally, I do not have any. My partner, one of my partners, is a master barber.
Good answer also, because legally you have to have a master barber to be manager of your shop. Okay, that's a great answer. On the first floor where the barber shop is, you would want to have a bar there on?
Yes. Yes, there's a design for a coffee bar. Well, it's a bar, but it will have alcoholic beverages. And that currently exists in a lot of barbershops. But when I attempted, sorry, go ahead.
No, you finish your answer, please.
So that the model currently exists where you walk in, you get some wine, you get a beer, the gentleman's, what is it called? The Grooming Lounge on M Street. And when I was doing this research, it was suggested to me that I needed to have a liquor license because I wanted to sell. And if you give it away for free, then you don't need a liquor license. And so I thought that it would be, a lot more. I would have more flexibility to be in business a lot longer if I was able to sell.
Do you have any knowledge, or do you know of any barbershops or beauty salons in Washington, D.C. that have liquor licenses?
No, I do not.
Okay. So if you were granted this license and you were told you could not sell or serve alcohol in the barbershop area, would that stop you from having your operation?
That will severely limit the success that I am able to have.
That wasn't the question. The question was, would you still pursue this license if you weren't permitted to sell alcohol in the barbershop area?
Would I still pursue the license if I was not permitted to sell alcohol in the barbershop area? Yes, I would.
Okay, please explain that to me. Yes, you would, meaning?
Yes, I would continue to pursue this license if I was restricted from selling alcohol in the barbershop area. Yes, I still would pursue this license.
Right. And I have to do this because I once had a barber's license here in Washington, D.C. for over 40 years. And I did hear your testimony about educational benefits of barbershops and community involvement. And so having been a barber here and a master barber for over 40 years in Washington, D.C., we did not serve, sell, or service alcohol during business hours or after business hours in any barbershop I was associated with. And those barbershops were quite successful. I met people there from all walks of life, doctors, lawyers, and Indian chiefs, and fire chiefs, and police chiefs, and the whole gamut. So again, I'm glad to hear you saying that your operation of your barbershop could still function if you were granted a license to operate on different floors of your 4-story building.
Yes, sir.
So you're asking to serve and sell alcohol on the 2nd floor, correct?
Currently, I'm asking for both, but yes, definitely the 2nd floor.
Okay. Again, I don't know of any barbershop ever in Washington, D.C. that got a license to sell alcohol. So good luck to you on that one. So again, I won't even ask that question of you anymore. I'll simply say to you now, on the 3rd floor, are you going to sell alcohol and sell and service alcohol on the 3rd floor?
No, sir.
Are you going to service or sell alcohol on the 4th floor?
The 4th floor is residential. I cannot, legally, I cannot do that there.
On your rooftop, are you expecting to sell?
Residential, same thing.
So based on your answers, you're asking this board to give you a license or a CT on the 2nd floor only of 1806 Vernon Street, Northwest, correct?
No, that's not correct. Well, I'm asking for the board to give me a license for the 1st and 2nd floor.
I'll ask this question one last time before I decide what I'm going to do as a board member. Should the board say you cannot sell or serve alcohol on the 1st floor, would that affect your license application?
No, it will not affect my license application.
Thank you for your answers. No further questions, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Short. Are there any questions by any of the board members? All right, hearing none. Mr. Roth, do you have any specific questions of Mr. Hughes based on the questions that were asked by on the board? Your questions have to be based on the questions that were asked by the board members.
No, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein.
Hello, Mr. Chairman. Let me chime in here. I'm going to have to request, you see me on video.
I'm sorry, you said you have to do what? What happened to Mr. Klein? Did he, I know that. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just going to make a request that if you could give us a few minutes, maybe take a brief 5-minute recess, log back in. He's attempting to do so now.
We're off the record. We're off the record until Mr. Klein gets back online. That's one of the unfortunate things that when we do this remotely, I don't know when folks are not there. So we're on the record. We're off the record until Mr. Klein gets back.
Thank you.
Mr. Hughes, I do see you have rejoined. I'm going to go ahead and elevate your rights, okay? Feel free to test your microphone and your camera.
Check, check. Check, check.
Yep, we can hear you.
All right, thanks. I'm gonna be off video for a second.
Okay, no problem. We're still waiting on Mr. Klein.
Mr. Short.
Hello.
Mr. Short?
I'm sorry, Mr. Hughes, you cannot have any conversation with Mr. Short or anyone. And so, Mr. Hughes, you cannot. All right.
Okay, got it. Got it. Okay.
Mr. James, I just want to let you know that your camera is on.
Ms. Johannes, are you able to contact Mr. Short to find out what's going on? I'm sorry, Ms. Johannes, are you able to contact Mr. Klein to find out what's going on with him?
Yes, I believe he is back on, or maybe not. Okay, sorry. Let me follow up again with him because he was logging on about 5 minutes ago, or he should have been on.
I do see a Jeffrey Sparks that just joined the line. I'm gonna go ahead and unmute your line so that you can announce yourself.
Hi, this is Jeffrey Sparks.
We're still off the
Was on
record. So
earlier.
I don't know who Mr. Sparks is, so we're still off the
I just wanted
record.
to make sure.
We're still off the record. I'm waiting for I'm waiting to hear what's going on with Mr. Klein.
Yes, yes, Chairman Anderson. Give him 4 minutes. He needed to change computers, and so he is literally signing on now to a different laptop and should be in 4 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Chair, I do see Mr. Klein has joined. I'm going to go ahead and elevate his rights for you.
All right, thank you.
My apologies. My computer completely died in the middle of the hearing.
All right, we're back on the record. I'm waiting, Mr. Roth. Can I see all board members, please? Is Mr. Hughes back on the line?
I'm here.
All right. Mr. Klein, so when did we lose you? I know that Miss Johannes has been on the line all time, so I know that your firm was represented. But did you hear the questions that Mr. Short had asked Mr. Hughes?
I did not hear all of them, but Ms. Johannes filled me in as I was scrambling to find an alternate computer. So I think I am up to speed.
Do you have any questions that you want to ask Mr. Hughes as a result of the cross-examination and the questions that were asked by the board?
Are there other board members that have questions?
We have moved on, sir. Mr. Roth had an opportunity to recross. He did not. So you have the final say, sir.
Okay, great. All right. So, Mr. Hughes, you're still with us, correct?
Yes, I'm still with you.
Okay, so the audio that was played, the audio recording that you heard,
Yes.
in your mind, is there anything that you're doing in the operation of this business that is consistent with there being commercial activity on Vernon Street?
No, not that I can. No, I mean,
Mr. Hughes, I don't know what's going on. I can't see you, and I can hardly hear you. So I don't know.
Well, my video is off right now, but I can still hear you guys.
I can't hear you, sir. So you so I don't have a problem not seeing you. You're not clear, sir.
What about now?
It's better. Okay.
Sorry about that. So the only commercial in relation to this proceeding, in relation to alcohol, no. We thought that having a sandwich board on Vernon alluding to coffee being available was beneficial to the community because there's no coffee shop. The closest coffee shop is a couple blocks away. So that was the only commercialized plan that we had in terms of Vernon Street.
Okay, and is that crucial to your operation?
No, that's not crucial to the operation. I think it's, it would be beneficial to the community to know that there's coffee there. But other than that, I mean, but the other thing too is the office space, you can only access it from Vernon. So, I mean, technically that office space is commercial and you can only access that third floor office when people are going to work by Vernon Street.
Okay, and aren't there other businesses on Vernon Street to the east of you?
Yes.
What are they?
They both are massage parlors, I believe, and then one I think is an office place, and then I think that's what I believe.
How late are the massage parlors open if you know?
I don't know. I don't recall.
Okay. Now, I know that you were asked about alcohol in the barbershop area. Are you aware of other business concepts that are emerging where this is perhaps a bit of a trend?
Well, that's why I tried to get Mr. Short back on, but I wasn't allowed to speak to him. Yes, I am aware of an establishment that just opened that is a barbershop and has a liquor license. Yes.
Okay, and what is that establishment?
The name of it is Scotch and Scissors, I believe. It was recently.
Okay.
I think it was recently got a license within the past 60 days.
Okay. And you do know they do have a license?
Yes, because I patronized it. I got a beer from there because it's right across the street from my office in Navy Yard.
Okay. Are you aware that some hair establishments give away complimentary alcohol?
Oh yes, that's been happening. I mentioned a couple of those. Yes, I am aware. Yes.
But it's your preference to be licensed in that area, correct?
Correct. From due diligence with with licensing to the DCRA, they felt that I would be cutting it too close, and so knowing what I know about being a Black business owner, we don't have the opportunity to be cutting it close. So I wanted to go about this the proper way.
Okay, and you're aware that by having an ABC license, that gives the ABC board governance or oversight over the operation of your business establishment?
Yes.
And that would be true for the barbershop area as well?
Yes, for the portion that was, yes, that is true.
All right. Ms. Johannes, since I can't, can you share Protestants Exhibit 11?
Ms. Answers, can you give Ms. Johannes the opportunity to share her screen, please?
Sure, stand by. Ms. Johannes, you can now share your screen.
Sharing, sorry. Yes?
I know, I can't see nothing. Yes, we can now. Go ahead.
Is the picture up? Oh, there it is. Okay. Mr. Hughes, can you see the photo?
So I can see the photo.
Okay. So just to orient everyone, what's the yellow building?
Mr. Klein, can you please have the witness identify the document that's been viewed, please?
Yes. What are we looking at, Mr. Hughes?
The yellow building is
no, what's the document? What's the document labeled?
Oh, the document is labeled Protestants Exhibit 11.
Great. Okay. So what's the yellow building?
The premise is 1806 Vernon Street.
Okay. Ms. Johannes, can you zoom in a bit or make it full screen? All right. And then Mr. Hughes, there are numbers on an awning there. What is that? What are those numbers?
1812.
And what is that building?
That is known as the Carswell condominium.
Okay. And what's behind the tree there?
There's a seating area, bench area.
Okay. Is that always there?
Yeah, that's always there. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 chairs or something.
Is it ever closed off at any time?
No, it's not.
Is there anything that prevents someone from having a lover's quarrel there any hour of the day or night?
I would assume not.
Okay. That, just a couple more questions. In terms of people leaving the establishment, you're going to, I think we covered this before, but I want to be sure. You're going to take steps to police people leaving the building, is that right?
Yes, as a matter of service and safety and to the, as a good neighbor.
Okay. You were asked a whole bunch of questions which seem to confuse you as to whether people, if they did exit from Florida, which we understand is not your desire, whether they would be exiting under people's windows. Do you remember all those questions?
Yes.
Okay. Isn't it a fact that the exit from the lowest level, the basement level, the ground level, whatever it's called, the barbershop level, the exit is on the east side of the building, the opposite side of the building as the Carswell condominium?
The Carswell condominium spans both sides of Vernon Street in Florida. So when you say the opposite, I need you to ask me in a different way.
Okay, I will. The Carswell is west of your building, correct?
Correct, on Vernon Street. Yeah, basically, yes.
I mean, Vernon in Florida, north-south, right?
Yes.
And so it's west of you, right?
Correct.
Okay. The exit from your building,
yes,
is on the ground floor, first floor, barbershop level, whatever you want to call it. That's on the east side of your building, isn't it?
The entrance, yes.
As you're facing the building from Florida Avenue.
Yes.
It's on the right, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And the Carswell is on the left. Correct?
Correct.
I didn't hear you if you answered.
Correct.
Okay. All right. And the windows from the Carswell are on the left, the opposite side of the building where people would exit from the lowest level of your building, correct?
Correct.
Okay. All right. Now back to the audio, because I did miss something on that. On the audio, when you were asked about that, you said, wait a minute, that's not the whole clip. That's not everything I said. What is it that you were saying about the 30 people in that audio? What's the context? We heard a very short clip, and I think your position was taken out of context. What's the context? What were you talking about?
I was trying to make the point that it's a very small, because nobody had taken a tour except for a couple people, but none of these people, participants on this call, or the majority of them, had not taken a tour, had not seen the space, and were giving opinions based on something that they hadn't seen. And so I was trying to depict that it was a very small space. So in using the number 30 or whatever, I was trying to depict that it was very, very small, and that's what this missing part of the clip. It did say at the end. I said this is a very small space, and that's what he didn't play that part.
And isn't it in the context of how many people might be exiting onto Vernon Street?
Yes.
Okay. All right. I have no further questions of this witness at this time.
Ms. Yohannes, please close the screen, please.
Should I do it?
Okay.
Okay.
No, you. One more time, please.
Great. How about now?
One more time. You need to come out of it completely.
Ms. Johannes, just take your, okay.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much for your testimony, Mr. Hughes. All right, Mr. Klein, do you have any other witnesses?
Yeah, I do.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Mr. Ross, yes.
I was offered the opportunity to ask questions of Mr. Short, but
no, Mr. Ross, this is Mr. Klein's witness.
Yeah.
He had an opportunity to close the case for his witness because it's his witness. All right.
Yep, you're right. I'm sorry.
All right. Thank you very much for your testimony, Mr. Hughes. How many witnesses do you have, Mr. Klein?
4 more, I think.
Mr. Klein, you have 28 minutes and 43 seconds to present your case, sir. All right.
Oh, I'll go fast. Before I do that,
no, just hold on. Just I want to do some procedural things moving forward. When we had the pre-hearing conference, I'm sorry, at the status hearing, I informed all parties that initially I informed all parties that they had 60 minutes to present their case. And one of the things I said when we had the status conference, I said, this includes all direct and cross-examination of witnesses. That was what was clearly stated at the status hearing. Both parties had sent a motion to the board asking for extra time for us to go back to 90 minutes. And I'd asked for, rather than us having 5 witnesses, I'm sorry, that they can have more than 5 witnesses. And since it was a joint motion, the board agreed to do that. Although I clearly informed all parties that they had a specific time to present their case, and that I'd also stated to all parties that your cross-examination, direct examination would not count against your time, would count against your time. I have not I've not been doing that because I had hoped, and I think I did say to Mr. Roth earlier in the proceeding that I would hope that he did not spend most of his time doing cross-examination, but I did not take that time away from him because has been my practice consistently in all protest hearings. I have not used that time against parties, but I am going to do that moving forward for both sides. So I'm putting both sides on notice that the time you spend for cross-examination will be used against you, against your time, because I have to do that, because if I don't do that, we're not going to end today. And we will have, and I said today, I didn't say during business hour, meaning that we have all day to do this. But I need both parties to spend the majority of your time in doing direct examination, especially if you have a lot of witnesses. And so I'm putting parties on notice that moving forward, the time that you use for cross-examination is going to be taken against your time. So you then figure out how you want to present your case and how much time you're going to use to do that. So is that clear to everyone?
Yes, sir.
All right, so so give me a minute, let me get another phone so I can have another timer so I can start timing the cross-examination. I have been timing.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, I mean, the only thing that seems unfair is, I mean, we had Mr. Hughes on the stand for a long time because he's our main witness. He's the operator. He's the guy I would think you guys want to hear from. And Mr. Roth had unlimited cross of him. And their case hasn't started. So all of a sudden we find ourselves with the rules changed in the middle of the game. I don't mind playing with the rules, but I don't like them changed in the middle of the game.
Mr. Klein, during Mr. Roth's cross-examination and during your cross-examination. All right, you know what it is? All right. You have 28 minutes, Mr. Klein, and I never utilize the timer when you cross-examine. I did not use that.
I understand that.
All right. This is what I'm going to do. All right. I did tell everyone during the pre-hearing, during the status hearing, that I'm going to use that time to limit because I need this to move. All right. But because I gave Mr. Roth unlimited time to cross-examine, and I did not use it against his time, it's going to be unfair if I do that to Mr. Klein. So I'm not going, although that is what I said that I was going to do in the status hearing, because I was not consistent. I'm not going to do that at the beginning. But I'm telling both parties, please limit please limit the amount of time that you use for cross-examination so we can get to your case in chief. I don't know how many witnesses you have. I do not know how many witnesses you have, Mr. Roth, but if we're going to end this at any reasonable period of time, when I said reasonable, and the board will have this here, we will listen to the case as long as it takes. But please do not spend all your time in cross-examination. Please spend your time doing direct. All right, so Mr. Klein, you have 28 minutes and 43 seconds to remain in your case. And so I'm letting you know that when you cross-examine, as I have done in this entire hearing, I've paused your time. So I've not taken any time away from you. I'm just saying that's how much time you have to present your case. I'm not limiting your cross-examination. It's not going to, and I'm just letting Mr. Roth know that please let us be mindful, because there are a lot of witnesses and we've been doing this since this morning, and the board will stay as long as it, but I do not want, as the evening progresses, that we're going to have witnesses stated that I've been here since 10 o'clock this morning and I need to go. And then, so just you do that as far as the witness is concerned, okay? All right. So, so as I said before, I'm going to be consistent throughout this hearing, but I want both parties to know moving forward in any other hearing that I have, I'm going to start sticking to the clock and letting people know as what was addressed at the status hearing, that the time that you use to cross-examine will be taken away from your case. In this particular case, since I've not been, because it has worked so far. Since we've been doing these hearings, I have not done, I'm just saying, since we've been doing virtually all these protest hearings, it has worked. But I now realize that it's not working, so I now need to change what I do, but I will do that with other cases, not with this one, since I was not consistent from the beginning. All right. So, all right, go ahead, Mr. Who's your next witness, Mr.
Jeffrey Sparks, are you on? You available? Ms. Sidan, will you please call up Exhibit 9?
Where's Mr. Sparks? I'm sorry?
He did log in. I think he needs to be elevated, or his rights need to be elevated. He needs to be introduced.
Miss Andrews, can you please elevate the rights of Jeffrey Sparks, if he's there, please?
Stand by. Mr. Sparks, your rights have been elevated.
Good afternoon.
Where's Mr. Sparks? Can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, thank you. Your witness, Mr. Klein.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Sparks. What's your profession?
I'm an acoustic consultant.
Okay, on the screen is Protestants Exhibit 9. Can you identify what that document is?
Yes, it's a resume that I use for soliciting work through my job at Arup.
Okay, I would move Exhibit 9, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Roth?
No objection.
And I would ask that Mr. Sparks, be qualified as an expert based on Exhibit 9.
Mr. Ross?
No objection.
Without objection, so Mr. Sparks is qualified as an expert. Go ahead.
Ms. Yohannes, will you please call up Exhibit 14? Mr. Sparks, are you familiar with the project of Mr. Hughes, which is the subject of this hearing today?
Yes, I am.
And what's your familiarity with the project?
My firm provided consulting to the architecture firm and site work to make recommendations to limit noise transmission.
Okay. And I need Exhibit 14, Ms. Yohannes. Do we have that?
I think I'm sharing it. Am I not?
No, we still have the resume.
Oh, so do I need to stop sharing and then reshare?
No, you just move along to the next exhibit, but now you are.
Okay. Exhibit 14?
Yeah. Can you identify this document, Mr. Sparks?
Yes, this was part of a report that we prepared after visiting the site during construction to make recommendations for the sound isolation.
Okay, could you briefly walk us through the report and your recommendations and give indication to Ms. Yohannes when you need to move pages?
Sure. So, Ms. Yohannes, if you would go ahead and go to page 3. Our task here was actually to look at, since they had demoed out a whole bunch of the existing interior fit out, we had been providing consulting services to the design architect, and we came on site at this point to look at the kind of the bare conditions. And what we did is in looking at that and then looking at the proposed plans, we then came up with a series of details and recommendations to be implemented as part of the construction process to improve the sound isolation from this property to adjacent properties. And what you will see is that the area in blue are the areas that we identified to upgrade the interior partitions to improve the acoustic isolation on both, I believe, the first and second levels. On page, so if you would go to page 4, again, that shows the areas, and then page 5. This conceptually shows our approach for the interior partition. And just what this is showing is that by providing an interior partition that's actually pulled out and separated from the existing brick, you're getting improved isolation by using additional layers of drywall, as shown, and then filling that cavity with mineral batt insulation. There's also an improvement by actually holding the studs out so that they're not actually touching the brick, but there's actually a slight airspace. So that was the design piece that we provided recommendations for. There are also additional comments about how to seal up partitions and kind of get the best out of what you have when you do this type of remediation work. The next series of photos shown on page 6 and beyond were details and pictures of conditions that we saw when we were on site. So we saw how they were building it, and we made recommendations to make changes. But we also noted that there were areas where the brick seemed to have been, pulled out, or there were some gaps in it over time, just by the nature of an older building. And so since we had the walls open, this was a good opportunity to actually go back in and fill in and make sure that the amount of mass in that brick wall was still, there was we didn't have any acoustic weak points in it. So by taking this action now, before we actually filled in these areas, that was the ability to actually make sure that we really got the best out of this demising assembly.
Okay.
This was done, I believe, back in July. When this site visit was July 9th this summer.
Okay, is that everything on Exhibit 14 in terms of what you recommended?
Yes, well, I should say then the the last piece there's a few additional details around how you seal up when you do have penetrations because we tend to think of sound like water when we're trying to block it. So we want to make sure that we're sealing things up airtight and we're getting good, good closure. So we had some additional details here that show how to deal with electrical back boxes or other types of penetrations, whether they are ducts or pipes or whatnot. This is very standard for when you are trying to do acoustic construction and improve the sound isolation from a space to a different space.
Great. And you were working with an architectural firm in connection with this?
Yes.
Snarkitecture?
Yeah. Snarkitecture.
Okay. And did Snarkitecture advise you that this work had been completed?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Johannes, Exhibit 7, please. Mr. Sparks, what is this?
This was, in addition to our construction recommendations, we performed some additional site analysis to predict and look at anticipated noise levels. In particular, the task was to understand the audible impact to adjacent properties.
Okay. And did you come up with some conclusions based upon this analysis?
Yeah, so with this analysis, what we did is we first established what we thought the noise source would be, and we took a conservative approach by actually modeling a pretty noisy environment. And so we said, all right, so if we have this type of environment, what are the predicted noise levels on the other side of that wall and into the adjacent properties? I think. Sorry, go ahead, Mr. Cohen.
No, go ahead. Let me finish. Finish your thought, please.
Sure. So, what our assumptions were in order to be conservative, we said, all right, we assume what happens when you have up to 50 patrons in the space, and then you actually are turning your music up to a level of 80 to 85 dBA, which is equivalent to a pretty loud ruckus bar. Another comparison would be that it's imagine standing about 3 feet from a pretty old vacuum cleaner that's really loud. So by using these levels to say that we're trying to model a loud condition, what do we expect the noise level to be in the adjacent? And our conclusion based on our calculations is that we think it's unlikely that there's going to be an audible impact even when driving these high levels in the speakeasy area itself.
Okay.
Go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
The other thing I was going to say is that through our analysis, we also included some additional recommendations, which included saying, because sometimes sound will be structure-borne, and so we advised the team to do things such as not actually locate and mount loudspeakers to the sidewalls, rather to mount them to the ceiling, because that gives you an additional, what I call a mechanical disconnect as that structure-borne sound will travel through building materials. And so by doing that, it was just another step in the process in terms of ensuring that there was a minimal audible impact leaving the space.
And is it your understanding that the owner has agreed to comply with those recommendations?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in the last paragraph, you indicate that there may be some noise from low frequency. Can you expound upon that a little bit?
Sure. So I think that low frequency is always a challenge when it comes to sound isolation. So in the same way that when you hear a truck or an engine, even from a distance, what you don't hear is always the really high frequency stuff, but usually it's kind of that low rumble. Based on our calculations with the spectrum of the music at the high 85 dBA level, we anticipate that there's the possibility that you would hear some low frequency noise associated with that music.
Okay, but there are ways to mitigate that as well, correct?
Correct. So if that were the case, I think the next steps that we would advise would be twofold. One is that you can, in addition to, we've already moved the speakers off the wall into the ceiling. It's possible to mount the speakers on spring hangers to even further reduce the structure-borne energy that you're imparting into the building. Is one thing that can be done, and so that's simply rehanging the speakers with springs. The second piece is you can actually install electronic limiters at the sound system, so that they are, no matter at the user control, no matter how high you turn it up, the system has a set maximum allowable noise, sound that it can be generating. And by setting those limits, you can, the system will never exceed a certain level.
Based on what's been told to you in terms of the expected levels of music in the establishment, is it your opinion that these other steps wouldn't otherwise be necessary if those levels were maintained?
Yeah, I don't think that those additional mitigation measures would be necessary. I think it's unlikely that we'll have an audible impact based on how my understanding is of the use of the space in the speakeasy.
Okay, but if there were issues, that remains another avenue that could be pursued to address these issues. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. All right. I have no further questions. I move exhibits 7 and 14.
Mr. Roth, any objection?
No objection.
I so moved. Thank you. You have a so you're done with this witness, Mr. Klein?
Subject to redirect, but yes.
That's fine. Mr. Roth, your witness.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can I share my screen, please?
Sure, stand by. Okay, Mr. Roth, you now have the ability to share your screen.
Thank you. So, Mr. Sparks, good afternoon. Going back to the same document, just let's clarify one thing right at the start, which is you make reference here to 1818 Vernon Street, just for the record.
Mr. Roth, can you please have the witness identify for the record what document you're referencing, please?
Yes, sir. Mr. Sparks, going back again one step, what are we looking at here?
This is exhibit 7.
Which was?
This was the sound isolation review that Eric prepared for this project.
Okay. And again, just to clarify a small detail, the memo makes reference to 1818 Vernon Street. Can we just clarify for the record that you were intending to refer to 1812?
Yes.
Okay. So let's go back to this last paragraph that you were just talking about in somewhat technical terms. Can I just ask, beginning with the two sentences at the end, can I just ask you to read those two sentences?
Starting with some music?
Yes.
Some music, noise, particularly low frequency octave bands, may be audible within the residential apartments, especially during periods of low ambient noise from traffic and other external noise sources. Complete mitigation of low frequency sounds would require additional massive structure, i.e. brick or concrete, and large airspaces which would not be practically achievable at the subject site.
So in plain English, isn't your report saying that on a quiet one-way, mostly residential street, after midnight or 1 a.m., the bass sounds coming from music could actually penetrate into the adjacent apartments, especially if the bass was turned up by a DJ or on a recorded sound system, even with the sound mitigation techniques that you've recommended in this report?
Yes, that there could be some sound from low frequency that is audible in the apartments. I think the other
that's fine. And
nuance. Okay.
And the hypotheticals that Mr. Klein posed about what could be done are not actually within your personal knowledge now, because we don't know what might be done. Isn't that correct?
We have not recommended those based on our analysis at this point. If we felt they were necessary, we would have recommended them immediately.
Okay, thank you. Now, going to exhibit 14, can you identify this again?
Yes, this is exhibit 14, which was included with that report as the proposed construction and details for use by the architect and contractor.
All right, would you please read the disclaimer on the cover page here?
This document was prepared for review by the design team in relation to the party wall sound isolation for level 1 and level 2 at 1807 Florida Avenue, Northwest DC. It is not intended for and should not be relied upon by any third party, and no responsibility is undertaken to any third party.
Would that include this ABC board?
Yes.
Do you actually use the word soundproof in your industry?
There are people who use the word soundproof in the industry. I do not use that word.
Why?
Soundproofing, the use of soundproof is subjective.
What do you mean by that?
Well, I mean that neurologically, we all hear and perceive sound slightly differently. And while there are kind of rails around how we listen and how we hear sound, there's definitely a range about personal perception of it.
Why does your report focus on, or your memorandum and recommendations and predictions focus on DC's noise control decibel level measurements rather than on the ABRA standard in section 25.725, which prohibits a tavern from, and I'm reading here from the law, producing any sound, noise, or music of such intensity that it may be heard in any premises other than the licensed establishment, unquote.
Objection. The recitation of the statute is incomplete, and therefore it makes the question misleading, because there is an exception that follows, which is very important given that the building on the opposite side of the condominium that's been discussed during this hearing is in a commercial zone.
I'm going to, I will sustain the objection.
All right, no further questions, Mr. Chairman.
All right, can you close the screen, please? And please close the screen, Mr. Ross.
Mm-hmm.
Are there any questions of the witness by the board members? All right, hearing none. All right. Thank you very much, sir, for your testimony. You're free to go. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Thank you. Do you have another witness, Mr. Klein?
Yes, is Dr. Tamara Lowe on the Zoom?
I'm here.
Dr. Lowe, can I see you, please?
I don't know how to get back to that screen. I've been seeing patients all day, and when I look down, there's a black screen, and it just says tap to unmute. I don't know how to get back to the video. I'm 61 years old, by the way. I'm challenged as well.
All right, Dr. Lowe, I'm gonna, although I can't see you, but I'm gonna ask you, can you please raise your right hand, please?
I'm raising it.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. You're a witness, Mr. Klein.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dr. Lowe, I would ask if at the bottom of your screen you see a little button that says start video.
Well, I did. On Attorney Klein, on previous screens, it was there. This does not have that at all. That's why I'm in a quandary. All I have is tap to mute, tap to unmute. And when I tap the bottom, nothing comes up. So I don't know what to say, but I can talk.
I've had my own challenges today. I'm sympathetic.
So, okay.
All right. Dr. Lowe, where do you live?
So I live at 1811 Vernon Street. I live directly across from Mr. Hughes' building, which I have to say is gorgeous. And I live right next to Lucky Buns. So to address some of the issues that were brought up, there's trash all over the street from Lucky Buns when they pick up their trash, which is in the front of their building. A regular trash truck comes, and what is most notable is that they're blue used gloves.
Mr. Chairman, is there a question pending?
Ms. Lowe, can you for Mr. Klein to ask you a question? I thought the only question that was asked was where you live. So
okay, well then, I told you where I live. Okay.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Klein.
Thank you, Dr. Lowe. You're aware of the application that the board is considering today, correct?
Yes, I am.
And what knowledge do you have of it?
That Mr. Hughes is being denied a liquor license, possibly. There's some issues with his verification to have a speakeasy and a bar and a barbershop. Things that I've heard during the day as I've been working have been being questioned.
Okay. Did you meet with Mr. Hughes at some point?
Yes, I was in the street one day and he invited me to come look at his facility.
And did you take a tour?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And do you support this application?
Yes, he should be granted an application. I think he has chutzpah to open up a business in the midst of a pandemic, and I can't see why we're going to sweat him about this.
Okay. Now, what about the concept? You've been listening, so you've heard a number of concerns about people exiting on Vernon Street. You live directly across the street. Do you have any concerns about that?
I do not, because as I was launching into, Lucky Buns has people in and out of there all day long with lines of people and an outdoor setting with quite a few people eating all day. So why would it be any different? Why is that acceptable, but it's not acceptable for his patrons to come in and out of his front door? I don't see the difference. And the massage therapy place with acupuncture has people coming in and out of their front door.
Do you have any idea how late the massage place is open?
I think they close at 9:30. The Lucky Buns takes their last. Yes, go ahead.
Go ahead. Lucky Buns.
Well, Lucky Buns' last call for drinks is 1 a.m. They stop serving food like at 11.
Okay.
So there are people in the street.
And you started to tell us earlier, your building is right next door to Lucky Buns?
That's correct.
Okay. Do you have you talked to any of your neighbors as to why it is that they're so opposed to this application?
Well, my feeling is this is a racist issue. And people don't like to hear that, but it's true, because if he was a white man, I don't think he'd be having these problems getting a license. It's an area I've chosen to live in that is commercial and residential. I'm living there by choice, understanding it is also commercial.
Okay. How long have you lived in the neighborhood?
I've been there for 5 years, but my unit is owned by my best girlfriend from Harvard. She's an ER doc. She bought it in the early 90s. So I've been coming to that area forever. I have a vested interest there. I'm going to purchase her condo. So I'm staying there.
And you're a dentist, is that correct, by training?
Yes, I'm a dentist by training. I work in cosmetic dermatology and plastic surgery currently.
Okay. All right. I don't have any further questions of you at this time.
Thank you, because I have to work.
Wait,
Ms. Law,
don't go anywhere.
Yes, I'm here.
Mr. Roth have some questions for you.
Okay.
Might have some questions for you.
No.
No?
I do. Thank you.
Okay,
Good afternoon.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Dr. Lowe.
Good afternoon.
When did you first meet Mr. Hughes?
Maybe 2 months ago, or less. Yes.
Okay. So basically everything you know about this proposed establishment, you know from things he's told you and shown you in the last couple of months. Is that right?
I know what he has shown me, and I've listened to everything all day today. So I heard everything everybody said all day while I was working. Yes.
Okay, thank you. At any time since you met him, have you ever seen any neighbors across the street at the Carswell hanging out in front of their building or walking their dogs or coming back from a store?
What's the Carswell?
The Carswell, the building at 1812 Vernon Street. The
No,
condominium.
I don't see anybody hanging around. I mean, people walk their dogs up and down the street every day.
Have you ever crossed the street and tried talking to any of the neighbors there by ringing a buzzer or two, or seeing any of them who might be coming home from work or coming home from walking a dog?
I know I have not reached out to neighbors. I do work a good many hours. I get in late. So I wave at the neighbors, and I've seen the people walking dogs. I'm quite friendly, but have I buzzed them and asked them any questions? No. In the city, generally people don't do that.
So everything, you know, everything you know from Mr. Hughes, everything he's told you, you've just accepted at face value. Is that right?
I don't accept anything at face value. When I listened to all the arguments posed today, and it did sound like a very racist argument against a man who's trying to improve our neighborhood with a new commercial business, will bring us dollars that we need during this pandemic. And I think it's an attempt against its character and the fact that he is Black.
Dr. Lowe, do you have any idea how many bars, taverns, restaurants in Adams Morgan owned by white business owners have been protested by the ANC or by neighbors over the course of, say, the last 2 years, 5 years, 10 years?
Since I've only been there for 5 years, no. I know that there was some protestations against Lucky Buns because the refrigerator was wiped by their trash.
I think you've answered the question.
Hold on, Mr. LaRock. Let her finish. She hasn't done finishing her question, sir.
Oh, okay. I think she
have I researched your protest? I can say no, I have not. This is my first time being involved with somebody who's being denied an application.
Okay, thank you. And Lucky Buns is located on the corner of Vernon and 18th Street. Is that correct?
Right next to my building.
Right. Does your bedroom window face Vernon Street itself, or does it face the alley behind the building?
I face the alley.
Thank you. No further questions. Oh, I do have one. I do have one further question. You mentioned that you're a dentist, but that you practice in dermatology. Is that what you said?
My cousin owns Cultura Cosmetic Dermatology and Plastic Surgery. We have 2 dentists here, 2 RNs, some techs.
And in what jurisdiction are you licensed to practice dentistry?
I was licensed in Pennsylvania. I'm no longer licensed there, and I have a license in Maryland that I'm reactivating because I do not do dentistry at this point. So why pay $600 for a license?
Okay, thank you.
Hold on, Ms. Lowe. Hold on. Are there any questions by the board members? Are hearing none. Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Lowe, for your testimony. Have a great day.
Thank you. My pleasure.
All right. Mr. Klein, do you have another witness, Mr. Klein?
Yes, I am calling Japer Bowles.
Japer Bowles.
Good afternoon.
Can you raise your right hand? Mr. Bowles, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Mr. Klein, please.
Thank you. Mr. Bowles, state your full name, please.
Yes, my full name is Joseph Japer Bowles.
And where do you reside?
I live at 2426 Ontario Road, Northwest.
And you're an ANC commissioner, is that correct?
Correct. I represent 1C07, which is essentially the west side of the Reed Cook neighborhood, but to you all folks, the entire east side of 18th Street. So if I represent, or my district represents, if not a plurality, majority of liquor establishments in 1C.
In 1C. Okay, great. And you're familiar with the application that's pending before the board for hearing today?
Correct.
And do you support the application?
I do.
And why do you support the application?
I support the application in general because I ran twice to get rid of vacant storefronts in 18th Street. We definitely have continued to have a lot of businesses that are unable to open in Adams Morgan. And then COVID happened, and that made it even more of a strain. So, of course, one of the reasons is I was previously the bid representative. I always want to work to get businesses in Adams Morgan to invest in the community. It's what I was elected to do. And then why I'm here today specifically is because I was discouraged by the ANC process that happened last year.
And what were you discouraged by the process?
Yeah, so there were numerous times and opportunities that the applicant was able to present his case, meet with community members, answer questions, and I feel like he did a good job with that. And it was, I felt, I guess throughout the process, I felt like, or I guess looking back, I felt bullied, manipulated, and lied to. And I believe that because through numerous public committee meetings and public commission meetings, it was put upon me by current ANC commissioner as well as former ANC commissioners that we would be protesting for a settlement agreement. And not once, but twice did the chair, at least according to ABRA, as well as the Office of ANC, step with outside his boundaries and file motions to dismiss. And to me, that is it breaks my trust in the process. And I was really discouraged to see that that I was led to believe that we were going to come to a settlement agreement and a community-based solution when they were using my argument and the ANC's resolutions to completely dismiss this applicant, which according to my research and the opinions from the Office of ANC, as well as ABRA legal staff, motions to dismiss, as well as motions to protest are different things.
Okay. You had occasion to meet Mr. Hughes during this process?
Meet who?
KJ Hughes?
I did, yes.
Okay. And you heard him make several presentations to the community?
I would say about half a dozen.
Okay. In your opinion, was he forthcoming in terms of what he presented to the community?
I would say more than forthcoming. I would though say in the beginning, he was a little worried about sharing his space and idea because it is innovative, cool, and he was worried about proprietary issues there, but he did indeed share, come up front with all of the information to the ANC as well as different neighborhood associations, including ones that are protesting.
Okay, you testified a lot about your previous experiences with the bid and how you support businesses. You also testified that you met Mr. Hughes and heard his presentations. Are there any specific reasons why you support this application based on Mr. Hughes as a business operator?
Yeah, certainly. So I really like, obviously, the fact that I the big delegate. I know property owners and business owners as well. And then that I represent, the people that work in those spaces. I can definitely see that there's a lot of workers that are people of color, Black and brown. It's lesser so as managers, and it's negligible as property owners and businesses in Adams Morgan. So seeing a person who had an amazing record, such as Mr. Hughes, and has an amazing design, is pumping a ton of money into this property. Yeah, I was all on board. It checks all the boxes. It makes sense.
Great. Okay. I have no further questions of the witness at this time. Thank you.
Mr. Ross, do you have any questions for Mr. Bowles?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Commissioner. Good afternoon, I should say. It feels like morning. When the ANC's protest resolution came before the ANC last August, the resolution passed by a vote of 6-1. Is that correct?
I believe so.
And you were the one, right?
That's correct.
In fact, when you tried to offer an amendment, you couldn't even get a second from another commissioner. Isn't that right?
Yes. Could you speak as to what the second was? I'm sorry.
You tried to offer an amendment to the resolution, and no other commissioner would second your amendment.
Objection as to relevance.
I can answer this actually.
Hold on, Mr. Bowles. For what it's worth, if he said he can answer it, I'll overrule it. I'll overrule. Go ahead. Answer.
So I don't necessarily recall that, but would you be able to recall what the specific amendment was?
Hold on. I'm going to sustain the objection from the witness. I thought he said he could answer the question, so I'm going to sustain the objection. Let's move on.
All right. Can I share my screen? I'm going to share my screen, please.
Go ahead, Mr. Rock.
Got to go back here. Commissioner Bowles said you're very disappointed in the ANC process. Is that right?
Yes.
During that same meeting in August, is that your tweet?
Hold on. Mr. Rock, can you please have the witness identify the document? I don't know what is yes.
I guess I am asking to identify the document.
Yes, the document.
Is that your tweet?
Hold on there, please. We're having a lot of feedback, so I need both Mr. Jasper and Mr. Bowles and Mr. Roth. When either you're not speaking, please mute your phone, because there's a feedback between both of you. So if you're not speaking, and you have to remember to unmute yourself. But if you're not speaking,
we're good. I got you.
All right, thanks. Go ahead. Please identify the document.
Yes, this document is titled Japer Bowles Twitter Timeline, August 5th, 2020. It is the Protestants Exhibit 41.
Go ahead, Mr. Ross.
And my question for Commissioner Bowles was that his tweet?
It's a tweet that says NIMBY meeting from hell, or I'm not crying, you're crying, or the tweet that says, hey you, yes you run for office.
The one that's highlighted in yellow.
Yes.
Okay. So is your idea of the job of a ANC commissioner to be listening to residents with respect or insulting them on Twitter during the middle of an ANC meeting?
Objection, relevance, argumentative.
Yeah, I don't think I would even answer that question.
Hold on, please. When there's an objection, please don't respond.
I'll put it back up.
I'm
Mr. Chairman, the applicant's counsel called Commissioner Bowles to testify about how disappointed he was in the proceedings of the ANC.
All right.
And Commissioner Bowles is being asked about.
I'm sorry, he can't make that statement.
Mr. Bowles, Mr. Bowles, I want to know when you can speak, okay? All right, so hold on, Mr. Ross.
Being asked here about his performance as an ANC commissioner at an ANC meeting at which this resolution was considered.
Yeah, hold on, Mr. Roth. I think some of the problem is that there's no context. I don't know when this was done. You're asking a question, and the question you asked was that that he tweeted something in the middle of the meeting. I don't know if that you have not established that. I mean, he has stated that this was his tweet. I don't know when it was. So I'm going to sustain the objection. If you want to ask him a question regarding this tweet, you need to build some foundation, a different foundation, sir. He stated that this was his tweet. I don't know when it was, and your question is basically stating that if it was, I think if I remember correctly, it's appropriate in the middle of the meeting to talk about his constituents. So maybe you need to build a little bit more foundation if you're going to ask this question, sir.
Okay, Commissioner Bowles, did you send out this tweet in the middle of the same meeting during which this protest application was being considered?
Correct. I often tweet live during meetings. That is true.
And why did you say NIMBY meeting from hell?
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to renew my objection as to relevance. I mean, we're talking about social media. That's what we've devolved to. We're going to be introducing social media comments in a contested case hearing. I mean, it just seems silly.
I'm going to overrule the objection. The witness has testified that this is his tweet. You did not object to protestant exhibit number 4, and the witness has stated that this is his tweet, so he can respond because it is relevant to the case that we're here. It's not just a tweet it's not a tweet just a tweet. It's a tweet regarding the matter that's been that's in front of us. So I believe that he can respond to his tweet the best way he can. So I'm going to overrule the objection. Go ahead, Mr. Bowles, and answer the question to the best of your knowledge.
Yeah, certainly. So this was a very long meeting. I think the longest meeting of the year with the ANC. There were numerous, I would say, contested projects. So I guess it would make sense to give a definition of what NIMBY means. NIMBY is not in my backyard. And my frustration was constantly hearing from people who I actually don't represent, but folks outside of my single member district that would love a concept such as affordable housing or an innovative business idea such as a speakeasy in general in Adams Morgan, but not when it's right in their next door. So yeah, that's what that tweet was.
So your idea of being an ANC commissioner is that it's a good thing when people agree with you, but when they don't, the answer is to insult and ridicule them. Is that right?
If you believe that NIMBY is an insult, then yes.
Okay, I'll accept that answer. So on the subject of community engagement, since the July ABC committee meeting last year, again, at which this application was considered, isn't it you who's been conducting secret discussions with the applicant, trying to craft your own idea of a settlement agreement behind the backs of Commissioner Irani, who's the single member district commissioner here, and
I'm so glad you asked.
Excuse me, and the immediately affected neighbors?
Yeah, I'm glad you asked. So no, I was directed, actually, so neither of our resolutions designate a person to speak on behalf of this ANC. They say any ANC member. So I have gotten direction last year from the single member representative, Commissioner Arani, to begin to craft a settlement agreement. There's emails about it. And
Mr. Bowles, hold on. Mr. Roth, are you still there? Okay.
I just lost.
Yeah, I apologize. That's why I thought that you lost. All right, so go ahead, Mr. Bowles. Go ahead.
What was the last part that you were able to hear, Mr. Roth?
You were responding to, you had said, you were talking about the ANC resolution.
Correct.
You were talking about your role.
Correct. So
how you anointed yourself.
Yes, so there was no anointation. As a member of the ABC committee, I'm sure as this board has seen numerous times that it takes, a village to get things crafted. So it's very common that members, at least of the committee of the ANC, to work with settlement agreements. I would no means say I butted in, especially in the beginning when I was directed from Commissioner Arani to send over a draft settlement agreement, which I did. And I would also like to note whenever former Commissioner Guthrie, when former Commissioner Guthrie pretty much bullied me in public at the last public meeting regarding this in August, saying that I did try to connive and scheme behind this. He later apologized because he knew that he was wrong and that Commissioner Arani is the one who directed me to do this. And honestly, this is just one more example of why I feel like this process has been completely in shambles, is because you have asked me to do things and then completely switch it.
Great.
And not just me, but also the applicant.
Great. We'll hear from Commissioner Arani later. Commissioner, how far away do you live from 1806 Vernon Street?
My single member district borders.
No, I asked how far do you live?
I don't know, but I believe there's an exhibit that would be able to show that.
Yeah, okay. We'll show that exhibit right here. So can you identify, I think you identified before that your address is 2426 Ontario Road?
Correct.
Mr. Roth, can you please have the witness identify the document, please?
Well, I'm not sure the witness.
Hold on. It's Protestants Exhibit number 40. Remember, we have a court reporter, sir. So that's why I keep on butting in, so you can identify the document for the court reporter. That's all. That's the only reason I'm doing that.
Okay, Commissioner Bowles, can you please identify the exhibit?
Correct. This is Protestants Exhibit 40.
Okay.
And it looks like a GIS map.
Yes. And in the upper right-hand corner of that line.
Yes, that looks like my address. And then, correct.
And in the lower left-hand corner of that line, does that appear to be the address or location of the applicant?
Correct.
And according to the District of Columbia's Atlas Plus map, how far away from the applicant's premises does your home appear to be?
Honestly, I can't read that small font, or is it by bird or by direction? It's still in the same ANC. It's right across the street. This is so silly.
By straight line, how far does your home appear?
I don't know. I can't see. It's right. It's not far. It's a 3-minute walk. 3-minute walk.
Let the record show that Protestants Exhibit 40 indicates that the witness's home is 1,763.8 feet away.
I'm sorry, Mr. Ross. Hold on, Mr. Bolt. Where did you get that? Where did you get that calculation from, sir? I don't see. There's been no testimony. I don't know.
It's on. It's on the left-hand side of the exhibit.
Sir, it says 1763.8 feet. I don't know what that is, sir. It doesn't say that's how far it lives. There's a measurement that says, but it doesn't. The witness testified that he doesn't know. I see on at least on my screen on the left, something said 1763.8. I don't know what that reference to, so I'm not gonna accept that.
Mr. Chairman,
I can't. Hold on, sir. I cannot accept that because I don't know what it is. There is a notation saying all that it says, measurement result, 1763.8 feet. It doesn't indicate what it's referenced to. So I cannot take that assertion. We can take the assertion that on protestants exhibit, I think 40, that is this 40 or 41? I apologize.
This is 40.
40. There is two addresses and there's a straight line, but on that straight line it doesn't state, and the witness stated that he does not know the distance. So let's move on from there. I can't take administrative notice. I can't take, the board cannot take administrative notice because I don't know what the 1763.8 references, and the witness has stated that he does not know how far it is. So let's move on from there, please.
Okay, I have no further questions, Mr. Chairman.
Can you please close your screen, please?
Mm-hmm. I'm trying. There we go.
Commissioner Bowles, is this your single member district, sir? I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Mr. Klein, can you please mute your phone? And Mr. Roth, please mute your phone. Mr. Bowles, where this proposed location, is this within your single member district, sir?
It is not. It is adjacent.
So is it the single member district that's right next to where your district is, sir?
Correct.
All right. Are you a part of ANC? Are you a part of ANC 1C?
Correct.
And how long have you been an ANC commissioner, sir, if representing this ANC?
Correct. I was sworn in 2019, and I was reelected this past go around. So I'm 2 years and 4 months in.
All right. I don't have any other questions. Are there any other questions by any board members? Mr. Klein, do you have any questions? I'm sorry, Mr. Roth, do you have any questions of the witness based on the questions that I asked? Based on the questions that I asked Mr. Bowles?
No, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Klein, do you have any redirect of the witness, sir?
I do not, thank you.
Mr. Bowles, thank you very much for your testimony. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. All right. Mr. Klein, do you have another witness, sir?
Yes, Peter Wood, please.
Is this your last witness?
It is.
All right, just asking. I'm not trying to rush you along, just ask you.
No,
Mr. Wood, Peter Wood, where's Mr. Wood?
Right here. Good afternoon.
Hold on. All right, I don't see Mr. Wood, so I don't see you on my screen. So, but are you here, sir?
Yeah, I'm right here. I can see my video. I'm not sure what's happening.
Oh, there you are. Now I see you. All right. Can you raise your right hand, sir?
Yeah, gladly.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, thank you. Your witness, Mr. Klein.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Wood, where do you live?
I live at 1821 Calorama Road Northwest in Washington, D.C.
All right. And are you an ANC commissioner?
I am. This is my first term. I started in January.
And what single member district do you represent?
Yeah, that's 1C03, which is immediately to the north of the district that this property is located.
Okay, so just for clarity's sake, you are on the same ANC as this Mr. Bowles that's protesting this application, correct?
That's correct, 1C.
Okay. And are you familiar with the application that's before the board today in this hearing?
Yes, I am.
And how are you familiar?
I mean, I started as a resident because I noticed last year at the ANC meetings I attended that it was just under discussion. And then obviously, or I hope obviously, as a commissioner, I've done my best to inform myself about kind of what's going on with the process because it hasn't been entirely clear to me.
Okay. And you've heard Mr. Hughes make presentations concerning this application?
I've heard him make many presentations on this application.
Okay. And you've also had occasion to meet with him?
Yes, I did. He offered to the commissioners if anyone was interested in seeing the property in person or virtually that we could reach out to him. So I took him up on that.
Okay. And you took a tour of the property?
Yeah, I made an in person. I felt safe enough in terms of COVID protocol that it was something I could do. It was great. It was a nice trip.
All right. And do you support this application?
Yes, I do.
And why do you support it?
I mean, as a neighbor, I want to see our vacant properties, have a supportive environment to grow other vacant properties into good businesses. And also, as a commissioner, I explicitly campaigned on, for lack of a better expression, reversing some of the trends demographically and in terms of business ownership of the Adams Morgan neighborhood, particularly offering support to underrepresented and minority business owners. So I kind of feel I have the obligation to my constituents. I could be a bad commissioner, I suppose, but I hold myself to that standard to follow up on what I promised.
Okay. And there was quite a turnover in your commission in this last election. Is that correct?
There was. Of the 8 current seats, I believe 6 of us are new to the position.
So there's 6 of the 8 commissioners are new.
Correct.
All right. Have you experienced frustration in terms of how this application has been handled since you took office?
Yeah, I'd say that it started as kind of just confusion, but I was assuming that all parties were acting in good faith. And unfortunately, I'd say it developed to be quite a bit of frustration with what's going on. Not even just in this particular case, but kind of as the precedent it sets for what I think this neighborhood and the people who voted for me seem to believe is best for us.
What was the source of your
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Mr. Ross.
I'm going to object to this line of questioning, and I probably should have done it with Commissioner Bowles, but particularly with Commissioner Wood. When membership on the ABC board turns over, it does not vitiate every decision and order of a prior ABC board. When membership on the DC Council turns over, it doesn't vitiate every resolution and piece of legislation that prior DC councils have passed. This testimony is irrelevant.
I'm gonna overrule the objection, sir. The commissioner can testify, and I think in spite of the fact that he testified that as prior to him being a commissioner, he went to numerous meetings of the ANC where this issue was addressed. So I'm going to overrule the objection. Go ahead, Mr. Klein.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Wood, the question was, what was the source of your frustration in connection with this application?
Yeah, so I think that actually is a good segue. My frustration is because for the best as a resident and as at the time as a candidate for an ANC position, it wasn't clear to me that this process was ongoing. It seemed like it was pretty stagnant. And even as I was sworn in and became a commissioner, the only, as far as I've been able to tell, searching through my documents, the only communication I'd had from another commissioner on anything intended to be transparent about this process was from Commissioner Bowles. So I had no idea what was going on, and I was alarmed to see that this was still an ongoing matter, which is kind of what led me to try to inform myself better and to try to just, as a commissioner that has, I think beyond 1C07, which is Commissioner Bowles' district, I have the plurality, the second highest total of liquor licenses in my district in Adams Morgan. So it would be irresponsible of me for not to understand both particular aspects of this case, but also just how it's developing in case something similar would happen in my district or elsewhere.
You've sat through this hearing today?
I have.
And although the protestants case is not proceeded yet, you've heard the concerns that have been voiced through the investigators' testimony as to their concerns and otherwise. Is that correct?
Yeah, and I believe I even commented during public commentary at an ANC meeting. I definitely level with the concerns of any residents that if there is a threat of a loud establishment that has ownership that is not willing to take the neighbors' considerations to heart, that's something that I think is legitimate. But I think that I've seen the degree to which those concerns have been pushed and pushed and pushed is not only disparaging, but kind of contrary to at least what I was elected on my platform.
Got it. And have you found Mr. Hughes to be responsive in addressing those concerns, in your opinion?
Yeah, I mean, he's been great. Honestly, I couldn't ask much more I've met lots of business owners in this district and really globally just from my line of work. And yeah, pretty high standard, a high bar he sets in terms of just being communicative, being nice, treating me as a person as opposed to a potential enemy without having known me.
All right, I have no further questions of this witness at this time. Thank you.
Mr. Ross, you have any question of Mr. Wood?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Commissioner, ANC1C has 3 committees, right?
It currently does, as far as I know, yes.
Yes. And do you serve on the ABC and Public Safety Committee?
I do not.
So in your 3 months on the ANC, or for that matter, in whatever previous period of time that you lived in Adams Morgan, have you ever participated in the filing of a protest petition on an ABC establishment?
Not directly, no.
Have you ever participated in a mediation session?
I have not.
Have you ever participated in settlement negotiations on an ABC establishment?
I have not.
Have you ever actually negotiated a settlement agreement?
In ANC1C, no, I have not.
Have you ever had to prepare for and participate in a hearing like the one we're having today?
For ABRA? No.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, what was the answer, sir? I didn't hear.
I said, I commented that if he was referring to specifically ABRA testimony, that this is my first time.
Okay, thank you.
Do you have any idea how many settlement agreements have been reached in Adams Morgan over, say, the last 10 years?
Objection. Objection. Relevance. This notion that a settlement agreement is the holy grail, we strenuously object to. And it shouldn't be a mark of a good business or a bad business as to whether somebody entered into a settlement agreement.
Hold on. I'm going to overrule the objection. The question was that, is he aware of how many settlement agreements were? And the witness can testify yes or no. That's at least that's the question that's asked.
In terms of a specific number, I don't, but I do know that it's fairly common, which is particularly why I became more and more interested in informing myself in this case, because I know that a lot of the settlement agreements that I've paid attention to did not go to this end to make matters incredibly difficult for the applicant.
Correct. Do you know how many protests have been filed over the last 10 years in Adams Morgan?
I mean, in terms of numbers, I don't know. If you can prove me to the database to look that up, I'd be happy to.
So when you describe your frustration with the stagnation of the process, your frustration is based upon a complete absence of knowledge, apparently, about the way the ABC process works, from what I can tell.
I would disagree. I didn't say that I was frustrated with the stagnation. I was frustrated that a period of stagnation that I perceived to be the closure of this process turned out to be a period of silence from what is now a fellow commissioner of mine who was communicating in absolutely no way and had on multiple occasions, at least on a person-to-person level, said that they were the sole representative that was voted to represent the ANC, but they had not communicated to the other commissioners, at least myself, what the ongoings of this proceeding was. So I took it in good faith to mean that there was nothing to report. And after doing more investigation, I learned that was quite far from the truth. So I found that very frustrating because I know Adams Morgan to be a neighborhood of a lot of transparency and a lot of good faith. So I was taken aback to see that wasn't happening.
In the 3 months of time in which you are not a member of the relevant committee. Okay, I'll take that for an answer. At any time in the last 3 months since you joined the ANC, have you ever walked over to 1812 Vernon Street next door at the Carswell since you took the tour of 1806 and tried talking to any of the protestants in the Carswell condominium next door about their concerns regarding this proposed establishment?
I would say that I have not done that to almost anyone because there's currently a public health emergency. So I've actually been avoiding in-person contact. Although I do have a pretty extensive email list of people that I always have an open door to. And I think that every week I have quite a few conversations with residents.
But you've never actually communicated with anyone who's a protestant in this case?
I mean, I don't know. I talk to so many people, I don't know who is and who is not. But in terms of physically,
you've never spoken to them about this case?
I have spoken to many constituents, but I usually keep my
Commissioner Wood.
Mr. Roth, can you please allow him to answer the question, sir?
Well, he's evading answering, and that's why I'm trying.
No, Mr. Roth, please. You've asked him a question. He's giving you an answer. Hold on, Mr. Wood. Mr. Roth, you've asked him a question. He's answering the question to the best of your life, to the best of his ability, sir. Can you just please give him a chance to answer the question? You have another question you want to ask him, sir?
Yeah. Have you ever asked your colleague, Commissioner Irani, for the names, email addresses, or phone numbers of any of the protestants so you could contact them to talk to them about this case?
No, I actually was very particularly opposed to that idea because as soon as I became more privy to the details of this, I noticed that Mr. Irani became remarkably defensive anytime anyone questioned his proceedings on the matter. So I did not feel comfortable doing so.
I see. Okay. There are 8 members of the ANC. Is that correct?
ANC 1C, correct.
And there are 2 of those 8 members testifying here today for the applicant. Is that correct?
As far as I've seen. When you say members, if you mean commissioners, yes.
Commissioners. Okay. No further questions.
All right, thank you. Mr. Wood, how many ANC meetings has the commissioner, since you've been a commissioner since when?
I mean, just this year, so about 3 months, January 1st, January 2nd.
How many meetings has this commissioner had since you've been an ANC commissioner?
Let's see. I mean, I've been a part of formally as a commissioner.
No. Since you've been sworn in, how many meetings have ANC 1C had since you've been sworn in?
Are you talking about general meetings or is that including committee meetings as well?
I mean, ANC public meetings. How many public? Because the only meetings, it's my understanding, as the ANC commission, the only meetings that are public meetings. So how many public meetings has ANC 1C had?
Okay, so if we're including committee, that's 12 public meetings.
Since you've been sworn in?
There have been 3 that are the general entire ANC, which is the first Wednesday of every month in 1C. And then the subsequent 3 Wednesdays are for the 3 committees. And I'm pretty sure I've attended the vast majority of those, if not all of those.
All right.
And now, generally, ANC, I've been at all of those.
Now, it's my understanding that you're saying that it's that 6 there that are of the 8 commissioners, that 6 of the commissioners are new. Is that correct?
6 of the 8 swore in for the first time January 2nd, to the best of my knowledge, unless they have the aliases.
So when did you know that there was a protest for this case?
To the best of my knowledge, I think it was last August-ish. I'm not exactly sure on the specific date or anything, but I know that I was in attendance and made comments at the August 2020 ANC 1C meeting specifically about this matter. But that was when I was just a resident.
So did this new, since you've been sworn in as a commissioner in January, has the ANC had an opportunity within your commissioners to revisit this issue? Has it been discussed? I mean, has it been discussed as an ANC whether or not they should continue to protest this
No.
application?
No, and we've met multiple times, and that's why I mentioned the stagnation being developing into frustration, because I had no reason to know that there was still a matter at hand, especially because Commissioner Ronnie said he had been, in charge of that. And we'd multiple times met all of the commissioners to make sure we're on the same page on matters going forward, and this matter was never brought up. And the only email I ever received, at least to the best of my knowledge on this account, which, the 1C03 account was, under control of my predecessor, but I've only found one email from Commissioner Ronnie on this matter, which was specifically a reply to the applicant trying to correct some points that he made, but it never went into any detail, or there was no attempt to be.
Hold on, Mr. Wood, you froze for a minute.
Sorry about that.
So I don't know what happened. You froze. I don't know. You were speaking and your screen was frozen.
Are we better now? How's this?
Right. Okay. So you had stopped in midstream, so I don't know what you were saying.
What did you hear? I'll go back.
At no time did Commissioner Irani and then.
Yeah, so he never got into direct contact with commissioners to address this issue, which is why I never thought it was something to ask about. And then I did see that there seems to be some sort of disagreement regarding a committee meeting that was going to discuss the matter but not vote on it. And then I kind of started to learn more, and I realized that there was an attempt to, from the best of my knowledge, to dismiss the entire application, which was completely unexpected to me. And I just tried to get some grasp of what was going on because no one had communicated this to me in any capacity. And as someone that's one of the 8 votes on ANC matters, I thought that was important for me and the other 7 people to have some grasp of the matter at hand.
Who's the chair of the ANC? Who's the chair of the ANC?
It's currently Commissioner Ronnie. I voted for him in our chamber meeting.
Okay. All right. Thanks. All right. Any other questions about any other board members? Mr. Ross, any questions? Any questions of the witness based on the questions I asked?
No, sir.
Mr. Klein?
I have no further questions. Thank you, Mr. Wood.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Wood. Thank you very much for your testimony today. Do you arrest Mr. Klein?
With just some housekeeping, formally move applicants exhibits 2, 11, 12, and 13, and protestants exhibits 10 and 11, both of which were previously identified and discussed.
Mr. Klein, maybe I don't see how you can move protestants document and evidence. It's not your document.
Our PIF specifically identified that we reserve the right to use any protestants' documents, and the document was identified. So we're moving it into evidence.
All right. So
it's not proprietary.
I'm sorry, sir.
I said it's not proprietary.
No, I mean as you stated that you said your PIP stated that you're going to rely on their documents, or is that what you stated?
Let me read it.
I'm just asking a question. I'm just asking a question. All right, I'm just asking a question, sir.
In our exhibits, we listed 14, and then we listed the investigator report. We listed any exhibit listed on protestants' PIF.
All right. So what documents again for the protestants? What documents are there?
10 and 11.
Mr. Roth, do you have any objection to the introduction of number 2, number 11, petitions number 2, number 11, number 12, and number 13 be moved into evidence? I can't. You're on mute, sir.
You overruled my objection to 13. as far as.
Sorry, so
As far-
2, 11, 12 are moved without objection, and number 13 is moved with the petitioner, the protestant objecting to 13, but I'm still allowing number 13 in evidence. And so the petitioner wants to move number 10 and 11 into evidence. Any objection to those two documents, your two documents be moved?
No, sir.
All right, so they're moving in applicants exhibit number 2, number 11, number 12, number 13, and protestants number 10 and number 11. All right, thank you. So does the applicant rest?
Yes, with that we rest. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I
Yes,
wanted
Mr.
to,
Roth.
I'm not sure I moved protestants exhibit 41 when Commissioner Bowles was testifying.
Well, what we'll do, Mr. Roth, why don't you have a list of all the exhibits that you want to move in? And at the end of the case, at the end of the case, we can go through all the exhibits that you want to move into evidence. So you still have an opportunity at the end of the case to move that into evidence. Okay?
All right.
All right. What I'm going to do is that I'm going to have Commissioner Arani testify, and once he testifies, then we'll take a short break. Before I'll have you, Mr. Roth, testify. Okay, so I'll probably we'll probably go off the record for maybe about 10 minutes or so after Commissioner Arani testify. Okay.
Karen, would you mind if I took a 2-minute break right now?
Commissioner Arani, you want to take I thought you weren't on camera. I thought you were taking your break.
I was listening intently to my fellow commissioners. That's why I didn't get up.
No. I'm saying that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. That was your break. You were off camera. So when you're off camera, then you're on a break. All right. It's 4:16. We will be off. We'll take a 5-minute break. All right. So it's 4:17. 4:25. So we'll come back on. We'll take a break until 4:25. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right. Thank you. We're back on the record. I need all commissioners to please upload their cameras, please. Thank you. Commissioner Rennie, can you?
Chair Anderson.
I see that you have a guest in the room. Is that person going to testify also, sir?
He's always here to testify. Hopefully he'll stay quiet at this time.
I'm sorry that, you know.
I did take that time to, I did take the few minutes to take him out. So to make sure.
That's fine. You know, we have to create some levity when we're here. So I just have to say that. All right. So you're just gonna make a statement / testify, and you're aware that you will be subject to cross-examination by Mr. Klein and also by Mr. Ross if he so desires. Are you clear with that?
Yes, I am.
And that whatever witnesses that you would call, that Mr. Ross would call witnesses on your behalf. Is that correct?
That's right.
All right. So can you raise your right hand then, please? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
All right. So go ahead, please.
Okay. So I have the written testimony. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, my name is Amir Irani. I'm chairperson of ANC 1C.
I need you to spell your name again for the record, please, okay?
My name is Amir Irani, spelled A-M-I-R, I-R-A-N-I.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm the chairperson of ANC 1C, which is the Adams Morgan ANC. I'm also the commissioner for single member district 1C01, which is the single member district where the establishment is located. So I'm personally very familiar with the area being discussed today. I've been a resident in this SMD for the past 11 years. I was also chairperson last summer when our ANC considered and voted on the protest resolution in the record before you. I'm here today to present the ANC's views on this case. Protestants Exhibit 38 contains the minutes of our ANC's August 5th, 2020 meeting at which this application was considered. After hearing from members of the community and the applicant's counsel, and after extensive discussion among the commissioners, the ANC voted 6-1 to protest this application. The grounds for our protest were the following: an adverse impact on the peace, order, and quiet of the neighborhood, residential parking needs and vehicular and pedestrian safety, real property values, residential, a substantial adverse impact on residents in the adjacent residential district, contrary to the requirement of DC Code Section 25314C, and finally, an excessive over-concentration of tavern licenses, contrary to the provisions of the Adams Morgan Moratorium Zone. Chairman Anderson, I ask that Protestants Exhibit 38 be made a part of the record.
And all right, that's already in the board's I'm sorry, is that in the case report that was done by an investigator?
The minutes were there. They were also.
Well, no, if it's already in the record. So I mean, it's not already in the record. I don't need to. It was part of the documents. I think that was identified earlier by Mr. Puente. So it's already in the record. All right.
Okay. This ANC vote followed a meeting of the ANC's ABC and Public Safety Committee on July 8th, 2020, where Mr. Hughes and his counsel were invited to present their plans and respond to questions and concerns from the community. Due to the public health emergency, that meeting was conducted over Zoom, as well as all of our ANC meetings and committee meetings have been conducted over Zoom over the past year during the public health emergency. In my more than 4 years on the ANC, my first meeting was on January 1st, 2017, I have never seen an ABC application in all of Adams Morgan, much less my SMD, attract this much attention from individual residents. And to me, the reason is obvious. No one has ever attempted to locate a bar on the interior of a residential side street. This is, as has been pointed out, a few lots in from 18th Street. If you look at the list of the 31 ABC establishments in Investigator Puente's report, you'll see that almost all of them within the 1,200-foot section relevant to this case are located on 18th Street or on the outer edges of U Street. There are also 2 hotels on Connecticut Avenue. In one case, there's a liquor store on the ground floor of an office building on Florida Ave near Connecticut Avenue. And there are 2 CRs in the heart of the busy intersection at question, but I'll talk about those later. No one has ever attempted to turn a row house on a side street into a tavern immediately abutting the RA2 residential zone that's predominant here. At that July ABC committee meeting, Mr. Hughes described his business plan. He shared with the ANC and the community many, if not all, of the drawings or renderings that he introduced here today as his Exhibit 2. You'll note that all of the exterior drawings focus on his vision for the Florida Avenue side of the building, which Mr. Hughes emphasized that night was where he intended to focus the attention of his future customers. Not one of these drawings show the Vernon Street facade.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to have to object. We have a written argument that's being read. That I am baffled as to how I'm supposed to respond and cross-examine what is in essence a closing or opening argument.
Mr. Chair, you're muted.
This is one of the unfortunate things that I do when I try to mute myself so there is no background noise. I apologize. As I stated, Mr. Klein, at the beginning of the proceeding, it was clear that Commissioner Irani would be making a statement. That was clear at the beginning of the proceeding. It was also clear at the beginning of his presentation that he was going to make a statement and that it will be subject to cross-examination. So, sir, that's the agreement that we had from the beginning of the hearing. There's no surprise to anyone, and so therefore I will allow him to go through his testimony, his statement, and you will be allowed to vigorously cross-examine everything that he stated, sir. Okay, so let's move on. Go ahead, Commissioner Irani.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In fact, Mr. Hughes made a point of saying that he didn't want Vernon Street to become commercialized, and that doing so would actually detract from his speakeasy concept. It soon became evident from these renderings that Mr. Hughes's actual plans for alcohol service were so complex that it was difficult to envision this operation being appropriate for this location. While he wants you and us to focus on his second floor speakeasy, it's also obvious that the cafe in the basement is more than just a coffee counter, as it has been described. It will also be a bar, which can be entered and exited from both the Vernon Street and Florida Avenue sides of the building. Based on the hours of operation the applicant has requested, it could operate from 8 a.m. until 2 a.m. weeknights and 8 a.m. until 3 a.m. weekends, with patrons milling about and talking outside residences' bedroom windows until the wee hours of the morning on both the Florida Avenue and Vernon Street sides of the building. Judging by Protestants Exhibit 27, part of the floor plans approved by DCRA, one major attraction of the barbershop planned for the basement will be the ability to get a drink before, during, after a haircut. And similarly, the plan for a retail space in the same basement presumably has customers strolling around with drinks in hand while shopping. Chair Anderson, I ask that Protestants Exhibit 27 be made a part of the record.
What is Protestant Exhibit 27?
It is the first floor construction plan.
Is that part of,
It's part of, it was a part of the exhibits that we all have jointly filed in our PIF.
oh, well, I don't see it. So if you're able to, I can ask Ms. Andrews to give you the ability to share your screen for you because I don't know what it is.
Sure.
So Ms. Andrews, can you please give Commissioner Arani the ability to share a screen, please? And then can you please bring up protested exhibit number 27?
Sure, stand by.
Yeah, protested number 27, yes.
Mr. Irene, you can share your screen now.
Great, thank you. Is anything showing right now on the screen?
No.
No.
Mr. Chairman, would it help if I shared it from mine? Because I seem to have been able to pull up those exhibits pretty easily.
If you're able to, and if Miss Andrews can give you that opportunity, that's fine.
Okay, sure, stand by.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Roth, you can share your screen now.
So we're at number 27.
Yep.
Can you identify what is exhibit 27, please?
So that's the construction plan for the basement level where you see the barber shop and the coffee counter.
Hold on. Mr. Klein, do you have any objection to number 27?
I do not.
And since it's your exhibit also, Mr. Roth, I'm assuming that you do not have any objection. Is that correct?
Correct, sir.
So protest on exhibit number 27 without objection has been admitted. Go ahead, Mr. Arani.
Thank you.
You can please close the screen, but you'll still have the opportunity to share.
And so will it be okay if when there are other exhibits to present, will it be okay for Mr. Roth to present those, to put them on his screen?
Yes, so just identify the numbers and I'll ask Mr. Roth if he, so please bring them up.
Okay, thank you. The applicant has also requested a summer garden with an occupancy of 30 in his Florida Avenue facing rear yard. Regardless of whether it would involve occupancy by 30 patrons or 13, this summer garden would sit right beneath the windows of condo residents who've lived there for years without bar patrons talking to each other or congregating for happy hours after work or hanging out in the late night or early morning hours, getting a smoke break between drinks. Moreover, it's ironic that the single most logical place the applicant could have used to store trash and recycling, from a speakeasy, a cafe, a barbershop, a retail space, would have been namely his own backyard on its own private property. But that would instead be turned into a summer garden, making that a 19-hour-a-day nuisance for neighbors. I'll come back to the trash issue in a bit. The time that the ANC voted to protest this establishment, there was at best a lack of clarity as to what Mr. Hughes's actual plans were for exiting speakeasy customers. That in itself was a concern for neighbors on both the front and rear of his building. It has since become evident that he plans to discharge his speakeasy patrons onto quiet residential Vernon Street, even at 2 and 3 a.m. in the morning. Common experience tells us that in addition to hanging out in front of 1806 Vernon Street after exiting, many patrons will also be calling Ubers and Lyfts to that location right next door to and across the street from sleeping residents. Protestants Exhibit 11 and 15 show you just how close these residents would be to the applicant's front door. Mr. Roth, if you don't mind, would you show Exhibit 11 and 15?
It's 11.
That yellow building is the applicant's building.
And
15. And that's immediately across the street, residential, those are all residential buildings. And the white townhome is actually a Protestant on the matter. That's Protestant Lori Clark. Thank you, Mr. Roth. I do have another one coming up in a second, so if you could just keep that up. I don't mean to suggest that exiting onto Florida Avenue instead of Vernon at those late hours would be preferred by the condo residents who live right above the rear yard. Protestants Exhibit 12, if you don't mind, Mr. Roth, showing that. A photograph showing the Florida side of these two buildings is, and this picture is comparable to Investigator Puente's Exhibits 11 and 12. These photos show how a stream of inebriated patrons coming out onto Florida Avenue at 2 a.m. and 3 a.m. and potentially hanging out in the proposed summer garden would be very disruptive to the sleep of those residents on the Florida Avenue side. Those windows on the brown brick building, those are all the condos of the Carswell. Chairman Anderson, I asked that Protestants Exhibit 11, 12, and 15, the pictures I just showed, be admitted into evidence. Is that necessary for me to do?
Yeah, Mr. Klein.
No objection. Indeed, 11 is already in.
All right, so without objection. It's always necessary, Mr. Arani, because although they're in your PIP, unless it's moved, unless they're introduced into evidence, then they're not brought into evidence unless they are moved into evidence, sir.
Understood. Thanks for that. Together, these photos tell you that this is simply an inappropriate location for an establishment of this nature and complexity. Last August, when the ANC voted to protest the application, at least one commissioner who began our ANC meeting seemingly favorably disposed to the application actually changed her mind after listening to the discussion, and she voted to protest the application, saying herself that she wouldn't want to live right next door to such an establishment.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to renew my objection. I'm sorry. I know it's going to be overruled, but this is far afield from any ABC hearing process that I've been involved in my almost 40 years of doing this, where we have someone up here just simply making argument I don't even know what. I don't even know what to say. I mean, this is inherently unfair, and I'm renewing my objection for the record.
And I appreciate your objection, Mr. Klein, and for the record, your objection, I'm overruling your objection. But since we have been doing these hearings, virtual hearings, Commissioner Irani is not the first ANC representative who has read a statement and his or her statement has been subject to cross-examination by the parties. So it was either we had a hearing last week, or a hearing that we had, or protest hearing that we had last week. It was the same procedure that was followed. And as I stated again, Mr. Klein, at the beginning of these proceedings, this is what all the parties agreed was going to occur. So
we
yes,
didn't agree that was going to occur. I didn't agree. I objected. So I want to be clear for the record. We did not agree that that was what was going to occur. We objected.
You objected, and what was, well, I guess that was at 10 o'clock in the morning. I apologize.
You said that was the way it was going to go, and I respect the board's decision, although I disagree with it. This is not a zoning hearing where we let anything in but the kitchen sink. This is a contested case due process hearing. There are no questions. I have no opportunity to object to what testimony is being elicited. We have a written statement that is in essence an argument rather than a statement, and the applicant is being put at a severe disadvantage.
Your objection is noted, Mr. Klein, and I'm overruling your objection. And again, you have an opportunity to cross-examine Mr. Irani on everything that on the statement that he's making. All right, so go ahead, Mr. Irani.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My comments thus far have focused primarily on peace, order, and quiet issues, including concerns about noise, trash, and litter. But please permit me to make one related point before moving on to other issues. Throughout this process, the applicant was very hazy about where he planned to place both his trash and the sidewalk cafe he had been planning. And I'm glad to hear that the applicant is not applying for a sidewalk cafe, because as you can see from Protestants Exhibit 8, Mr. Roth, if you'd be so obliged, Exhibit 8. Which shows the sidewalk on the south side of Vernon Street, including the front of the applicant's establishment. There'd be very little room for tables and chairs there without obstructing pedestrian passage of no less than 10 feet in width at all points. Similarly, as you can see from Protestants Exhibit 10, which shows the Florida Avenue sidewalk in front of where the summer garden is proposed, there's equally little space. For a time, we thought he might want to use the tiny front yard on the Vernon Street side for his so-called sidewalk cafe, but you can see that area prior to the commencement of the renovation that he recently started in Protestants Exhibit 9. I'm glad that that's not the case. It's only just within the last few days, this picture is different than what it looks like right now, because just within the last few days, the applicant's contractor has begun laying out rebar and 2x4s for the front yard for the purpose that up until today was unknown to me. But and actually we have a picture of that. That's Protestants Exhibit 48. So back in July, thank you, Mr. Roth. Back in July, during discussions with the community at our ABC committee meeting, Mr. Hughes reiterated a request he had previously made to the residents of the Carswell condos to share their dumpster area, a request those residents had made clear through their silence that they weren't willing to entertain. In lieu of that, he told the community he planned to store the entire building's trash and recycling in a secure storage closet under the front steps. But that location is no longer available because during construction, that space has now been completely taken up by the placement of the building's utility meters. And because he wants to turn his entire rear yard into a summer garden, there'd be no place for trash or recycling there if the proposed speakeasy, cafe, barbershop, retail space, office, and apartment only have a single small space for trash and recycling on that tiny patch of front yard which was in Exhibit 48, this will be a rat and rodent heaven. And it could be even worse if you put dirt and other landscaping planting around it. We've had that problem at Lucky Buns at the corner of 18th and Vernon. Protestants Exhibit 32, Mr. Roth. Thank you.
Sorry.
And I think this came up previously, Protestants Exhibit 32. This is the DC Surveyor's plat showing that the front yard of this property is located in public space, and leaving empty bottles, cans, and recycling materials like cartons and crates is a public space violation of leaving that on the public space is a violation of 24 DCMR section 111.3. And if the applicant ever plans to place a sidewalk cafe adjacent to it or even on the sidewalk itself, that would also violate 24 DCMR sections 314.9 and 314.10. I recognize that DDOT, not the ABC board, is responsible for issuing sidewalk cafe permits, and that DPW and the health department are responsible for managing trash collection and health issues. But the ABC board has the authority and is responsible for deciding whether it's appropriate to allow people to drink in such an environment, and deciding at the outset before a license is issued or transferred to a new location, whether that location is appropriate. On December 4th, 2019, at an ABC board hearing regarding Lucky Buns, an establishment located on the corner of 18th and Vernon Street, it did become apparent how rats can become rife in a community when an establishment's trash situation is permitted to get out of control.
Objection and move to strike.
I'm going to overrule the objection. I'm going to overrule the objection. But I know you have a standing objection, Mr. Klein.
Right, but I mean, to preserve the record, I feel that I have to move to strike with respect to testimony that is completely inappropriate. No, under normal circumstances would not be allowed by this board.
The board will take it for whatever it's worth, Mr. Klein. All right, go ahead, Mr. Arani.
Thank you. In that situation, the damage was already done because the establishment had long been in operation, but you can help nip this in the bud today by not allowing it to start. The inappropriate trash plan that is being proposed at this establishment, is just another example of how the applicant's establishment is not appropriate for this location. Chair Anderson, I ask that protestants exhibits 8, 9, 10, and 32 be entered into evidence. These are the ones that just pulled up.
I'm sorry, you said 8, 9, 10, and 32?
Correct.
Mr. Klein, any objections to protestants 8, 9, 10, and 32?
No objection.
Without objection.
Thank you. Our ANC's resolution also anticipated an adverse impact on residential parking needs and on vehicular and pedestrian safety. It's well known that parking in Adams Morgan is constrained even on the best of days. On weekend nights, parking is almost impossible. Investigator Puente's report on pages 10 and 11 confirms that when he visited on various days and times, there was, and I quote, not much parking available. Even when post-COVID enforcement resumes, it's difficult to find a metered spot when it's past time to beat the meter. The application states that the establishment is accessible via metro and bus. But if Mr. Hughes's description of the establishment as upscale to Investigator Puente was correct, then I presume many patrons will be taking an Uber Lyft, or circling the neighborhood looking for a place to park their cars, because I doubt patrons will be taking Metro, which doesn't run after midnight, much less taking the bus, which also has very limited late night service there. And that brings us back to Vernon Street. I ask that you examine Protestants Exhibit 36A. Thank you, Mr. Roth. That's a resolution that was unanimously adopted by our ANC on January 8th, 2020, asking DDOT to conduct a traffic study of the intersection of Florida Avenue and 18th Street and U Streets Northwest, the very intersection into which Vernon Street directly flows into also. You can see that at the bottom of that, you can see that at the bottom of page 1 there, there are a couple of references to Vernon Street. And on page 2, there's an entire section devoted to Vernon Street. The ANC asked DDOT to take 30 different actions to make Vernon Street and that entire intersection better and safer for pedestrians, cyclists, and drivers alike. Protestants Exhibit 36 are the minutes of the meeting at which this resolution was adopted. Chairman Anderson, I ask that these exhibits 36 and 36A be accepted into evidence.
Mr. Klein?
We object. We don't see where they're relevant. These are ANC actions. They're not evidence of anything other than evidence of the action of the ANC. That doesn't mean the action is well-founded. It's bootstrap in terms of this is what we think and this is what we think needs to be studied, which is fine. The ANC is certainly has the authority to do that. But in terms of that being used as an exhibit, as evidence of something, we believe it's completely inappropriate and we object to its admittance.
Can I say something to that?
Yes, Mr. Arani.
One of the grounds of protest is vehicular and pedestrian safety. This is the intersection and this is the street and I'm showing a resolution and the minutes related to that resolution where we as an ANC call out the how that intersection and how that street need improvement and the issues that are there regarding vehicular and pedestrian safety, which is also grounds for this protest.
Right, except the ANC is not qualified to make that finding. So it's completely irrelevant in terms of what they found. They can certainly raise the issues and have the issues studied by an appropriate body with expertise, but bootstrapping and saying, and look at the timing of the report as well, but bootstrapping and saying that this is somehow evidence that there's an issue here is inappropriate.
It's a concern of the community is what it shows. How about that?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Mr.
Ross. To suggest that this is not relevant is just completely mistaken. It's relevant from the standpoint of both the ANC, which is entitled to great weight, and from the standpoint of consideration. The board is entitled to give it whatever weight it wants to give, but the ANC's opinion is entitled to great weight. And if the ANC passed a resolution after giving this considerable study, which they did, passed a resolution that has 30 different recommendations, I think the board is entitled to give it that consideration.
I'm going to overrule the objection. I'm going to allow it in. The ANC, the ANC has contested this license on, this is the impact on vehicle traffic, and the ANC, this is a resolution where they're asking DDOT, they're saying that there is a significant traffic issue already exists, and so this is just a resolution that they're providing to DDOT asking for some changes be made. So I believe that it's relevant to the area that this establishment is asked to be, for us to provide a liquor license. And so therefore I'm gonna overrule the objection and allow this document is, and the board will give it the weight, that's the appropriate weight that the board so decide that it should be given. So I'm going to overrule the objection. So I'm going to allow 36 and 36A in the record. Let's move on. All right.
Thank you. I mean, you don't need a unanimous vote at the ANC. I could pull up data and actually have the data in front of me. Though we had a unanimous vote on that resolution, you don't need that to know that the intersection in question is a mess of safety and traffic concerns. According to data from DDOT's Vision Zero initiative, during my time on our ANC, inside of this intersection or within 50 feet of it, there have been a significant number of vehicular, pedestrian, and cyclist conflicts, resulting in 3, and this is DDOT's data, 3 recorded injuries to pedestrians, 4 recorded injuries to cyclists, and 14 recorded injuries to drivers and or passengers. Thus far, nothing has been done to address these safety problems. And now the applicant would add to that list of safety, delivery, and traffic issues at the intersection by having inebriated patrons exit at closing time onto Vernon Street. Patrons would also call Ubers and Lyfts, which would then stack up on quiet, narrow, one-way Vernon Street while waiting for a short-timed light. That signal turns into the clogged intersection in question, which is not equipped to handle more than a couple of right turns at a time. Meanwhile, as other cars start leaving the neighborhood and find themselves stuck behind a line of Ubers and Lyfts, horns will start honking, people will get impatient, waking up residents whose bedrooms face Vernon Street. When the council put section 25.314C in the statute, requiring especially close scrutiny of applications where a proposed establishment would impose a substantial adverse impact on residents in the adjacent residential district, it's very difficult to imagine that the council didn't have a case like this in mind.
Objection. He's now arguing law.
Mr. Irani.
I have one paragraph left. That's it. It's very, not but 10 seconds.
All right, go ahead, sir. I hear you, Mr. Klein, and as you know, these proceedings are not as formalistic as they are in court, and so therefore, I'm giving some deference in moving this along, sir. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I won't dwell on any of the other 2 protest grounds, except to say that Investigator Punte's report indicates that there are 31 other ABC establishments within a 1,200-foot radius of this one. And that certainly seems like an overconcentration. As to the impact on real property values, we had hoped to have some expert testimony on that, but perhaps some of the other protestants will speak to it. But given limitations on our time and budget, we focused our resources on a transportation expert instead, for the reasons I just mentioned. And in short, in summary, we very strongly believe that this is not an appropriate location for this establishment. Thank you very much for your patience and kind consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Irani. Mr. Roth, do you have any questions that you want to ask Mr. Irani?
I do not. Thank you.
Mr. Klein, any questions you want to have?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Mr. Irani, you talked about your concern that patrons of the establishment and the barbershop level would have the ability to get a drink before or after a haircut or while they're shopping. You mentioned that as a concern, correct?
I mentioned that. I don't think I called it a concern.
Well, is it a concern or is it not a concern?
The concern is the patrons milling about and talking outside residents' bedroom windows until the late hours.
Right, but you specifically referenced the first floor of the establishment not being innocuous because patrons would have the ability before or after a haircut to get a drink. Wasn't that part of your statement?
I said that, and I didn't call that specific part of concern. I said that that they would have the ability to get a drink before, after, during the haircut.
Right, but people don't typically get their haircut after about 9 o'clock at night, do they?
I'm not sure what the applicant's business plan is for that first level, which is why I included that, but which is also why I specified that the concern.
Can you please just answer my question, which is, to your knowledge, do people typically get haircuts after 9 o'clock at night?
I don't get my haircut after 9 o'clock at night.
So you don't have any knowledge on this topic?
I don't have that knowledge, no. But typically, I mean, that's a fair thing to say.
And in fact, in terms of shoppers being there, for the most part, people aren't engaged in too much retail activity except online after 9 o'clock at night, are they?
Sure. I could say, I mean, you could have a late night sale. So again, typically, I don't do a lot of shopping in retail establishments. I pretty much buy everything online.
Okay. Now, you mentioned that you seem to speak to a lot of people who are opposed to this application. Did you hear from anyone who supported the application?
The vast majority of people that I've heard from are opposed to the application. I had heard from at least one person in support of it, correct?
Right. Isn't it usually true that the people that you hear from are the people that are opposed to something? Isn't that your experience as an ANC commissioner and ANC chair?
No, not at all.
No. So you dispute that human nature that I think most of us are aware of, that people tend to come out when they're against rather than support. You don't think that's a phenomenon?
I think people come out both when they're against something. I mean, my experience on the ANC has been that people come out when they're against something and people come out when they're for something, which leads to a lively discussion.
The process that you talked about in terms of engaging with the applicant, did other commissioners participate in this process?
Yes.
Who were the other commissioners that participated?
The other commissioners were all at the ANC meeting on August 5th.
Well, all of you, however, were appointed as representatives of the ANC in connection with this protest, according to the resolution, weren't you?
I'm sorry?
Your resolution where representatives were appointed on behalf of the ANC, all of you were designated as representatives, weren't you?
Objection, Mr. Chairman. That's a misconstruction of the ANC resolution. And Mr. Klein is trying now to do exactly what he objected to before, which is misstating the law and misstating what the resolution said.
We don't know that. I've asked the question.
I don't have the document in front of me, and so I think hold on, please. I'm gonna overrule the objection, and the reason why Mr. Arani, he's chairman of the ANC. When a resolution comes to at least the ABC board, it designates who can, and so Mr. Arani can answer the question as the chairman. Is he the only person who's designated as a person, or are the other ANC representatives, have they been designated to represent the ANC at an ABC? I mean, I think that's a question that the chair should be able to answer, because the chair is the one who signs the resolution. So I'm going to overrule the objection. So answer the question, sir, if you can.
ANC 1C, it's typical in our resolutions that they have a line saying, sorry,
Mr. Arani, can you please mute your phone, please? Put your phone in silent because you're going to be testifying for a while. Please put your phone in silent, sir. Go ahead, sir.
Sorry for that. ANC 1C in its resolutions authorizes any commissioner to act on behalf of the commission in proceedings in front of district agencies, boards, and in this particular one, we did have a line saying ANC 1C authorizes any commissioner to act on behalf of the commission in the proceedings of this protest.
Excuse me, Mr. Arani, I'm sorry to smile, and I hope the public realizes that I am smiling because you have someone behind you who's acted up. So that's why I'm smiling. So I'm not smiling because I'm not taking your testimony seriously, but I'm smiling because of the action of what is going on behind you. So I do apologize to you, sir. I cannot. The other board members are able to keep their composure, but unfortunately, I'm unable to do that. So I do apologize. So go ahead.
No offense was taken. So yeah, there is a line. I hope that answers the question.
Right. So I could call it up, but in the interest of expediency, perhaps I'll just read it. Protestants Exhibit 36, which has already been accepted into evidence, states the motion also authorized any commissioner to act on behalf of ANC 1C in this matter. Do you disagree that that's what's in the minutes? Because if so, we'll call it up.
I believe that's what I just said.
Okay. I think you said something about to appear before an agency, and it's not limited in that way, is it?
I read that exact word. Okay. I read that exact line.
All right. So given that, I'm going to renew my question about other commissioners participating in this process on behalf of the ANC. Did they so participate?
So it is the long-held custom.
Just answer my question. I don't care about long-held customs. We'll move a lot quicker. Just answer the question.
Mr. Chairman, can't Mr. Klein let the witness finish his answer in the same way that I was instructed to let witnesses finish their answers?
Not if it's not responsive to my question.
But Mr. Klein, you asked the question and he's answering the question to the best of his ability. If you need him to answer yes or no, then you need to ask the question in such a sense that he can only answer yes or no. You have asked him an open-ended question and he's answering the question to the best of his ability. So Mr. Arani, please answer the question. If not, Mr. Klein withdraw the question.
It was a yes or no question, Mr. Chairman.
Please rephrase the question. I'm sorry, please ask your question again, Mr. Klein. I apologize.
Okay. Mr. Arani, did other commissioners participate in the process in considering this application outside of the ANC meetings?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
And how did they participate?
They inquired. Commissioner Bowles had also attended a mediation.
And is it your testimony that they were kept informed of what was going on in this process?
So is it my testimony? Can you repeat the question?
My question is, did you keep commissioners informed of what was going on?
Objection, Mr. Chairman. Number one, this line of questioning is irrelevant. And number two, I'm not sure what Mr. Klein is driving at here in terms of the internal workings of the ANC and why this has anything to do with the decisions that the ABC board has to make in this case.
I'm going to overrule the objection. I think it is relevant. I mean, we did have two ANC commissioners who testified on behalf of the applicant. Mr. Arani he gave an extensive statement about the meetings that they've had. So he has opened himself up to to rigorous cross-examination. So I'm going to overrule the objection. And so I answer the question to the best of your ability, Mr. Ryan.
So it's the custom of our ANC for the SMC commission or the chair of the ABC committee to represent the ANC in matters in general, but specifically this protest matter. I happen to be both the SMD commissioner and the chair. So I did represent the ANC in this matter.
Mr. Arani, isn't it true that the ANC was party to motions that were filed to dismiss the application?
Correct.
Yes or no question? Yes?
Yes.
And you authorized the ANC to participate and be a party to those motions, correct?
Yes, that's right.
There was no resolution passed by the ANC authorizing the ANC to be a party to that motion, was there?
We resolved to protest the application, and the procedures that we take to effectuate that protest, we do not bring to the ANC and have never brought to the ANC. I mean, it would be very hard for us to take part in any of the district government proceedings if we had to go back for a vote, because we only meet once a month for every little procedural thing.
Mr. Arani, don't you typically protest these licenses? And isn't it the understanding of most of the commissioners that you protest these licenses so that you can extract a settlement agreement?
We usually, and in every single application, and I've negotiated dozens of settlement agreements now, come to an agreement with applicants.
So it's quite unusual to take the position that the application should be completely dismissed, because typically the understanding when the application is protested is that you'll be seeking a settlement agreement, correct?
No. As I was saying, we voted to protest. There was a motion to dismiss. We voted to protest based on, well, the first time around, based on the Adams-Morgan moratorium zone, and we signed on to a motion to dismiss, and that effectuated that protest because the building is in the Adams-Morgan moratorium zone, and that was ruled favorably by the ABC board. I believe I was doing my duty as an ANC commissioner to sign on and attend those hearings.
So you don't see any difference between a protest that seeks to enter into a settlement agreement to impose some conditions and one which seeks to completely deny an application? To you, there's no difference?
We seek to enter into settlement agreements with every applicant. Every single applicant,
how can you enter into a settlement
Actually, hold on, Mr. Klein, can you let him finish? Let him finish, please.
Yeah, sorry.
When during those negotiations, or as the ABRA process, as the ABC process unfolds, deadlines come up, I still will take actions to effectuate what the ANC has voted to do, which is to protest, and while still, trying to reach a settlement, which I have spent more time on this particular application trying to reach a settlement than any other, probably by 10x.
But how can you enter into a settlement agreement if the application is dismissed? Aren't those two mutually exclusive goals?
Like I said, as the ABC process unfolds, different things come to light, different deadlines, and we may file different procedural motions, while also could be before, could be after these motions, try to enter into a settlement agreement, which is exactly what happened here. Both before and after, we tried to enter into a settlement agreement before and after different motions.
But you agree dismissal of the application would negate the opportunity to enter into any settlement agreement, wouldn't it? There wouldn't be anything to settle, isn't that correct?
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to renew my objection. The period of time that Mr. Klein is discussing is long past. There have been a long series of settlement discussions since the period of time that Chairman Arani entered into or joined this motion to dismiss, which the board denied. And other than trying to question Commissioner Arani's or Chairman Arani's bona fides as a commissioner and a chairman, I don't know what point Mr. Klein is trying to make.
Mr. If I may?
Mr. Klein, go ahead.
Yes, Mr. Arani is here. He purports to be the czar, in my opinion, based on the May I finish, please?
Mr. Ross, let Mr. Klein.
Of the ANC, he reads a statement that's full of argument. The resolution that was passed, which I'm going to get to in a second, in January 8th of 2020, specifically references that this protest was filed to try to negotiate a settlement agreement. And then he goes rogue, apparently, because he didn't have any authority. And he says, oh, that's just the normal course. We seek to dismiss the application when we've talked about entering into a settlement agreement. So, and we also heard from two commissioners who very much question what's going on here. So I think it's appropriate, particularly when we have Mr. Roth and Mr. Arani tendering that this ANC is entitled to great weight. So I think these issues are important and need to be explored.
I'm going to overrule the objection. However, I'm going to overrule the objection. Go ahead. Yes, go ahead. I'm actually looking. Go ahead. I'm looking at.
All right. I'm going to withdraw my last question, and I'm going to ask you, Mr. Arani, isn't it true that your minutes from that we were talking about before, from January 8th of 2020, Protestants Exhibit 36, state, quote, Commissioner Guthrie explained that protesting the application would allow ANC 1C to be able to negotiate a settlement agreement with the owners. And then he proceeds to describe the basis for the protest. Isn't that what the protest was all about?
Can I ask a question? I just want to get some clarification, Mr. Klein. But isn't there another ANC resolution that was done August 7, 2020?
Yeah, there are a number of them. Yeah.
But wouldn't the resolution from August 7th of 2020, since it was after January, wouldn't that be the relevant resolution that we're talking about?
Sure, but I think what one has to look at here is a pattern. And we had two ANC commissioners who I concede were not commissioners at the time, who've complained about not being kept informed, not knowing what was going on. And we also have a motion that was filed reportedly by the ANC to dismiss the application. And that seems to be contrary to the spirit of what the ANC intended. And then we have the ANC here today joining in a PIF suggesting that the application should be completely denied.
I guess just my confusion. I don't understand why we're complaining about something that was done in January, where we have another resolution that was done subsequent to that was done. And I think our time is better spent discussing the resolution that was done in August. I don't know why we're spending time on a resolution that was done in January of 2020, where we have another resolution that was another resolution on the by the ANC that was done in August of 2020. And so I mean, if you right, okay, thank you.
I'll move on at this point. Now you talked about the trash storage, and you said that there was a request made by Mr. Hughes, presumably, to use the trash area, the dumpster of the condominium, correct?
Yes.
And you said that they made clear through their silence that that request was unacceptable, correct?
Sorry, one more time?
You said that the condominium made clear through its silence that Mr. Hughes' request was denied.
Correct. Yeah.
They didn't even think it was appropriate to respond to his request?
I can't speak on the Carswell condominium's behalf there.
You don't find it odd that they never even responded to his request?
I believe that they did have extent. I don't want to get into the negotiations of the settlement agreement, but there were discussions about the trash area and other things amongst the protestants. But what I was specifically referring to was in my statement, which seems to be what you're talking about, was back in July. And at that time, Mr. Hughes had reiterated his request of wanting to put his trash in the Carswell condominiums, which they clearly didn't have an appetite for.
Okay, you had some very dramatic parts of your statement about Uber and Lyft vehicles stacked up and the unavailability of parking in the neighborhood. How many Uber and Lyft vehicles do you think are going to be needed? And how many parking spaces do you think are going to be needed to service this tiny little establishment with 30 seats that we toured earlier today by video?
If I just want to be direct and answer your question, I don't know how many Uber and Lyft vehicles will be needed to service the establishment.
Okay, so you don't have any idea whether it's going to put any strain on Vernon Street or on 18th Street or on Florida Avenue, do you?
What I said in my statement was that we already have an issue, as evidenced by the ANC resolution that was passed, as evidenced by the 3 pedestrians that have been hit by a car, the 4 cyclists that have been hit by a car, the 14 other injuries there, that intersection is a problem, and that that Vernon Street empties into that intersection, and that Ubers and Lyfts coming down Vernon Street are going to exacerbate that problem.
Did you hear Mr. Hughes' testimony that it was his intention to make an effort to have those pickups made on Florida Avenue and 18th Street?
I did hear that part of Mr. Hughes' testimony.
Okay, and you don't believe that he will make those efforts?
I think what I was saying is not passing judgment on whether my belief of him making those efforts or not. I would hope that he does make efforts, but as I was saying, it's a very unsafe intersection even before I knew anything about the establishment and what was going on with Uber and Lyft and Mr. Hughes' plans for that building. And Florida Avenue is even worse. I mean, Florida Avenue is a very congested road, one way either direction. So I hope that he does make plans like that, but I don't know how effective those will be.
So we have an empty commercial building where this application, where this application has been filed for. At some point, it's going to be occupied, correct?
My understanding was that it was occupied prior to Mr. Hughes buying the building. Perhaps not all the floors were occupied, but it wasn't completely vacant.
Right, but right now it's unoccupied, correct?
Yes, that's right.
So when that building is occupied for some use, then presumably there are going to be some transportation needs, correct?
There's ongoing transportation needs.
Was that yes? Agreement with what I said?
Yes, there are ongoing transportation needs.
Okay. And if it's a business other than an ABC license establishment, you have little ability as an ANC to pressure or press the owner to take any steps to mitigate what the effects might be from another business there. Isn't that correct?
We have, whatever avenues are available to us. But,
what are those in the absence of an ABC license?
We passed that resolution to try to improve, to bring this intersection to DDOT's attention, right? To try to improve the situation, the safety situation. So that's one of the things that we can do and we have done, and we continue to push on it.
And improving the situation would be for the benefit of the residents on Vernon Street, as well as the businesses on Vernon Street, wouldn't it?
That's correct.
And assuming that this business is opened, this would be one of the businesses that would be intended to benefit with these recommendations, correct?
As would everyone. I would hope that everyone can stay safe.
Now, do you have any particular interest on Vernon Street? Do you own any property or have any equity interest in any real estate on Vernon?
I don't have an equity. I have an equity interest in a business, but if that's what you're referring to.
What business is that?
That's Unwind.
And what is that business?
It's on the corner of 18th and Vernon, in Florida.
And what does Unwind do?
That's a wellness center.
And given that what we've heard from the protestants, that an ABC license at this location is, and I'll paraphrase, the worst idea in the world, don't you have a conflict of interest if that's your belief?
I've never, I don't, maybe I'm not understanding. I don't believe I have a conflict of interest. If you'd like to rephrase your question, you can go ahead.
Did you disclose to the ANC when these matters were being considered that you have a business on the corner, which is what, 3 doors down from this establishment?
Like I said, I have an equity interest. I'm not the operating partner in that business.
Okay, then I'll rephrase my question. Did you disclose to the ANC that you have an equity interest in a business 3 doors down, which might or might not be affected by an ABC license at this location?
I did not disclose that I have an equity interest in a business because I don't believe that it was relevant to this. I have an equity interest, not an operating partner in that business, and I've had it for a handful of years.
Well, if you have an equity interest, if the business does well, you do better. And if it does worse, you do worse, correct?
Mr. Chairman, objection. That's asked and answered. I mean, that's ridiculous.
Oh,
sure. Go ahead, Mr. Pine.
Point made. Ms. Johannes, can you bring up Exhibit 11, please?
Okay.
I'm not sure if Miss Hendricks does Miss Johannes still have the ability to share her screen, or do you need to give her that ability?
Yes, she has the ability to share her screen now.
All right, thank you.
No, I'm sorry, protest since 11.
Can you see it?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Zoom in a bit, please. Okay. Mr. Arani, the Carswell has seating in a couple of areas in front of its building, doesn't it?
Yes.
Isn't it true that the seating area to the left is the smoking area?
Oh, I have no idea.
Objection. Well, how would Mr. Arani know that?
I don't know if he does or he doesn't. I will find out when he answers my question.
I have
So
no
I'm going to overrule the objection. If you can answer, Mr. Arani, answer. If you can't, you can't.
Yeah, I have no idea.
Okay. And lastly, you testified about your concerns that at 2 a.m. at closing time, inebriated patrons would be leaving the establishment. How is it you conclude that the patrons leaving this particular establishment will be inebriated when they're leaving the establishment?
How is it that I can conclude that?
Yeah, do you have any evidence to believe that the clientele that's going to frequent this establishment is going to tend to be inebriated when they leave?
People go to a bar to drink. So sorry.
You didn't like that question.
Clearly, Mr. Clark. Ms. Johannes, while we're off the record for a minute, Ms. Johannes, can you close your screen, please? Okay. All right, we're back at the record. Go ahead, Mr. Arani.
It's yeah, people come to bars to drink. So, and when they're leaving to be inebriated, this is my common experience in Adams Morgan, walking up and down 18th Street.
Okay, do you go to bars on Adams Morgan?
Yes, I've been.
Do you always leave inebriated?
I always leave having had a drink.
Okay, but do you leave inebriated?
Sometimes.
Sometimes. Okay, fair enough. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let me ask you, because Mr. Arani, from what I gather, the ANC voted in January to protest the proceedings. The ANC voted in August to protest these proceedings, but the ANC changed in January of 2021. Did the ANC ever reconsider whether or not there would whether or not, since from what I was told, you had 6 new members of the ANC? Was this ever discussed with the new ANC whether or not they still want to protest the application?
No member, no commissioner has brought that forward. Commissioner Bowles and Commissioner Wood, who testified today, had the last 3 months to bring forward a resolution to drop the protest, but nothing was ever brought forward.
No, but I'm asking a different question, sir. I'm saying it's a completely different ANC. From what I'm told, there are 6 new members. And so it was the old ANC that voted, and I'm not saying it's not relevant, I'm just asking a question because it's the resolution of the ANC. But I was just asking you, since the decision was made in August of 2020 to protest the matter, and in January you had a completely different ANC, with the exception of yourself and Commissioner Bowles. Did you thought that it was important to bring this to the attention of this ANC to see if they still supported moving forward with protesting this application?
No, I didn't, because this has happened now. This was the second time it's happened where there are ANC actions that have occurred in a prior ANC, and we have a new ANC, and I carry out my duty as had been assigned to me from the prior ANC.
All right. Any other questions by any of the board members? Hearing none. Mr. Klein, do you have any questions of Mr. Irani based on the questions that I asked?
I do not. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Roth, do you have any questions of Mr. Irani based on the questions I asked?
Yeah, just a couple of short ones. Commissioner Irani, Commissioner Bowles was appointed the chair of the ABC committee in this current ANC, was he not?
That's correct.
And he did put on the agenda of the ABC committee meeting in, I believe it was it early January or early February, this particular item, did he not?
I think it was early January or early February, yeah.
So there was the opportunity to discuss this matter at the ABC committee meeting, which was publicly noticed, and the commissioners on the ABC committee and members of the public did and would have had the opportunity to discuss this if they wanted to. Is that not right?
That's correct, I did.
And as a result of that discussion, if Commissioner Bowles wanted to bring a resolution to the full commission, he would have had that opportunity as recently as the March ANC meeting. Is that right?
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you. No further questions.
Although this is not important, but I'm confused. I thought the question I asked, so are you stating that this new commission did discuss this issue? Is that your testimony? Because I was confused. I thought you're saying that this new commission didn't discuss it. I'm just trying to get clarity.
Yeah, so I think the confusion is because I was referring to, when answering your question, at a full ANC meeting of all the commissioners, which is held monthly. And then what Mr. Roth was just referring to was an ABC committee meeting, which is staffed by 3 commissioners, Commissioner Bowles, myself, and Commissioner Clem. And Commissioner Bowles had put this establishment on the agenda of that meeting. He put discussion of an update or discussion of this matter on the agenda. And a lot of members of the community, including as well as the applicant, came to that meeting.
So what happened at that meeting?
Members of the community, I gave an update on the settlement agreement negotiations, and members of the community and the applicant voiced their opinions and concerns.
So what decision did the
ABC? If there was no action.
So It was on the agenda, so there was no. It was discussed, but no decision was made. Is that what you're saying?
It was, it was, maybe if I put it more, it was an update and not, there wasn't a proposed action. It was an update on the settlement or on the establishment on this license. So there was no resolution put forward, and there was no proposed action there. It was all the sides just talking.
So there was talk, and so as a result of the talk, then it's like, okay, it's still on the table that we're not going to change our position from August to protest this establishment. Am I correct then?
Presumably, I mean, an opportunity was there to change it, but nothing had happened, nor was it even discussed with a resolution coming forward or anything like that.
And the reason why I'm asking, it's because you have a completely different ANC in the sense of there's 6 new members, and this is an active case within the ANC. And you had a meeting in January, and I'm not discounting the resolution. I'm not discounting I just wanted to be clear. I'm not discounting the resolution that's in the record from August that stated that the ANC was protesting this license. So I am not discounting that, and I'm not stating that it is not the position of the ANC. That's not my position. I was just curious by saying, since you have 6 out of 6 new members, was there any discussions regarding this issue? Since it was an active case moving forward, and if there was a conversation at least at the ABC board level, was it why? Anyway, all right. That was just a curiosity on my part. That's fine. Mr.
Chairman, I feel compelled to follow up on your comments.
Yes, Mr. Klein, I am fully aware that by a board member asking a question, it opens this round robin again, so you don't have to worry about that. So,
thank you.
All right. Does any other board member have a question based on what the question that was raised before I allow Mr. Klein to ask questions? No. All right. Go ahead, Mr. Klein.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Arani, isn't it true that Peter Wood attempted to bring the issue up at the full ANC meeting and you rolled him out of order?
No.
That's not true?
No, I don't.
Call him in rebuttal if we need to.
I'm sorry?
We'll call him in rebuttal if we need to. You're saying that didn't happen?
That he attempted to do what?
To raise the issue concerning this protest, and you ruled him out of order and wouldn't let him speak.
No, that's not true.
Okay. No further questions.
Mr. Roth, do you have any questions that you want to ask?
No. Thank you, sir.
Since you're the witness on the hot seat, Mr. Arani, do you have any final comments that you want to make?
Yeah, I just want to say that there's been a lot of talk about process, and I do want to just say that I have followed all the long-held customs of our ANC. I followed process, held votes at duly noticed meetings, and this matter has been socialized and voted on amongst all commissioners of the prior ANC, and amongst, to the extent that it could be of an old matter that was coming to an end on this new ANC. So, and also that I just want to point out that the vote was 6-1. The single commissioner that voted against was one of the commissioners that was here today. testifying on behalf of the applicant. So,
all right.
All right.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Ronnie. All right. All right. So, Mr. Ross, how many witnesses do you have, sir?
Well, I was hoping to call 8. I didn't anticipate that Mr. Klein's cross was going to go as long as it did, but I hope we do get to all 8. I'll try to be as efficient and brief with all of them as I possibly can be, because my questioning of the 8 isn't anticipated to go on that very long.
Well, Mr. Ross, with all due respect to Mr. Klein, I'm going to put this on the record. You cross-examined his witness for almost maybe an hour. Okay, I just want to say that. So I thought to be fair to everyone, your cross-examination of Mr. Klein's first witness did take a substantial time. That's one of the reasons why I proposed something, but I had to withdraw it because it was not fair to all the parties. Okay.
I appreciate your indulgence, Mr. Chairman.
You have an hour and a half to present your case, and I will stop once we do once cross-examination starts. I will stop the clock, and I will start it back up once for you to do direct. So you have an hour and a half, and I'm pressing the start button. Who's your first witness, sir?
I hope we still have. I hope we still have Miss Cassandra Jones on the phone.
I think I'll say this, that Ms. Jones was very excited to testify as soon as she realized that it was your case. Was your case? She started showing her face. You know, we started this hearing, and I had to call on her to say she needed to mute her telephone, and so she kind of. But anyway, I digress.
Mr. Chairman,
I'm sorry.
I have an hour and a half left. What about Mr. Ronnie's testimony? That doesn't count against the protestants?
That's a separate Mr. Klein.
Unbelievable.
Mr. Klein.
Yes.
The ANC is a protestant was given stand-in to protest this matter. The Citizens Association, these are the protestants in this. These are the protestants in this case. It is ANC 1C, the Colorado Citizens Association, and I think in the Colorado the group of 23. If this matter went the way it would have gone, the ANC would have had an hour based on the joint motions that all the parties agreed to. The ANC would have had 90 minutes to present its case. The Colorado Citizens Association would have had 90 minutes to present its case, and the group of 23 would have had 90 minutes. But I was told at the beginning that the parties had jointly agreed that Mr. Roth would have been the designated representative for all the groups, but the ANC wanted to make a statement. And so, yes, this is now the other groups presented their case, and they have their 90 minutes as was anticipated as per, since they do have standing, since each of the group had standing. My understanding, as a courtesy to us, they decided that they're going to fold all of their cases into one. If I read that incorrectly, please correct me.
I'm going to endeavor to get this in less than 90 minutes, Mr. Chairman.
Now, Mr. Roth, one thing that I will say, when we have, since I've been chair, I allow everyone to speak. Yes, it's somewhat limited because we're all been sitting in front of the computer since 10 o'clock. Well, at least the board since 9:30 this morning. But so now you have 90 minutes to present your case. Mr. Klein did come in probably 93 or 95 minutes to present this case. So I want to thank him for that. So I would say that initially when I told him that he only had a certain amount of time, he was able to come in about 95 minutes in presenting his case. So I'm hoping that you will be, I will stray beyond the 90 minutes barely. I want to let you know that as I did, but since he was wrapping up, I allowed that to occur. So yes, he has 90 minutes to present his case. So let me, all right. So Miss Jones, right? Miss Jones, can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, now you can keep your microphone open until you're done testifying, okay? Thank you. I think Mr. Let me see, Mr. There's a feedback, but what I'll ask is that you, Mr. Ross, if you're not speaking, mute your phone whenever you're not speaking, okay?
Yeah, I don't think it's coming from me. Ms. Jones, it may be a little bit of feedback from your end, I'm not sure, but we'll do our best.
All right, thank you. Go ahead, sir. You're with.
You okay there, Ms. Jones?
I'm fine. I'm just cutting the phone off to make sure I'm not causing a problem. So I'm ready.
There we go. All right. Good afternoon, Ms. Jones. Can you please state and spell your full first and last names for the record?
Cassandra Jones, Cassandra Jones.
Thank you. And are you one of the protestants in this case?
Yes.
And do you own a condominium unit at the Carswell at 1812 Vernon Street Northwest?
Yes, I do.
What year did you first move into that building?
1970.
And was it a condominium or a rental building back then?
Rental.
Can you give the board the short version of how you came to own the unit that you're living in now? Let's make it the short version.
I'm going to make it short. Once the building was renovated, I moved into unit number 4, and I continued to rent until the owner decided he wanted to actually sell this unit. At that time, I decided to purchase the unit January of 1999.
So you've been living in your present unit for the last 22 years, is that right?
Not exactly. Remember, I first was a renter, and I stayed in a unit for 9 years as a renter, and as an owner for 22. So I've actually lived in this unit for 31 years.
Okay. Ms. Andrews, can I get permission to share my screen?
Sure, stand by. Okay, Mr. Roth, you can share your screen now.
Thank you. Go back this way. So, Ms. Jones, I'm going to show you Protestants Exhibit 12, and I'm going to ask you to describe for the board what you see here.
Looking from the back of the building, I see 1812 Vernon Street, and next to it, 1806 Vernon Street.
Can you point out which apartment are your sliding doors and windows? Or let me put it this way, let me move my cursor over here, and I'm showing the sliding doors and windows on the first floor of 1812 Vernon Street. Am I pointing to the correct?
That is correct. The sliding doors, then the next is the 2 windows, which is 1 bedroom, and then the last single window is a larger bedroom. But also, it may be important to know on Florida Avenue, I have 3 windows that also go along with the single window for the larger bedroom.
Okay. So based on, let me back up a step and say, have you watched or listened in on ANC meetings or ANC committee meetings about this tavern application?
Yes, I have.
Based on what you've seen and what you've heard, what are your concerns about how Mr. Hughes' proposed summer garden and how his hours of operation would affect you?
It would have a major impact on me. you know, I've been here for a while and I've seen the community change, but I never thought that I would be living next to an establishment like that that will disrupt my livelihood and my peace and harmony in my home. Having an establishment next to me on a residential street with a garden where people will be drinking and they'll have loud conversations. And you know, when you drink, that level goes up higher with conversation and smoking. And I understand there will be no music, so that's a real good thing. But with the smoking, I have a problem with smoke because my throat becomes very irritated with smoking, even with the least amount of smoke. Unfortunately, with all of that, I know my pressure is going to go up because of the activity and what I'm going to be subject to, the noise and the smoking. And I feel it's unfair to me and the rest of the, I'm going to speak even for the rest of the tenants in this unit. To me, it shows a lack of consideration for your neighbor when it was a nice, peaceful environment, and all of a sudden we're going to be forced with all this energy next door. I haven't lived this long to live in this and to live in this building just to be subject to that environment. Like I said, I know when you're drinking, we all know that the noise level will increase. Now, the hours of operation for the gardens are from 8 a.m. to 1. Seriously? Really? That's between 17 and 18 hours that I'm going to be subject to, not only me, all of us going to be subject to. At 9, I'm normally settling down to relax. The hours are just too long for anyone to be subject to the proposed garden environment. I think I don't know if we really, I think we kind of answer this because I was also concerned after 1 o'clock when they close, how you can be assured that all the people leave the garden and not just hanging around the garden, still communicating and talking, or people passing the garden decide, well, yes, I can hang out here now after partying up and down 18th Street. That's a problem for me. I know you say I'm not supposed to ask questions, I guess.
Yeah. Well, you can make it theoretical or hypothetical.
I'm just wondering, what am I supposed to do? Am I supposed to actually leave my environment, my home, till after 1 o'clock, till all this activity has ceased? And if it gets too unbearable, as far as me getting rid of my unit, I don't know anybody would like to sit or live next door to that kind of environment. Yes, your garden might look pretty to look out on, but the people that's going to congregate in there and the noise is just going to be overwhelming. I'm not the only person in this building that would be affected with the noise and the music of the environment next door. Most of the units in here, bedrooms, point to Florida Avenue, even the ones on the front. Their bedroom will have at least one window that's going to point to Florida Avenue, and they're going to be able to hear this noise as well.
All right, we'll hear from some of those later on.
Okay. And living on 18th Street is a huge part of the lifetime investment for some of us who are making this our final home.
Okay.
Finish with that.
Thank you, Ms. Jones. We appreciate that. Let me ask you another question. Do you own a car?
Yes.
Where do you park it?
Good question. As you know, it's extremely hard to park on Vernon Street, and because of my disability and stuff, I no longer can park 2 and 3 blocks away to find a parking space. I actually have to pretty much sit here on Vernon Street to get a parking space, or parking within a block of Vernon Street. And sometimes that means I can be sitting there from 30 to 40 minutes up to 2 hours.
Okay. What's the furthest distance away from home you've had to walk in order to park in, say, like the last 2 years?
Within the last 2 years, I pretty much try to park on Vernon Street because of my disability. I can't walk a long distance. Matter of fact, I can't even walk up Vernon Street, one half of Vernon Street, without getting into pain, feeling pain.
Okay. Thank you very much. I have no further questions.
Okay.
No, close your screen, Mr. Ross.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Klein, do you have any questions?
I do not. Thank you.
I just want to ask you a question, Miss Jones. You're saying that your windows face Florida Avenue, right? Is that correct?
Yes.
So, tell me, what is what do you look at when you look through your window?
Right now, I'm in my living room. I'm looking at 18 Florida Avenue.
So what's outside? What's there?
Right now I see traffic, cars.
Now, I'm just saying, typically, when you look through your window for Florida Avenue, what is it that you see? What? Tell me, explain to me. I know I believe that Vernon is more residential. What I'm trying to find out, Florida Avenue, is that a commercial strip? I mean, what when you look through your window on Florida Avenue, what is it that what do you see? Do you see other homes? Do you see businesses? What do you see when you face Florida Avenue? That's what I'm trying to get at.
Homes. From where I am, homes. I can see one little place where they deal with phones across 18th Street. But behind me, well, I get a better view of Florida. There is some network where they deal with taxes. It's another little establishment. I'm not sure what they do because I never see anybody there. They keep renovating it, but I never see anybody there. The rest of the street is all homes.
On Florida Avenue? That's what I'm trying to. On Florida?
Right.
Okay.
From where I'm sitting. Of course, there's 1, 2, 3 businesses right off, but I can't see them. Not really. On my side. But they're very quiet. There's no music. People, really socializing and stuff.
All right, fine. Any other questions by any board members? All right.
Mr.
Yes,
Chair.
Mr. Short.
Good afternoon, or good evening now, Ms. Jones. How are you?
I'm fine.
Ms. Jones, I know your network well. I work at the fire station there at 1617 U Street.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
That was back in the 70s.
Yep, I was here.
Okay, and I know the neighborhood quite well. And I used to frequent the Hilton Hotel quite a bit. Whenever the president was there or they had big events. And then they built a brand new building behind the Hilton, correct?
Right.
All right, and that obstructs the view from the Hilton. But at any rate, along Florida Avenue, you're saying they are mainly residential properties, correct?
On the part where I am.
Yeah.
Okay.
I understand. And then on 18th Street, that you're looking down 18th Street, right at the corner of 18th and Florida, there's a couple of residential apartment buildings there, right?
Right.
Okay. And then going down U Street, there are on the south side of the street, there are I guess 3-story homes.
Yes.
Red brick homes. And then the point I'm trying to make, and I don't want to keep picking on. The point I'm trying to make is what the chairman was trying to ask you is to describe your community. And would you say it's 80%? What do you see out of your window? Is it 80%, approximately 80% residential?
I'm going to say yes.
Okay, that's what the chairman was trying to say, because he doesn't know your neighborhood like some of us know your neighborhood. So he was trying to get you. He was trying to get you to say what you see out of your window, and what I was trying to bring out is you see mostly residential, which has been like that for the last 50 years or longer.
Yes, absolutely.
In fact, Vernon, when I was working that area, Vernon Street was a very high profile street. It was a little uppity. It was.
Oh, back then before I came here, yes.
Yeah, and because the Hilton Hotel used to try to park their guests on Vernon Street, and the neighborhood was so strong back then that the community told Hilton, no, your people cannot park on Vernon Street. I remember that very well.
Okay.
But anyway, that's just for some who don't know your neighborhood, and it has changed somewhat since they started the Adams Morgan and a few other things, but it has mainly stayed residential.
Right.
On your end of 18th and Florida Avenue.
Exactly. Yes. Yes.
Thank you. That's all I have, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your 31 years, Ms. Jones. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions by the board members? Mr. Klein, any questions of Ms. Jones?
No, thank you.
Mr. Roth, any questions of Ms. Jones? Mr. Roth, you're on mute.
No, thank you, sir.
Ms. Jones, thank you very much for your testimony. Thank you very much for your testimony, ma'am. All right.
You're welcome. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Roth, do you have another witness?
Yes, sir. Caitlin Kerr.
Ms. Kerr.
Hello.
Can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, thank you. Your witness, Mr. Roth.
I'm trying to find Ms. Kerr on the screen.
She's here, sir.
Okay. Good afternoon, Ms. Kerr. Can you please state and spell your first and last names for the record?
Sure. My first name is Caitlin. That's spelled Kaitlyn. The last name is Kerr, Kerr.
Thank you. And are you one of the protestants in this case?
Yes, sir.
And do you live at the Carswell condominium at 1812 Vernon Street?
Yes, sir, I do.
When did you move in there?
I moved in November of 2019.
Do you own or rent your apartment?
I'm a renter.
Okay, I'm going to share my screen and show you what's marked as Protestants Exhibit 11 and ask you what you see there.
Sure. So on the right-hand side is 1812 Vernon Street, which is my building. And then on the left-hand side is the proposed establishment that we're discussing today. And I'm assuming important to point out that on the left-hand side of the blue awning is a set of windows behind that tree, and that is my bedroom window.
So what I'm circling here with my cursor,
yes,
would be your bedroom window.
Yes.
Okay. Before you rented this unit, had you been to the Adams Morgan and DuPont Circle neighborhoods before?
Yes, many times.
Were you familiar with the 18th Street corridor?
Yes, I would say I was very familiar with the 18th Street corridor.
And you were still comfortable renting this unit even with that knowledge?
Yes, I was. My experience with the 18th Street corridor was that most of the activity was concentrated on 18th itself, specifically in between, Columbia and Calorama, I would say. So when I was looking at apartments, this apartment being on a side street and not next to any of the bar establishments, I was comfortable still renting the apartment.
Now, you said you moved into your apartment when?
In November of 2019.
And when did you learn that someone had applied for a tavern license in the building next door?
I actually saw an article online about it in January of 2020. And then after that, learned more information from my neighbors about it.
And have you watched or listened in over Zoom on any of the ANC or ANC committee meetings about this pending tavern license application, location transfer application?
Yes, I have.
And based on what you've seen and heard, what are your concerns about the impacts that this establishment would have on you?
So my main concern is the noise that would be caused by the people that are exiting the establishment out onto Vernon Street, especially while they are waiting for any kind of Ubers, cabs, ride shares, or just in general congregating there after leaving the bar. I'm not exactly sure what those hours specifically are going to look like, but I do know that they'll be serving alcohol. That's why we're here. So people will be possibly leaving drunk. They're not going to be concerned about controlling their volume or their noise level. They'll be exiting next to and then waiting on the residential street that is basically below / right next to my bedroom window. And it's within earshot of my bedroom window. So depending on, how late this establishment is open, how late they're letting people exit or, telling people to exit, I'm concerned that the noise of those people exiting is going to wake me up. I'm generally worried about, will I be able to fall back asleep? Like, will I be able to get a good night's sleep, especially when I have to get up for work in the morning on the weeknights, and just the effect of that on my general overall quality of life is the best way to put it.
Thank you. Now, the application asks for closing time at 2 a.m. on weeknights and 3 a.m. on weekends.
Yes.
How do you know you'd be able to hear patrons talking out on Vernon Street if you're sleeping at 3 a.m. in the morning?
Well, I can hear them when I'm sleeping at like 7 or 8 a.m. in the morning. So I can hear pretty much all of my neighbors outside when they're, taking their dogs out or going out to their car or, meeting each other on the stairs. I've been able to hear that the whole time I've lived here. Most recently, while they've been doing construction next door on the stairwell, I've been able to hear the conversations between construction workers, and that's all at conversation level. Like, no one's shouting, no one's yelling. This is all just at a conversational, normal level for neighbors to be talking to each other, and I can hear that very clearly.
Now, would you be happy if instead of all the customers exiting out the Vernon Street door at 2 or 3 in the morning, they all exited out the Florida Avenue side through the rear yard?
Honestly, no, that wouldn't make me happy because that would just affect my neighbors who have their living areas and their bedrooms facing out onto Florida Avenue. That would affect them in the same way. So no, that wouldn't make me any happier.
You're a good neighbor. Ms. Kerr, do you like your apartment now?
Yeah, I do. I really like my apartment.
Are you in a fixed term lease or a month to month?
My lease right now is month to month.
So putting aside this tavern application, do you have any plans to leave your current job or move out of town or move out of your apartment for any other reason?
No, I have no plans of doing any of those things.
If this tavern application were granted and the applicant is permitted to transfer this license next door to your apartment, do you know what you would do then?
I would seriously start to research moving into another apartment. Before this, I was in a living situation that unfortunately had a lot of noise outside of the window at very early hours of the morning, and it was very frustrating and very exhausting and really affected my quality of life and well-being. So I'm not really willing to put myself or to stay in what could be a similar situation again.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
Mr. Ross, please close your screen, please.
If he could leave it up, that would expedite things, actually.
I'm sorry. Okay, leave it up. Your witness, Mr. Kerr. I'm sorry, your witness. You see, that's why I like to look at folks. Your witness, Mr. Clyde. I apologize.
Long day, Mr. Chair. Ms. Kerr, looking at protestants 11, you pointed out your window behind the tree. There's a seating area there, correct?
Correct.
And that's a smoking area for the building, correct?
I would not consider it a smoking area for the building, no.
Where is it that people smoke?
Usually when I've seen someone smoking, it's down at the bottom of the stairs.
Are you familiar with the bucket that that seems to live there, that people put their cigarette butts in?
Yes.
Okay, where does that live? Where does that?
I believe it usually is at the top of the stairs on like that little concrete landing place.
Okay, so there, the people that smoke in the building, that's where they go to smoke.
No, like I said, the people that smoke in the building are normally smoking at the bottom of the stairs.
Okay. Did you ever meet the owner of the applicant, Mr. Hughes?
No, I haven't met him.
Were you aware when you rented your apartment that you were immediately adjacent to a commercial zone?
I know that on the backside of the building on Florida Avenue, there used to be a hair salon, I believe. And I know that that was there. But as far as the part of the building that faces Vernon Street, I was under the impression, / I wasn't told any differently, that it was a residence, like an apartment or a condo or something along those lines.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
Close the screen, please. Do we have any questions of Ms. Kerr by any board members? All right. All right. Thank you, Ms. Kerr. Now, all right. Ms. Kerr, are you still there?
Yep, I'm still here.
Mr. Roth, any recross of Ms. Kerr?
No, sir.
Redirect of Ms. Kerr. All right, thank you very much, Ms. Kerr, for your testimony. All right, you're excused.
Okay.
Mr. Roth, you have another witness.
Alec Pachowski, if he's with us. I know he was at work and then the workday is over, so I'm hoping he's stuck with us. There he is.
Right.
I'm here.
Mr. Pachowski, can you raise your right hand, please?
Yes.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, you're a witness, sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Pachowski. Can you please state and spell your first and last names for the record?
Yes, my name is Alec Pochowski, ALEK-POCHOWSKI.
Thank you. And where are you employed?
Kittleson and Associates.
You want to spell Kittleson for the record, please?
KITTELSON.
Thank you. Showing you Protestants Exhibit 45 for identification. Do you recognize this document?
Yes, yeah, that's my resume.
And how long have you been employed at Kittleson?
Since 2006, so about, was that 15 years outside of 2 years in grad school.
Okay, and what do you do there?
I'm a transportation engineer and planner. So I do a lot of traffic studies, transportation studies, safety, curbside management, small area plans, livability studies, and corridor studies. Over half my work's in the district, and then I do about the other half is around the country.
And what degrees do you hold and in what fields?
So I have an undergrad in civil engineering from Iowa State University. I have a master's in city planning from Georgia Tech and a master's in civil engineering with a transportation focus from Georgia Tech.
And do you hold any professional licenses?
Yeah, I'm licensed as a professional engineer in the district, Maryland, Virginia, and Nebraska.
Okay. In the course of your work, have you had occasion to become familiar with the District of Columbia's street transportation network, design, planning process?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chairman, I'd move Protestants Exhibit 45 into evidence, and based on Mr. Pachowski's answers and the contents of his resume, I'd ask that he be admitted as an expert in traffic safety, traffic operations, transportation engineering, and transportation planning.
Mr. Klein?
No objection.
Without objection, so the resume is in the record, and Mr. Pachowski is an expert, meaning that he can render expert opinion. Sorry, go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Pachowski, showing you Protestants Exhibit 46, and let me enlarge this. Can you identify this document?
Yes, that's a multimodal circulation document that we put together that shows multimodal circulation, curbside uses, along with functional classification and level of traffic stress in the area.
And can you explain what information you gathered to create this graphic?
Yeah, we took a lot of data from the District Department of Transportation from open data. So we took their functional classification system, which assigns local, collector, and arterial roads. We use the level of traffic stress data from DDOT, which looks at how comfortable a roadway is from a bicycle perspective. We use Google Street View and just our understanding the area to do the curbside uses, where we establish the parking or the curbside regulations along the curbside. As well, we looked at the pedestrian movements, the vehicle movements, and then we put in some daily traffic volumes and other just intersection observations as well.
Okay, and that yellow rectangle near the center, that's the premises at 1806 Vernon Street or 1807 Florida Avenue, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, now, can you please describe for the board what this graphic is intended to show?
Yeah, so from a functional classification perspective, it shows that Vernon Street is identified as a local street, Florida Avenue is a minor arterial. Local roads are really intended to serve short trips at low speeds, along with local travel for pedestrians and bicyclists, people walking and biking. They're intended to provide direct land access to residential land uses. Large trucks would be expected to use local roads only occasionally, like a moving truck, for instance. Conversely, a minor arterial is really intended for longer trips, higher speeds, and more commercial activity than a local street is. And then the level of traffic stress is how comfortable roadways are for people biking. So a level of traffic stress on Florida Avenue, a 4 there, for instance, is uncomfortable, which really indicates high traffic volumes, high speeds. Conversely, Vernon Street, you see it's a blue, so a level of traffic stress of 1, which would be suitable for anyone, the 8 to 80, an 8-year-old, for instance. Low speeds, low volumes, more comfortable for kind of the casual rider to be able to bike on that street.
So, in your professional opinion, how would you describe this intersection?
Yeah, so the intersection, the Florida Avenue, Vernon Street, U Street, 18th Street intersection, heavily congested. It's a complex intersection with many multimodal conflicts. There's skewed angles, which leads to potential safety concerns, turn restrictions, and then, yes, like many identified safety concerns as well.
And again, in your professional opinion, what are the practical implications of what you see here for the idea of Uber and Lyft drop-offs and pickups, both on Florida Avenue and on Vernon Street in the vicinity of this proposed establishment?
Yeah, I think Florida Avenue, you would expect Uber and Lyft pickups and drop-offs. It's more compatible with the use of Florida as a minor arterial. Vernon Street, from a local street perspective, I think you would expect occasional Uber and Lyfts for picking up and dropping off people who live there, but from a commercial perspective, it would be a lot more Uber Lyft activity than you would expect from a purely residential use of the street.
You were breaking up there at the end, Mr. Pachowski. Can you?
Sorry about that. So you would expect only a few or occasional Uber and Lyfts on Vernon Street. Obviously, there would be some of them, but it'd be really residential use only, so it'd be occasional uses. Whereas a commercial use, you would see a lot more Uber Lyft activity. And I think that activity in particular, the circulation, we have to go down Florida, up 19th, across Vernon, and then make the right turn only out, would lead to potential additional congestion at that Vernon Street, 18th Street intersection with the right turn only there.
Okay. Thank you very much. No further questions.
Any questions, Mr. Klein?
Just a couple. In terms of Vernon Street, in addition to moving vans, there would be trash trucks, correct?
Correct.
And overnight delivery vehicles.
I would not expect overnight delivery vehicles because of the lack of commercial. No, not on Vernon Street.
You wouldn't expect Amazon trucks on Vernon Street with people accepting delivery of packages?
Not overnight. And I think there's a different from a loading perspective of commercial areas and residential areas. In residential areas, deliveries tend to be during the daytime, whereas commercial tends to be, especially commercial, retail commercial tends to be overnight. Office commercial also tends to be for daytime uses.
Right, but moving trucks wouldn't be over at night either, would they?
Right, moving trucks would be during the day.
Fine, okay, I don't have any other questions.
Can I get redirect?
Hold on, Mr. Ross. Can you please? All right. Any questions by any board members? Since I can't see, so that's why I was asked you to close your screen, so I can look to make sure that I have I can see my board members. So I'm not sitting here waiting to try to figure out if they're trying to ask questions. All right, hearing no questions by no board members. Okay, you can redirect, sir.
Mr. Pachowski, with regard to moving trucks, does the district have any regulations with regard to moving trucks and how they're supposed to be positioned?
Yes. Yeah, moving trucks, in terms of the usage of the curbside space, you have to apply for the permit 72 hours in advance. And then you put up those signs that you see where they restrict the usage. So yeah, from that perspective, absolutely they do. You also are not obviously allowed to park a moving van in the middle of the street to load and unload. So you're not allowed to double park there. So you have to apply to have the moving truck, you have to apply for those curbside, the signs that restrict the parking there 72 hours in advance.
Thank you. With regard to garbage trucks, I'm not expecting you to be personally familiar with which particular premises on Vernon Street do or don't put their garbage out on the curb, but is it why don't I let you answer the question of to what extent on a local residential, primarily residential street, garbage trucks are an issue in terms of traffic control?
Yeah, just because they are so seldomly on the street. I mean, you have recycling maybe once or twice a week, garbage in some areas once or twice a week. So it might be 4 trucks a week. Compared to, we'd expect about 1,000 vehicles per day on the street. So 4 compared to 7,000 is just not a large volume of vehicles.
And do you happen, I don't know whether you looked at this in terms of drawing up your diagram or not, but do you happen to know whether or not there's an alley behind Vernon Street that allows for trash pickup?
I don't know that.
Okay, thank you. No further questions, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Ross. Mr. Pachowski, thank you very much for your testimony. You're excused. Do you have another witness, Mr. Ross?
Yes, Ms. Suzanne Farmer.
Ms. Farmer. Ms. Farmer. Ms. Farmer. Ms. Farmer? Ms. Farmer?
Do I need to do I need to contact her, or do you see her?
I believe Miss Farmer is on a personal matter, and she's telling us to hold on a minute. I believe. I believe that's what she's saying. I can't hear you now, Miss Farmer. Are you ready to speak to us? So I believe that's what I can see, Miss Farmer. I believe she's telling us that you need to hold on a couple of minutes for her to be available.
Could we take a 5-minute bio break?
Wait, can you guys hear me now?
Yes, hold on.
Okay.
I'm sorry, who's asking for a break?
This is Lori Clark. Just wondered if we could get a bio break soon.
Miss Clark, you can take a break. You can put us on. You can put us on mute and close your camera and take your break, ma'am. You can do that. Because I mean, Mr. Ross is the attorney, so so you can take a break if you need to, ma'am. I don't believe that we're gonna take a break right now. So, but you can take a break if you need to, ma'am. All right, Miss Farmer.
Yes.
Can you raise your right hand, please? Are you ready? You're available?
I'm ready.
All right.
I'm ready. Apologies.
That's fine. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, thank you. You're a witness, Mr. Ross.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Farmer. Can you please state and spell your full first and last names for the record?
Sure. It's Suzanne Farmer, SUZANNE FARMER.
Thank you. And again, for the record, can you state where you live?
I live at 1812 Vernon Street in Unit 23.
And are you one of the abutter protestants in this case?
I am.
Okay. I'm going to share my screen again. And I'm going to go to this exhibit. And I'm going to show you Protestants Exhibit 11. And can you tell the board what you see here?
So this is an image looking at the Carswell, which is the red brick building on the right, and then the proposed establishment is 1806 Vernon is the yellow building on the left.
And can you point out which window at 1812 Vernon is yours?
So on the second floor, right, it's the 4 windows that are just kind of on the, and I guess on the left side of the Carswell, right? So the 2 windows over on top of the entry, and then the 2 windows to the left of that.
Okay, so using my cursor, I'm pointing to these 2 and to these 2.
Yes.
And for, I guess, to help orient the board members, we heard from Ms. Kerr, who said her windows were down here on the first floor. So your windows are immediately above hers and then
Correct.
to the right of those. Is that correct?
Yes, yes, correct.
Okay. And I'm going to move to a different exhibit and ask you to identify. This is Protestants Exhibit 13 for identification. And I'm going to ask you to indicate what you see here.
This is the walkway at the back of the Carswell that exits onto Florida Avenue.
And can you point out which window in that courtyard or walkway is yours?
Right, that narrow space. So the second window up is my bedroom window.
Okay.
Yes, right there.
Mr. Chairman, I move this Exhibit 13 into evidence.
No objection.
Without objection.
Okay, thank you. Now, Ms. Farmer, on the Vernon Street side, your window appeared to be 1 floor above the doorway to 1806 Vernon Street. And Mr. Hughes testified that his speakeasy would be located on the same level as that doorway. On this Florida Avenue side, your window over here appears to align more with the middle of that second floor. Can you explain why that is?
So it could be, I don't know for certain, but you've got lot of topography going on there, right? So you're at the kind of the end of the hill that goes up 18th Street. Vernon is also on a hill, but then Florida is a little bit flatter. So I assume it's just kind of the way the building, they don't actually align exactly, right? Because you're not on a flat. So
Right. And Mr. Hughes also testified that he planned to store alcohol on his third floor. According to his diagrams, do you recall what was between your unit and his third floor?
A wall, right? The like exterior building walls, I
Yeah.
think. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. We'll come back to that in a sec.
Okay.
How long have you lived in your current unit at the Carswell?
For 5 years, almost exactly, or
Is-
March 2016. So, yeah.
Mhm. Okay. And is that the only unit you lived in at this building?
No, I previously rented for 3 years.
And what was that other? Where was that other unit?
That was unit 24, which is directly above Miss Jones's unit.
Okay, so showing you again Protestants Exhibit 12, which Ms. Jones identified before. You're saying that would be this unit here.
Right.
Okay. Have you lived? Who lives there now?
So Gus Silva Chavez and Annika Landerneau live there.
Okay. By the way, going back for a second to this exhibit, have you measured the distance between?
I've gone out there with my tape measure.
And what was that distance?
It's a little over 6 feet.
Okay. Please tell the board why you're protesting this application.
So basically, I don't feel that a kind of late night liquor serving establishment is appropriate in this location. I think you've got, I mean, I think one of the big points right here, right? You've got a little over 6 feet of distance between residents whose living room windows, that's what those sliding doors are, the living room windows, and then bedroom windows are directly overlooking the summer garden. That I believe the hours there are proposed until 1 o'clock in the morning, I believe all week. Then also a 2 a.m. closing and a 3 a.m. closing, 2 a.m. during the week, 3 a.m. on weeknights for the interior. Just, you know, a lot of us have office jobs. We have to be up in the morning. I think there's multiple, I think it's a very challenging location to have. And one of the points too, and I think it was brought up earlier when talking about kind of the nature of the street, the businesses that have been kind of in that mixed use zone are kind of quiet daytime businesses. It's a very different thing to be talking about having patrons leaving at 2 o'clock and 3 o'clock in the morning.
Okay. Mr. Hughes claims to have installed very extensive sound mitigation measures. Why are you concerned that those will be insufficient? We have some background noise here. Why are you concerned that those will be insufficient to protect your peace and quiet in your apartment?
The report has a line in there that says that they can't guarantee that no sound will be audible. And I guess that's my big concern is kind of if we end up in a situation where, sound does make it through, that would affect my living room and bedroom walls abut, right? So my ability to kind of peaceful enjoyment of my apartment and being woken up by sound. I think everyone knows that when it's particularly quieter outside and you're trying to sleep, that those kinds of noises can be disturbing.
Do you have any personal experience living next to a bar that closes late?
I do. When I was in my 20s, I lived in Galway, Ireland, and I lived next to a pub. And I think kind of one of the interesting things there too, right? It's what we used to call an old man's pub. So it was actually a fairly quiet pub where you had a lot of mostly middle-aged local people. But when they would leave late at night, and they would stand underneath my bedroom window while they were waiting for their taxis, I would be awakened by their conversations.
Now, you live close to a big intersection, as we've seen in that previous exhibit, and that intersection has several ABC establishments around it. And they're all licensed to have full legal hours for alcohol service. What makes them different from this applicant?
So none of them are on the interior of a residential street. And the vast majority of them actually are on the other side of 18th Street and don't abut residential buildings at all. I believe Duplex and Lucky Buns abut the building that's directly across the street from us. They also serve food, and so they're more active kind of earlier in the evening. They don't tend to be very active late at night. So I think that's a big difference is kind of the request for closing at 2 and 3 o'clock in the morning.
Thank you. And then finally, let's talk about traffic patterns at this intersection. Let me go back to Mr. Pachowski's exhibit. In fact, let me see if I can do a, excuse me. Let's use this one instead. You recognize what this is?
Yes, that is an aerial photograph.
Let me identify it as
sorry.
Protestants.
That's right. Sorry.
Let me identify it as Protestants Exhibit 37.
Yes.
And Ms. Farmer, go ahead and describe what this is.
Okay, so this is an aerial photograph showing the intersection of it's 18th Street, Florida Avenue, and U Street. You can see that there's a lot of streets coming in at this intersection.
And do you recognize the street here that I'm putting my cursor over?
That is Vernon Street.
Okay. And as a resident, how familiar are you with traffic patterns at this intersection?
I'm very familiar both as a driver and a pedestrian.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to put Exhibit 37 into evidence.
Mr. Klein,
No objection.
Without objection.
So please explain to the board what you see as the likely effects on pedestrians and vehicle traffic of having the applicant discharge all his remaining patrons from Vernon Street at his Vernon Street door at closing time.
So
objection. She's being asked for an opinion. She hasn't been qualified as an expert, and I don't think she is an expert.
Mr. Chairman, she's a neighbor who's lived here for several years.
That doesn't give her expertise.
I didn't ask for her expert opinion. I asked for her personal opinion.
Her personal opinion is irrelevant.
I mean, the witness, the board will give it due weight. You can answer. I'm going to overrule their objection. You can answer the question, Ms. Farmer.
Okay. Sure. So I think others have testified that this is a pretty tricky intersection. You can see that basically what you have is like you've got 18th Street going southbound and there's a crosswalk, right? And there is a stoplight there. So the cars coming southbound on 18th are supposed to stop there. So they will have a red light. There's a red light kind of, so the cars on Florida are going, I'm talking with my hands, so you can't see what I'm pointing at. So basically theoretically, right, the way it's all timed is that you would have this empty spot for the cars turning right from Vernon Street. They don't have the green to keep going, right? So they have to turn and stop. So there's room for 3 or 4 cars, right? Assuming everything works perfectly. But frequently, the cars that are coming southbound on 18th Street do not stop at that stop line north of the crosswalk. They keep going. And they fill in that space. So that means that the cars trying to turn right off of Vernon Street can't actually get in, right? And so you end up getting a backup. And I've seen this happen, I've lived here, as I said, total of 8, am I doing the math right? 5 years and then 3, so 8 years. I see this happen frequently. I've experienced it myself when I'm driving, right? And I get particularly stuck behind somebody who is unfamiliar with the intersection. And then it gets even worse because they don't actually, if you're familiar with it, you basically merge when you can, right? Like you don't wait. But and then there's also you end up with lots of people, because their nav tells them they can do it. They kind of try to get into that left turn lane to make the left onto Florida. And so they won't move until that pocket opens up. And so people get very frustrated. They start honking their horns. Once they're frustrated, you also sometimes see them not really paying attention to the fact that pedestrians have a walk signal. And so there's kind of opportunities for conflict, right? People basically almost hitting pedestrians. So I've seen this happen. I've experienced it myself as a driver and as a pedestrian.
Okay, thank you. Have you looked at any of the plans or renderings for this establishment?
I have.
Up until today, when Mr. Hughes testified about putting his trash and recycling on the front yard, had you ever seen any express provisions for trash and recycling on any of these plans?
Not on the plans. No.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Any questions, Mr.?
Yeah, I have a few. Ms. Farmer, are you a smoker?
I am.
And you tend to sit in the seats in front of the building under the window of one of the previous witnesses. Isn't that correct?
I, during the day when I have coffee or something like that, I go out onto the street. I do, though, when I have a glass of wine, I sit on the concrete area. I don't sit in the seats that are directly in front of Caitlin's window. That's your question.
Okay, so but you sit in the seats under the portico or awning that's the entrance to the building?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay. And you've heard testimony from people complaining about smoke, including from Ms. Jones, from passersby?
So, and I, this is one of those things that's kind of right? I understand that this is something that is, I'm not being a very good neighbor by doing it, right? I understand that. I try to be respectful. I don't light up a cigarette when I see my neighbors coming. I wait until they go inside. I'll sit and talk to them. Sometimes people will stop and we'll talk for 30 to 45 minutes and I'll wait until they go back inside. I will point out, you brought up the little ash can that we have. The reason that that's there is so I don't litter, right? So that I'm able to kind of keep my butts out of the street. And so, yes, I smoke. I do what I can to be considerate about it. And you know what? Maybe I should quit.
I express no opinion on that.
Yeah.
Given the number of butts accumulated in that pail, you're not the only smoker that congregates there, are you?
I'm the only regular smoker that sits there.
Okay.
Also, have you been like looking in the pail?
I'm not here to
like you've been like wandering up onto people's porches and opening, what looks like a citronella candle?
Mr. Klein is the one who asked the question.
I know. I apologize.
All right. So if we could pull up Protestants Exhibit 4, please. Ms. Johannes, can you do that?
Stand by.
Okay, give me 1 minute.
Okay, Ms. Johannes, you can share your screen now.
One second.
Protestants 4. There we go.
Okay.
All right, Ms. Farmer, you indicated you've lived in the neighborhood, I think, since March of 2016. Is that correct?
I actually originally moved to the neighborhood in 2004. I've lived here on and off since 2004.
Okay, so you're pretty familiar with what's up and down the street on 18th Street, correct?
I am.
And you recognize bottom middle of this exhibit, the little flag that denotes this premises, this proposed premises next to your building?
Yes.
And you said that this was the only spot that was interior on a residential street. Was that your testimony?
For a late night alcohol serving establishment, as far as
Yeah.
I'm aware.
Okay.
Yes.
And looking up 18th Street, and they're numbered, the lots are numbered 814, 813, 815, 35, 30, 46, etc. There are a number of late night serving alcohol establishments in those locations, aren't there?
Sorry, where are you pointing to?
I am, can you see my cursor?
I cannot actually.
No, because I'm
No,
not.
no, because
I don't
Ms. Johannes
control
is
it.
the one sharing. Are you,
Alright, so
sorry?
you see the MU4 in the middle of
Yes.
the page?
Yes.
To the left of that, all of the yellow shaded lots that have numbers 814.
Right.
Yeah,
So you're talking about basically like north of California Street.
exactly.
Okay.
Yeah. Aren't there a number of late night serving ABC establishments between there and further north all the way up to Columbia Road?
I actually think that block has a lot of more like my vet's in that block, I think, right? But also that's not a residential street.
That's not my question.
Well,
Mr. Chairman, first,
Mr. Roth going to answer for her? What are we doing?
No, you haven't
I'm not
asked
clear on the question. So I'm not clear. So you're asking me about
Miss Farmer.
Yeah.
Miss Farmer, hold on. You have an objection, Mr. Roth? What's the nature of your objection?
Yeah, Mr. Klein, number one, is trying to confuse the witness, and number two, I have an objection to the form of the question because when he says a lot, what is a lot?
Well, I don't believe that. I don't believe that the witness is confused. I think the witness is familiar with the area. She's responding to the best of her ability. So I'm gonna overrule the objection. I mean, I believe based on the testimony so far, the witness is she is familiar with the neighborhood. So I'm gonna overrule the objection. She can answer to the best of her ability. If she cannot, she can say she can answer the question. So let's move on. Mr. Klein, what was the question? And Ms. Farmer, can you respond? So what's the question, Mr. Klein?
The question is, between California Street, north to Columbia Road, on the west side of 18th Street, are there a number of late serving alcohol establishments?
So you're talking about all the way up to Columbia Road, which is more than is shown here, correct?
Sure.
So
I object, Mr. Chairman. Again, the relevant area for purposes of this hearing is 1,200 feet from the location of this establishment. It is not all the way up to Columbia Road.
What does that have to do with anything?
If Mr. Klein wants to confine his question to the area just beyond Calorama Road, his question is perfectly acceptable, but not all the way up to Columbia Road.
I'm going to overrule the objection because Mr. Klein is asking the question. The witness is responding. She's the one who's expanding the zone.
Well, I was just trying to understand his
Hold
question.
on, Ms. Farmer.
Okay.
I will let you know when you can answer.
Okay.
So I'm going to overrule the objection.
Mr. Chairman, she did not expand the zone. Mr. Klein asked a question about one specific block between California and Wyoming Avenue. She attempted to answer the question, and then Mr. Klein asked a different question that took it all the way up to Columbia Road.
No, but I think I'm not familiar with the area. I think she said, "Oh, are you talking about?" I believe Ms. Farman responded to the question. She said, "Are you talking all the way up to all the way up to California?" Or so. I said before, I'm going to overrule the objection. It's a long day. Let her answer the question to the best of her ability, and let's move on.
I would just like to be able to state clearly for the record that the relevant area in this case, the relevant section in this case, is a 1,200-foot section. Mr. Klein had the opportunity early on under the regulations, right after the protest here, right after the status hearing, I'm sorry, right after the roll call hearing, to note a different area if he wanted 600 feet or 1,800 feet. By his not objecting to anything other than 1,200 feet, the regulations say he was deemed to have chosen 1,200. We had amongst ourselves a serious discussion among the protestants as to whether we wanted to choose a different section, a different area, a different locality. And we decided that we would accept the 1,200-foot section that under the regulations, Mr. Klein was deemed to have chosen. And that section ends just north of Calorama Road.
I don't know what that has to do with my question. I have no idea what that has to do with my question.
This case is not about all of Adams Morgan up in the so-called entertainment district beyond Calorama Road all the way up to Columbia Road.
Mr. Ross, I don't believe this is a question that's been asked. As I stated before, I overruled the objection. Let's go on. Ask if the witness can answer the question, she can. I mean, I think that the nature questions that have been asked, the board will make its in making its determination. The board will listen to the testimony, and if the board believes that certain testimony is not relevant, then it will not be a part of our determination. But I think for the purpose of this witness, the witness can answer the question, and let's move on, please. So, Mr. Klein, ask your question. If the witness can answer the question, she can. If she cannot, then let's move on.
The question is, isn't it true that there are a number of establishments up and down 18th Street that are late serving alcohol establishments that abut residential properties and abut properties in residential? That's the question.
Okay, and to clarify, can you clarify what you're talking about, which blocks you're talking about?
Hold on, Ms. Farmer. He said up or down.
Up and down.
Ms. Farmer,
Okay.
Ms. Farmer.
Sorry. Yeah.
Hold on. He said up or down 18th Street. That's what he said. Yes or no? Or you don't know. He doesn't need to clarify. His question was up or down 18th Street. That's the question that he asked, ma'am.
There are several. They tend to be on the corners of 18th Street. They are not in the interior blocks.
Okay, but the effects of an establishment that abuts residential property is the same if it's on the corner or if it's up the block, isn't it?
There is a difference in terms of where the doorway
yes,
is.
No question.
No, then the answer is no, they're not the same.
Asked and answered.
It's not the same.
Why are they not the same?
Because the entrances are not right underneath people's bedroom windows. The entrances are on 18th Street.
The entrances are on 18th Street. Yes. But you testified that you're concerned about noise coming through the wall, aren't you? Isn't that one of your concerns?
I am concerned about that, yes.
Okay, but that would be the same with respect to an establishment that fronts 18th Street and backs up to residential property, isn't it?
I assume so, yes.
Okay.
I mean, I think there's negative impacts to
bars. I don't have a question pending. Thank you.
Okay.
You have another question, Mr. Klein?
I do not think so. No, I do not. Thanks.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Roth, please. All right. Are there any questions by the board members? Hearing none. Any redirect, Mr. Roth?
No, sir. Thank you.
I'm sorry, Miss. I forgot your name. It's been so long. I apologize.
Farmer?
Ms. Farmer, I apologize.
Right.
Thank you very much for your testimony. All right. All right. Do we have another witness, Mr. Roth?
Hopefully Ms. Clark is back from her bio break.
All right, Ms. Clark.
I'm back.
All right. All right, Ms. Clark, can you raise your right hand, please? You swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
All right, thank you. You're witness.
I was going to say good afternoon, Ms. Clark, but now it's good evening. Can you please state and spell your full name and first and
Lori.
last names for the record?
Lori Clark, LaurieClarke.
Thank you. And where do you live?
1813 Vernon Street,
Where's that in relation to the applicant's proposed establishment?
directly across the street. My door looks directly into their door.
Thank you. And are you a protestant in this case?
Yes, I am.
Do you own your own home?
Yes,
How long have you lived there?
21 years.
Thank you. Ms. Andrews, can I share my screen?
Sure, stand by. Okay, Mr. Roth, you can share your screen now.
Thank you. Showing you Protestants Exhibit 15. I've lost track of whether it's for identification or not, but can you describe what you see here?
Sure. I see the Vernon House condo on the farthest right, my house, which is the White House in the middle, and then my immediate neighbor on the left.
Okay, and by the way, since we had testimony earlier from other Vernon House residents, do you know of any Vernon House resident that is another Protestant in this case?
Yes, I do. Marcus Mirror,
I think you're on mute.
I'm not. Can you hear me? I'm not on
Yes.
mute.
Now
Oh,
I
sorry.
can.
Okay, I'll move closer. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, Marcus Mirror, who lives in the Vernon House, I know is a Protestant.
Okay, thank you. Let me try to show you a different exhibit. This is Protestants Exhibit number 7. And tell me what you see here.
It's the view directly from in front of my house, my stairs, looking, the yellow building is the licensed establishment, and the Carswell condominium is the building to the right.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to move exhibits 7 and 15 into evidence. I'm candidly not sure whether 15 was already in or not.
Mr. Klein?
I think 15 was.
No objection to 7. Not clear what 15 is at this moment.
15 is a picture from across the street of her, I believe, where Miss Clark lives.
No.
All right, so without objection, 7 and 15 are in the record.
Thank you. Ms. Clark, have you watched or listened in on ANC meetings or ANC committee meetings about this tavern application, or seen any architectural plans or drawings for what the applicant is proposing here?
Yes to all of those.
Okay, based on what you've seen or heard yourself or reviewed on paper, what are your main concerns about how Mr. Hughes' proposed operations would affect you?
I have 2 main concerns: noise, due to the potential for 30 or more people who might have been drinking for several hours, leaving out the 2 doors on Vernon Street, which would be directly below my bedroom window. From the traffic from ride sharing, from patrons leaving late night, early morning from there, and the potential for backups that could lead to noise of honking horns, etc. And late night taking out of their bottles from the establishment and putting them in the trash, which will be right out in front of that building, again, directly across the street from me where my bedroom windows are. My other main issue is the trash itself, because more trash means more rats, and we have a problem in the neighborhood with rats. It makes it hard to use my front yard, when there's more rat activity, we have to dodge them coming into the house and frankly, pay more for an exterminator.
Where is your bedroom in relation to Vernon Street?
It faces directly onto Vernon Street.
On what floor of your house?
The second floor, so almost directly across, looking to the speakeasy.
Okay, now you live just a few doors down from the corner. There's a restaurant on the corner. Then there's that small condominium building between you and the restaurant. What's the difference between what you can already hear from establishments on 18th Street or people leaving other establishments near that intersection as compared to what the applicant is proposing?
Noise generally isn't a problem. I don't really hear much from Lucky Buns, the Imperial. I do hear Jack Rose's roof deck in the summer, but they're a very considerate neighbor and they close down at 11 or 12 o'clock, about the time I'm going to bed, so it's not an inconvenience. It's background noise.
Some people might say that for a person who lives in the city, in a busy neighborhood near a busy intersection, people who live in this section of Vernon Street, either where you are or across the street at the Carswell, are too sensitive about noise issues. As it relates to Mr. Hughes's business plans, how do you respond to that?
I'm a city dweller. I've lived in DC for 30 years. I've lived on the street for 21 years. I'm pretty immune to most noise. It's background. There's a difference between background noise and invasive noise, and difference between daytime and nighttime, especially nighttime when I'm sleeping. People leaving directly from that Vernon side of the street underneath my bedroom window at 2 in the morning on weeknights and 3 in the morning on weekends is an invasive noise. And it's going to be wake me up and it's going to be disturbing.
Now, you also mentioned trash and rodent issues. That restaurant on the corner that you mentioned is called Lucky Buns, correct?
Yes, it is.
And today isn't the first day that you've testified before the ABC board, isn't it?
No, I also testified about Lucky Buns a little over a year ago.
Can you refresh the board's recollection about Vernon Street's experience with Lucky Buns?
Sure. It was primarily about
Objection, relevance.
Yes, Mr. Rock.
Mr. Chairman, I think if you allow Ms. Clark to state her, to give her answer, we'll quickly move on to the relevance.
I mean, I don't necessarily think it's relevant, but for what it's worth, go ahead. Go ahead. So I'll overrule the objection, but hold on a minute, please. This is about this establishment, okay? Please not let us go way afield to talk about Lucky Buns.
It'll be a quick answer, and I think Ms. Clark will tie it in very quickly.
Yes, I will. The question was about why we protested. It was poor trash management, which led to rat issues. I'm concerned because Lucky Buns is diagonally across the street from the proposed establishment, and we will have a problem with rats running between these different areas. But I also want to take this opportunity to thank the board because it made a difference what the board did with Lucky Buns. They imposed some restrictions, made them move the trash, have it picked up on a regular basis, enclose it in a fence, and move the outdoor refrigerator down the basement. And that did help, and I appreciate it. It also restored my faith in that citizens who have a legitimate concern can come to this board and have it heard, and that we're talking to people who understand what other people go through. It's not just a numbers game.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Clark. No further questions.
Please close your screen. Any questions of Ms. Clark?
Yes, Mr. Lennis, can I get protestants exhibit 10, please?
Pulling it up.
Stand by. Ms. Johannes, you can now share your screen.
Ms. Clark,
Yes.
you indicated grave concerns about rats and rodents. Does the trash configuration shown in this photograph give you any concerns with respect to trash, with respect to rats and rodents?
I don't spend much time on Florida Avenue.
That's not my question to you. My question to you is based on what you observe in this picture, do you have concerns with the configuration of the trash storage giving rise to a problem with rats and rodents?
What I'm seeing in that picture is 2 trash cans with the covers closed. It's what happens in the neighborhood. It does not raise any particular red flags to me.
All right. Other businesses don't have trash enclosures around their trash areas?
Other businesses, I think we're talking about the condos. Is that, are you considering that a business?
Oh, I asked you about businesses, yes.
Okay. The only business on Vernon Street is the Lucky Buns, and they now have a trash enclosure.
Okay, I didn't ask you about Vernon Street specifically. I asked you about the neighborhood. Aren't there other businesses that have trash enclosures?
Mr. Chairman, for somebody who's been trying to confine the questioning on our side, now Mr. Klein is extending his questioning to all businesses in the neighborhood. Why don't we talk about all businesses in the District of Columbia?
All right, let's we're coming to the end of where it's been 12 hours so far. We're coming to the end of a long day. So I'm gonna overrule the objection. If she's able to answer the question, she is. If not, let's move on. So are you able to answer the question, Ms. Clark?
I haven't really paid attention on whether there's other trash enclosures.
How far are you from Jack Rose? About 75 feet?
I'm bad at judging distance, but if you look out my window, I can look directly onto the roof deck from the 3rd floor of my house.
Okay. So pretty close, correct?
Yes.
Have you ever been in the establishment?
Yes.
Do you have any estimate as to what the capacity might be?
It's not huge. I don't know.
It's a lot more than 30 though, isn't it?
I've only been on the 1st floor on the roof deck. The 1st floor wasn't packed when I was there. I would say it's somewhere in that neighborhood. I mean, it's not hundreds. It's 30 to 50 maybe.
And you're not disturbed by the patrons leaving Jack Rose at closing time? Is that your testimony?
I'm not disturbed by it. I'm a city person. I'm used to noise.
Okay, but you're concerned about this establishment. Have you been here for the whole hearing? Have you been here all day?
Yes, I have, except for my quick bio break 2 minutes ago.
Okay, and you've seen the tour of the establishment?
Yes.
And you're aware that the interior is relatively small, isn't it?
And what we've heard is a debate about the number of seating, but we heard about 30 and 30 people coming out that front door directly under my window at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning is a lot of people, especially if they've been drinking and their voices may be louder, standing there waiting for ride shares. I'm concerned about that. That's not typical. And we're talking 7 nights a week.
Okay, so when you say directly under your window, that's not factually correct, is it? You're across the street, right?
It's directly under my window, being that direction.
Okay, but just to be clear, you're across the street, right?
I'm across the narrow one-way street from it. Yes, that's correct.
All right, so to say that it's under your window is an exaggeration, isn't it?
No, it's directly under my window, the direction where they're coming. People will be coming out of there onto the sidewalk.
Okay, and do you believe that those people would have occasion to cross the street to the sidewalk in front of your building?
I do. I have a brick wall that I built that's just the right height for a bar, and people who actually happen to come down Vernon Street late at night love to stand there and talk or sit on my front step and talk, which is not a problem except when it's very late at night because the noise carries.
All right, I don't have any further questions for this witness.
Thank you, Mr. Klein. Ms. Johannes, please close your screen.
Okay.
Any questions? Any questions for Ms. Clark by any board members? Hearing none. Any redirect, Mr. Roth?
No, sir. Thank you.
Ms. Clark, thank you very much for your testimony today. Have a great day. You can take as many breaks as you now require. Thank you. All right. Mr. Roth, how many, how many more witnesses do you have, sir? I'm just for my own edification.
I have 3, but we're moving pretty quickly through them.
No, you are. I'm just looking at, you still have 39 minutes. So I was just for me to try to figure it. So I believe that you will make us all proud that you'll come under your time. So I was just for my own records, I just want to see how many more witnesses you had. All right, who's your next witness, sir?
Gustavo Silva Chavez.
Now you just know you're gonna make my life interesting now. And as you mentioned the name flew away from in front of my eyes. So I cannot look at the name and figure out how to pronounce it. So I'm sorry. Can you say the name one more time for me again, please?
We'll say Gus Silva Chavez.
Mr. Silva Chavez, can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, thank you. Your witness, Mr. Roth.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Silva Chavez, can you please state and spell your full first and last names for the record? Maybe slowly for everybody's sake.
Yes. My full name is Gustavo Arturo Silva Chavez, Gustavo Arturo Silva Chavez.
Thank you. And are you one of the protestants in this case?
Yes.
And is your wife also one of the protestants?
Yes, she is.
And what's her name?
Annika Landreneau. Anica Landreneau.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to share my screen again. And I'm going to move to Exhibit 12. And I'm going to blow the screen up. And you're looking at Exhibit 12. And can you tell the board what you see here?
Yes, on the left side, that building is the Carswell. And as we heard before, the first set of sliding doors is Cassandra's unit. Our unit is the one above that.
That's Ms. Jones that you were speaking of?
That's correct, yes. And our unit is the one above that one.
Okay, so the second set of sliding doors upstairs on the second floor is yours.
Yeah.
And the windows to the left of those sliding doors is yours.
That is correct, yes.
Okay, how long have you lived there?
So I've lived there since 2012.
And your wife before you?
Since July 2019.
Okay. What do you do for a living?
So I work from home and I am a consultant and I work on global warming issues, specifically on international forest issues. And what I do is I do research and I provide advice to NGOs, governments, and the private sector on policies to reduce global deforestation.
Before the COVID pandemic, did you work in an office or did you work from home?
From home.
After the pandemic is over, do you expect to continue working from home?
From home, yes.
Do you have what you would call regular work hours or irregular work hours?
My hours are pretty irregular because I work with a lot of folks all over the world. I have to work, in multiple time zones, and a lot of times I have to react to what's happening in terms of, if there are, forest fires in the Amazon or forest fires in California. So yeah, my work hours are pretty irregular.
Irregular, you're saying?
Correct, yes.
Okay. Have you watched or listened in on ANC meetings or ANC committee meetings about this application, or seen any other plans or drawings about what Mr. Hughes is proposing here for his establishment?
Yes, early on in the process, we received a copy of the preliminary ideas back when the concept was a coffee bar / barbershop. But since then, my understanding is that the concept expanded to include live music, DJs, an outdoor beer garden, and late hours of operation with entrances on both Vernon and Florida. And up until today, I had not seen anything since those preliminary drawings.
Okay. And based on what you've seen before and based on what you've heard today, how would his proposed summer garden and his hours of operation affect your ability to work from home?
Well, so again, it's the same concerns that other folks have talked about, during the day. The noise, the outside noise is going to be a primary concern. And then as people drink, and especially towards the, later hours, that late noise is going to be an issue. We know that, drunk, loud people leaving right under our bedroom it's going to be a problem. And then, people calling Ubers, honking their horns at 3 a.m. on Vernon, that's going to be a problem. And then, some of the issues that other folks talked about in terms of, delivery trucks, trash storage, and removal.
Apart from work and sleep, what do you like to do at home in your spare time?
I like to cook. Before COVID, we liked to host friends. I like to read, listen to music, and I play guitar. And
describe how the noise coming from patrons drinking in the summer garden would affect those hobbies of yours.
Well, if things go poorly and the noise is pretty bad, I think that's going to impact. If we're able to have friends over, because we're going to be in a situation where that noise is going to be a problem. Reading, listening to music, playing guitar, it's not going to be as enjoyable if we have a noisy summer garden next door. So that's going to be a problem.
Do you and your excuse me, do you and your wife generally keep the windows open when the weather is nice, or do you keep the windows closed and rely on air conditioning?
We usually keep them open, but especially the last year since construction started, the combination of the noise and the dust has forced us to keep them closed.
Okay, so put aside the construction, assume that one day the construction will be over. Again, would you generally keep the windows open when the weather's nice, or would you keep them closed and rely on air conditioning?
We prefer to keep them open. My wife and I both work in careers that are focused on environmental issues, and we try to limit our energy use. There's also the financial benefit to reducing our energy bills and the benefit of having fresh air, especially in the spring, fall, and summer days that are not too muggy.
And how would the summer garden affect that?
Well, I mean, if things are not going well, we're not going to be able to keep our windows open.
Okay. I'm going to show you one more exhibit. And blow this up. Tell me if you recognize, this is Protestants Exhibit 14 for identification. Tell me if you recognize this.
Yes. That is the
describe it for the board.
So that is the back side of 1804 Vernon Street. That's the side facing Florida Avenue.
And what is 1804 Vernon Street, or what do you see here? Describe it for the board.
So for the last probably year, there had been some tenants there, and they hang out frequently outdoors. They're pretty good tenants. They hang out for smoke breaks or to make phone calls. And when I'm in my living room office, you can just hear the phone calls. They don't have to be yelling. They can have regular, normal volumes, and you can hear them easily. And when they start having groups, the volume gets louder. Certainly, on a nice afternoon, and especially in the weekends, they tend to have more people over. And then they like to drink on that table, and they have certainly had parties where they play music and it gets louder, and it gets that's 2 buildings over from us, and we can smell the smoke, we can hear the music really loud, and we can hear the conversations really loud. And that's just their parties probably, I don't think they've ever had more than 10 people in that little area.
And how often would you say that occurs?
It depends on the weather. Certainly over the last year, because of COVID, it went down initially, but then in the last several months, they started to congregate again. If it's rainy, they're pretty quiet. On a nice day, they can definitely hang out there for a while. But to be fair to them, they're pretty good about taking it inside. Usually around 10.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to move this Exhibit 14 into evidence.
Mr. Klein?
No objection.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have no further questions.
Mr. Klein, do you have any questions for Mr. Silva Chavez?
Yeah, a few. Mr. Silva Chavez, 2 of your concerns with this application is your understanding that the establishment will feature live music and have a beer garden. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you indicated that you were concerned about people honking their horns at 3 a.m. What evidence do you have that people are going to be honking their horns at 3 a.m. because of this establishment?
When they're calling for Ubers, and Vernon is a one-way street, and Ubers start just getting to the front of Vernon, and folks are either still inside having conversations, not getting into Ubers, and either Uber drivers / Lyft drivers or other drivers that are trying to get through can't get through, the honking is going to start. This happens right now, even without this establishment, and no doubt it's going to happen.
So it happens right now. It's a product of living in a city, isn't it?
Yeah, and I was born in Mexico City. I'm used to big cities. I've been coming to Adams Morgan for the last 25 years. I have no problems with city life, so I'm totally comfortable with that. But this is going to make things significantly worse. And this is happening right next door on a one-way street that is residential.
Have you met Mr. Hughes?
No.
You have not met Mr. Hughes?
No.
So you don't have any reason to believe what he commits to, he will do you?
Well, what is the question?
The question is, is there any reason for you to believe that he's untrustworthy in terms of commitments he makes to the community?
Well, his record with what he has been doing for the last, since this process has started, has not been good. He has not been forthcoming with what his plans are. he had started with, I'm going to do one thing, then I'm going to add another thing. And, it hasn't been a good track record. So no.
Didn't Mr. Hughes come to the community over a year ago and make presentations as to what his plans are there?
He kept changing his story.
Okay, so your position is you don't trust him. Is that what you're saying?
I don't know what he wants to do.
Were you here for the testimony today?
Yes, I've been here
Was
since
there
10 o'clock.
anything confusing about what he wants to do from his testimony today?
No.
But you still don't know what he wants to do.
But the answers were not super clear.
I have no further questions.
Any questions of Mr. Silva Chavez by the board members? Are any redirect, Mr. Ross?
No, sir.
Mr. Silva Chavez, thank you very much for your testimony today. All right, thank you very much. Mr. Roth, do you have another witness, please?
Yes, sir. Ms. Piper Hendricks.
Ms. Piper Hendricks.
Hello.
Ms. Piper Hendricks, can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Your witness, Mr. Ross.
Good evening, Ms. Hendricks. Can you please state and spell your full first and last names for the record?
Yes, Piper Hendricks, Piper Hendricks.
And again, for the record, can you state where you live?
I'm 1812 Vernon Street in the Carswell, number 33.
And are you one of the abutter protestants in this case?
I am.
Okay, I'm going to share my screen here and go to a different exhibit. I'm going to show you exhibit 11 and ask you to point out to the board or tell the board what you see here.
I see our building, the Carswell, on the right, and then the building where the proposed business would be to the left in yellow.
And can you point out which window at 1812 Vernon Street is yours?
I can. It's easiest to count from the top, just down one, and then I'm the third one there. You can almost see my window box, but not quite. So I'm second from the top.
Or to put it differently, if Ms. Kerr's window is the one behind the tree, yours is on the third floor up. Is that right?
Right. It's Miss Kerr, then Miss Farmer, then me.
Okay. Now, again, that appears to be 2 floors above the doorway to 1806. And Mr. Hughes says a speakeasy would be located on the same floor as his doorway. I believe he also testified that he planned to store alcohol on this floor, the floor above that. So let's turn to exhibit 13. I think we can do it this way. And on the rear side of the building, can you point out which window is yours here?
Well, and if we want to do that the same, what's easy from the bottom, it would be Miss Kerr, then Miss Farmer, then me on the third floor in the alley.
And on this side of the building, your window appears to align more directly with that same floor that Mr. Hughes is proposing to have his office and store alcohol. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. How long have you lived in your current unit at the Carswell?
Since 2005.
Okay. Have you watched or listened in on ANC meetings or ANC committee meetings about this application or seen any architectural plans or drawings for what Mr. Hughes is proposing here for his establishment?
Yes, I attended some online and I've seen plans in the course of those.
Thank you. And based on what you've seen and heard, what are your main concerns about his proposed operation?
My concerns overlap some of what's been mentioned already, but my main concerns are really the noise and smoking, and then also potential impact on the value of our units.
Okay, why don't you go into more detail first on the noise issue?
Yeah, well, it's been readily apparent with the construction, just how close. I mean, the building is right next door. I'm concerned about when people are coming and going, having it be louder. I, like many of my neighbors, like to keep my windows open, and so that can be, we hear things a lot more with the windows open and having people around. Obviously, there's coming and going during the day and normally in this area, but not concentrated so late into the evening as the proposed hours are.
Did you hear the testimony earlier from the applicant's acoustics or noise expert?
I did hear that, yes.
And what impact did that testimony have on you insofar as its impact on your apartment?
Well, it's a mix. I appreciate that it sounds like there's been a lot of effort made and a lot of, looking at what mitigation could happen. It's hard to say what the impact of that actually will be. I mean, I think what caught my attention is that there's just no guarantee it will be completely noise proof. And as someone who, my bedroom wall and where I work now both, share the wall with the building next door. So I think if it's not totally quiet, that I'm most likely to be in a position where I'm going to hear that through the walls.
Thank you. What do you do for a living, and do you work from home?
I do. Yeah, I work at a nonprofit called IHEP, or the Institute for Higher Education Policy, and we're all working entirely remotely right now, and then most likely we'll stay as a mix of things. I think there's a lot of unknown coming out of the COVID era, but most likely we'll continue to work from home.
So how would outdoor activity in the proposed Florida Avenue Summer Garden or during the day in front of the applicant's Vernon Street basement entrance affect your ability to work from home?
It would be distracting. I have windows, as we just saw, both the front and the back. And so having noise would be challenging for work.
And smoking, how would that be a problem for you?
I'm really sensitive to smoke. I hate it. My dad told me growing up, like, if you could smell it, that means you're smoking too. So whenever there's any smoke, I immediately shut the windows.
You mentioned you work in the public interest or nonprofit fields. How long have you been doing that?
Since 2008.
And without meaning to get too personal here, do you have any other significant assets beside the equity in your condominium?
I do not. Nope. My condo is my only main investment.
So what do you see as the financial ramifications for you if Mr. Hughes' establishment turns out to be problematic for you in the ways you've described?
Well, I mean, that would be significant for me. If if I ever wanted to move or sell, that would, if the prices did go down, then that would significantly impact an investment that I've had since 2005 and impact where I'd be able to go from here.
Okay, thank you very much. I have no further questions.
Please close the screen. Mr. Klein, do you have any questions of Ms. Hendricks?
He's on mute.
You're on mute, Mr. Klein.
Rookie mistake, I apologize. Ms. Hendricks, I think I missed this. Your back window faces that little alley.
Yes.
And you have a front window that faces Vernon?
I do. Yep. It's the same layout as Miss Farmer downstairs. I have 4 windows facing Vernon, and the one window facing the back in back Florida.
Okay, so your apartment overlooks where Miss Farmer enjoys her cigarettes, doesn't it?
That is correct. Yes.
Okay, so that's already an issue for you.
It is. It's interesting though, listening to the earlier testimony. I've never seen anybody else smoking out there other than Lee. And as much as I like her as a person, I do hate the smoking. And so I'll shut my windows when she's out there.
Got it. Have you been involved in this process for very long?
I have. I haven't been the most active, but I've been part of this.
Have you met Mr. Hughes?
Not in person, no.
But you've met him over Zoom?
We met over Zoom. The first contact I remember having is a phone call, and then we had a Zoom when we talked about settlement discussions.
Is it your position that you want this license denied?
I want to be able to still live here and be able to work and sleep here.
So is it your position you want this license denied?
I don't think that I would say that. I don't. I mean, I think that it's. I'm frustrated by this entire case. In the middle of COVID, it's been really, really difficult. I think I understand that the concept is really cool, and it'd be something that I would want to see. I'd want to visit. You know, and I heard earlier Commissioner Bowles' testimony about having empty storefronts on 18th, and I wholeheartedly agree. It makes me sad to see a lot of places that are empty right now in my neighborhood, and I would love to see something go in any one of these empty storefronts. It's just really hard to have it be right next door.
Understood. You've seen Mr. Hughes make a number of presentations. Is that correct?
I know the one when we had a settlement call recently. I don't know about presentations beyond that, but there have been different calls.
Okay.
We've been on, yeah.
How long have you known about what his concept is?
The first I remember ever hearing about any of this was definitely before COVID, when we had there was a and I'm not going to get the terminology right, but there was a meeting, a neighborhood something where people went, and I remember that I did not go, but I remember neighbors here trying to go and then having a hard time finding the location. That was before March of 2021.
20.
Sorry, yes, gosh, before March of 2020. And then I remember seeing some of the plans during the, over the course of different communications and meetings and things after everything went virtual.
So when did you first learn what the concept is?
I think probably in sometime last year. Yeah.
That hasn't changed at all, has it?
The concept?
Yes.
Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay, great. I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
All right, any questions by any board members of Ms. Hendricks? All right, Mr. Ross, any redirect?
Just to be clear, Ms. Hendricks, this is not a storefront on 18th Street, is it?
No, it is not.
Thank you. No further questions.
Ms. Hendricks, thank you very much for your testimony. You are excused. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for being pleasant. You've been the best.
Mr. Ross, do you have any more witnesses?
How am I doing on time, Mr. Chairman?
No, I don't want to tell you, because how many more witnesses do you have?
I have one.
You have 22 minutes and 40 seconds, sir.
I'll be wrapped up long before then. I don't know, Mr. Klein's cross.
Who's your last witness?
Mr. Dennis James.
Hold on, Mr. James. You look almost like a ghost. So I'm not quite sure why is it that your screen shows you the way it does. So I just want to let you know, because it's not fuzzy, so something your camera and stuff. I can see you, but I just want to say that you are. I just want to let you know that based on the. Yes, Mr. Ross.
Mr. Chairman, can I say, some of us are congratulating Mr. James for having spent time on the phone with Ms. Andrews, figuring out how to use WebEx on his phone.
All right.
So,
but I just want to say I've seen the picture all day, so I was just, I don't know if it was something that you could do to be more in focus. But anyway, can you, Mr. James, Mr. Jones, I'm sorry, Mr. James, can you please raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
All right, thank you.
Am I being heard?
Yes, sir. I can hear you.
Okay, great. Thank you.
All right.
Sorry about the image. It was explained to me that it's something about my screen protector, and it just makes things not in focus. But I can see everybody else nicely focused.
All right. All right, that's fine. Go ahead. All right.
good evening, Mr. James. Would you please state and spell your first and last names for the record?
First name Dennis, D-E-N-I-S. Last name James, J-A-M-E-S.
And in what capacity are you testifying here today?
As president of the Kalorama Citizens Association.
You want to spell Kalorama for the record?
Sure. K-A-L-O-R-A-M-A.
Okay, thank you. And is the Kalorama Citizens Association, or KCA for short, a protestant in this case?
Yes, we are.
Okay. How long have you been involved in dealing with ABRA and ABC matters on behalf of the KCA?
Since the year 2000.
And during that period, can you estimate approximately how many ABC license applications, renewals, and substantial change requests you've been involved with on behalf of the KCA, either in the form of settlement agreements or full protest hearings?
Well, I expected this question was coming, so I did a little figuring on all the different establishments that we've had over the years, and there's been an awful lot of them. Generally, we have about 65 establishments, 65 to 70, it varies. So anyway, I believe that I've been involved on behalf of KCA in at least 130 licensing matters, and I believe that 120 or so led to a settlement agreement or an amendment to a settlement agreement, and that just 7 in that 20 years went to a protest hearing, including this one.
And roughly speaking, percentage-wise, how have those been divided between restaurant licenses and tavern licenses?
It's a breakdown of
objection as to relevance. Who cares what Mr. James protests? It's just completely irrelevant.
I'm going to overrule the objection. Answer the question, Mr. James, if you can answer it.
So it's approximately 35 tavern matters and 95 CR matters, restaurant matters. Just to, for the new board members.
Mr. James, I'm sorry, I didn't catch that answer.
Okay, so 35 CT tavern matters and 95 CR restaurant matters. And we don't have any nightclubs in Adams Morgan. We have a lot of places that kind of act like nightclubs, but we don't actually have any nightclub licenses or any CXs and so forth.
Okay. And as between restaurant and tavern licenses, has the KCA been particularly concerned about one category of licensees more than the others?
Objection, relevance.
Why is that relevant, Mr. Ross?
Well, I'll move on to the next question. Have there been distinguishing features that separate tavern licenses from restaurant licenses in the community that have caused the KCA to be more concerned about one as opposed to the other?
Objection, same objection. What the KCA is concerned about is not what this hearing's about. This hearing is about whether this premises is appropriate for the issuance of a license to this applicant. What the KCA cares about or thinks about or is concerned about, unless there's evidence, is completely irrelevant. I mean, they protest every license application. Why is it relevant? They're concerned about everything.
Well, I'm going to overrule the objection. Answer the question, Mr. James, if you can.
Is this? I need to go back in time a little bit, and
don't go too far back, Dennis.
I won't. I'll wrap it real quick. In the year 2000, the ABC board granted the first Adams Morgan moratorium, and we only had 3 taverns in the neighborhood at that time. And upon its renewal in 2004, there was a little gap in the language which allowed restaurants to switch to taverns. And 15 additional establishments went through that gap, and they've all been adjudicated, and most of them still exist and operate today. But those were largely the establishments that were giving the neighborhood problems with loud noise, entertainment activity without, in some cases, without permission. So we've watched very carefully the tavern situation, and we still have some problematic taverns. It's not an automatic. We have some really good taverns that serve a lot of food as well. But it is sort of a dividing line in the neighborhood. The neighborhood has repeatedly said through the ANC and through civic groups like KCA that we don't want any more taverns to be issued because of the problematic things that happen. Yeah.
Mr. James, what in particular is the distinguishing aspect of food service that have you found that makes tavern licensees particularly either problematic or not problematic?
Well, if you're busy serving food, you're less likely to be busy, disturbing the neighbors. And a lot of these taverns that we have do have entertainment, but along the way, we managed to get settlement agreements that they would serve some amount of food, usually less. In fact, I think in all cases, less than what a restaurant is required to serve, but some substantial amount of food. So it's kind of a little balancing act. And we think that the service of food tempers the perhaps less neighborhood-friendly aspects of entertainment and, unbridled drinking in the neighborhood.
Either Mr. Hughes or Mr. Klein, I'm not sure which, has pointed to the Imperial diagonally across the intersection at 18th and Florida and Vernon Street as an example of a tavern that they'd like to be compared to. Can you describe what kind of food service the Imperial offers, even with a tavern license?
This is just based on what I've heard and read. I haven't had a chance to go there because of the pandemic, but my understanding is that it's a full menu.
Objection. If he doesn't have personal knowledge, then he shouldn't be testifying about it.
Sustained.
All right, I'll let that go. With respect to this particular applicant's plans, and based upon, well, let me back up a step. Have you attended or listened in on any of the ANC's or ANC committee meetings regarding the applicant's proposed establishment, or reviewed any of the architects? Any of the applicant's architectural plans or drawings?
Yes, I have. I've attended every single thing except the one video tour that was set up in person. Well, I mean, there was sort of an in-person as well as a video by Zoom, and I didn't have Zoom installed, so I couldn't see that. But anyway, I've attended all the ANC meetings.
All right. What have you seen or heard about the applicant's plans that cause you concern?
The late hours, the desire to have patrons outside on the Florida Avenue Summer Garden until late hours, very late hours, 1 and 2 a.m. And any activity on the front where, we understand that it's a commercially zoned property, that it's a vast change from what has ever been there in the past. And so exiting that way because it fits Mr. Hughes' business plan and then sort of guaranteeing you're going to disturb your neighbors deep into the night, it just doesn't seem very neighborhood friendly. So I consider that to be problematic. The DJ entertainment, while not anywhere near a full entertainment endorsement, could still be problematic depending on the volume. Music is music, live or DJ, and it can be loud or controlled properly.
Okay, and just for the record, finally, does the KCA have members who live on Vernon Street?
Yes, we do.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Good evening, Mr. Klein.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Good evening, Mr. James.
Hi.
Mr. James, how many people were at the meeting where KCA voted to protest this ABC license?
Our executive committee is permitted under our Constitution to vote ABC protests, and all 5 members of our executive committee were present.
So the 5 of you decide whether you're going to protest an ABC license.
That's correct. We're the leadership of the organization, and our Constitution, we made a special change so that we wouldn't have to, depend strictly on our regular business meetings, so that we could just have the executive committee handle these matters. It's pretty common sort of thing for a civic group to have a board or an executive committee handle such work.
Now, you've been involved in this protest since the beginning, is that correct?
Yes.
And you've heard Mr. Hughes's various presentations, or several of them?
Yes, I think I've heard just about everything that he said publicly.
And when did you first become aware, when was the concept first explained to you?
Well, at an ANC meeting, it was a full business meeting, and I believe it was in the first placarding, which was not permitted to proceed by the board, but that wasn't known at this point. But Ms. Johannes of your firm was there with the licensee, and it was talked about, and I raised the issue that this was within the moratorium zone and a new tavern could not be permitted.
At that meeting, you were told about the concept of a barbershop downstairs and a speakeasy upstairs, correct?
I'm not certain about the barbershop, but I'm certain about the speakeasy. In fact, I think I said there's no such thing as a speakeasy in the ABC code, so that's going to make it a little difficult to proceed. It's not like it's a license class. But anyway, go ahead.
All right, so you've known about this application for quite some time, and the concept for quite some time, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and Mr. Hughes has been forthcoming in terms of what his plans are there also, correct?
Well, I don't think he's been universally forthcoming because, I know I'm not supposed to talk specifics of mediation, but what we've heard.
Well, then let's not talk about mediation at all, because that would be improper.
Well, I would be improper, but we've heard different things there than we've heard in the public speaking. So I don't think I'm talking about anything out of school.
Now, Mr. James, you've been doing this a long time and you've been involved in some 130 licensing cases, correct?
I think so, yes.
So it's not unusual to hear different things in mediation than you hear in the public, is it?
I'll grant that.
Okay, thank you. Now, the Imperial, that's about 75 feet away, correct? From this establishment.
I think it might be about 100 feet away. The width of the roadway, roughly.
And KCA did not oppose full hours for that establishment, did it?
Well, there's always a detail about these things. The license that was transferred there already had full operating hours. It was transferred from Bourbon, which was north of Kalorama Road. So Mr. Thomas, the owner, transferred that license down because he wanted, you know, the full hours plus the tavern so that he wouldn't have to deal with food percentages, but it turns out to be a reputedly a good food establishment.
And the KCA didn't oppose that, though. You didn't. You did not oppose him moving that license in that location and being approved for full hours, correct?
We protested. We came to a settlement agreement. The ANC was involved also.
And one of your big issues with this establishment is the hours, isn't it?
It is, because of the proximity of the residents.
You were unwilling to agree, and you still oppose full hours for this establishment, correct?
Correct, because it's right next door to residents.
Now, Mr. James, having done 130 or 120 settlement agreements or whatever it is, many of the establishments in Adams Morgan are adjacent to residences, aren't they?
They're close, but they're not adjacent, and there's not one that abuts.
There's not one that abuts?
With the possible exception of Lucky Bun.
What about up the street on 18th Street, on the east side of the street? Aren't there residences behind Roofers Union and all of those establishments up there?
I'm going to renew my objection here to going all the way up to the entertainment district in Adams Morgan.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not aware of any specified entertainment district in Adams Morgan.
Hold on.
Finish, Mr. Roth. And Mr. James has testified not just with respect to settlement agreements or licensing protests in this, whatever 1,200 feet that Mr. Roth seems to be hung up on, but throughout the entirety of Adams Morgan, and the consistency of their actions and their statements are certainly open to impeachment based upon other properties within the jurisdiction of KCA, regardless of whether that area has any ultimate bearing on the statutory area to be considered by the board in judging this case.
All right, I'm going to overrule the objection. So Mr. James, you answer the question. And Mr. Roth, can you please mute your phone, please? I need everyone, if you're not speaking, to please mute your microphone. I can hear when you shuffle the papers. That's one of the reasons. That's why I try to always mute my microphone also, because when also you, Mr. Klein, when you're not asking questions, and when as lawyers we're shuffling papers, we can all hear that. So I just wanted to know that. So Mr. James, answer the question, please.
Except for Lucky Buns, I don't believe that there is one on-premise establishment, especially ones with late hours, that have a party wall with a residence zone in the whole of Adams Morgan.
But there are many that are simply across the alley, correct?
What's that?
There are many that are simply across an alley, correct?
That's true.
Okay.
Yes, I agree. I agree with that.
Now, isn't it true that one of the reasons you said that Imperial is entitled to full hours and Mr. Hughes is not, is because they have a track record?
I don't believe I've said that today.
I didn't say today. Isn't it true that
Okay.
you said that?
Yeah, I believe I might have said that in a public meeting. There is a track record there. Mr. Thomas, Bill Thomas, the owner, has been in the neighborhood since the year 2000 and has largely been a very responsible operator. And we're pleased to see that he's using a tavern to sell a lot of food, and he's not particularly close to residents.
So, Mr. Hughes, whose bio you heard earlier, is a business school graduate and an accomplished business person, your position is he lacks the requisite track record for KCA to be able to approve full hours as has been approved for other operators. Is that correct?
I disagree. I disagree strongly with your statement, your characterization. If Mr. Hughes would have come in with a reasonable proposal about hours, I think we wouldn't be here today.
A reasonable proposal like the one for Imperial?
Again, Imperial was transferred a license that already had the full hours. Can you imagine? I think you'd probably be amused at somebody taking a case like that to this board and asking them to take away the full hours when they have a nice investigative history.
It was at a different location though, correct?
The Imperial license?
Yeah, that it was transferred to a different location, to the Imperial, its current location, correct?
Correct.
And it's by your estimation, 100 feet, and by the investigator's estimation, 75 feet from those that claim that they will be affected by Mr. Hughes's license establishment, correct?
Yes.
So the difference would appear. I think you answered my question. I'm about to ask another one. So the difference would appear to be your opinion, or KCA's opinion, as the case may be, as to the quality of the operator, correct?
No, I believe it's based on the placard and what was asked for and the location.
Well, the placard in this case asks for full hours, correct? In the case of Mr. Hughes's application?
Yes, and that's what we're objecting to. And the entertainment endorsement, I don't believe was limited. I'm not certain about that. I have to double check the placard. But
And the placard
DJ,
for the Imperial also asks for full hours, correct?
Yes, but it was stating as you know, such transfers, it states what the hours are on it, not that they're asking for it.
Well, but it's the same review process, isn't it?
Not quite.
Same review process, Mr. James?
A new license is a different thing than an existing license being transferred.
They were both transfers, correct? To new locations.
No, I beg your pardon. You're correct. I was thinking of the first time that Mr. Hughes applied for a tavern.
So I'm going to ask you again. The only real difference is your opinion as to the bona fide, or KCA's opinion, as to the bona fides of the operator. Isn't that correct?
No, it's not correct. As I've said before, it's to do with the proximity to residents in a residence zone and the totality of what's being sought by the applicant.
So 75 feet away or 100 feet away, as the case may be, is not a problem. But this establishment, which is still in a commercial zone, is a problem in the view of you or the KCA because of its location. Is that your testimony?
No, not really. I think you're twisting it around. You know, a pre-existing tavern transfer for the Imperial into an area where there's not the block face, which it contains the Imperial, doesn't have one resident. It's nothing but commercial. That's our problem in Adams Morgan. You know,
Yeah.
it's
I
everything.
don't have a question pending,
Mr.
Mr. James. I don't have a question. You don't have license to ramble. I don't have a question pending. And indeed, I have no more questions, so thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any questions by any board members? Are here none?
Yes, yes, Mr. Chair, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mr. Short.
I won't prolong this much longer. I've met Mr. James over the years, and I just had some questions to ask him based on his testimony. Good afternoon, or good evening, Mr. James.
Good evening, Mr. Short. I'm pleased to be able to see you. I'm sorry you can't see me.
Okay, it's been many years, but let me say this to you. In Adams Morgan, in cases you brought before us, as stated in your testimony, in the questions of the attorney present with us, when you have a person that puts a application or a licensee that asks for a CT license, and he wants, or they want, the licensee wants an entertainment endorsement and DJs in a CT, I didn't see a menu today. Maybe I missed it, but I didn't see a menu today from the applicant. Maybe it was there and I didn't see it. I didn't see a lot about a kitchen or cooking area in this licensee's drawings today. So what happens when you have a CT? I didn't see any tables or chairs on the drawings or on the walkthrough. So in your experience, or since you've been coming before this board and working with the Calorama Citizens Association, when you see a CT application or a person comes in and say they want to have a restaurant and lacks certain things, as I mentioned, cooking facilities, menus, they want to have entertainment endorsements, and what does that normally wind up being in the community? Is it an asset or does it become a problem?
Hold on a minute. I mean, I just want to record, Mr. Short, I appreciate you asking questions, but remember, this is a CT that's been requested. It's not a restaurant that's been requested with
I withdraw restaurant. I'll simply say a CT licensee who wants entertainment endorsement. You didn't hear that, didn't you, Mr. Chairman? And he also wants, did you see much of a kitchen today? Anybody? Or, well, I guess I'm asking Mr. James.
No, all I was trying to do, Mr. Short, is to clarify the record. It's a CT, and the law does not require that a CT have, those are not necessarily requirements for a CT because they are a tavern. I just want to clarify the record. You can ask whatever questions you want to answer. But go ahead, sir.
I know we've had a long day, and you're the last one I want to get into a discussion about this because we have some business to take care of later on. So, and I'll talk to you then if it's okay. But
go ahead, Mr. Short. Ask your question. All right.
Mr. James, again, when CTs become problematic, what are the normal reasons why they become problematic to the community normally?
Well, I believe that it's because the owner, the applicant, is trying to do a nightclub kind of operation without actually seeking a nightclub. In Adams Morgan, nightclubs are not allowed because of our moratorium. So if there's no attempt to serve food, because taverns actually do need to serve food, it's just not a measurable amount stated in the law. So, to me, it's something to watch. You could have a great operator who handles it just right, or it's possible you could have an operator who's just trying to go nightclub without the benefit of a nightclub license. And it's a fine line. But the later you go, the more entertainment you have, the less food you have. We would expect, we wouldn't be surprised if there were problems down the road.
Okay, that's all I have. And thank you, Mr. Chair, for allowing me to ask that question.
All right, thank you, Mr. Short. Any other questions by any of the board members? All right, just want to make sure I didn't miss anyone. Mr. Klein, any redirect, any recross based on the questions asked by Mr. Short?
No, thank you, Mr. Chairman. No.
Thank you, Mr. Klein. Mr. Ross, redirect to wrap this up.
Very briefly, Mr. Chairman, because there's been so much discussion about the Imperial. I just want to give Mr. James the opportunity to make clear what we're talking about here. Mr. James, are you able to see exhibits on your screen?
Yes.
Okay. Because there have been numbers thrown around, 75 feet, 100 feet, and I'm not sure that either Mr. James or Investigator Puente or Mr. Klein or myself actually know how many feet the Imperial is. But Mr. James, can you point out which lot number the Imperial is?
What exhibit is this, please?
I'm sorry, this is Protestants Exhibit number 2.
If you can make it just get a little bit bigger, I might be able to read it. Sorry. It looks like lot number 21, or perhaps it might be 23. It's really hard to see.
You were right the first time. It's lot number 21.
Objection. Mr. Roth seems to want to testify today.
Mr. Chairman,
the witness stated that he believed that it was lot number 21. So he did testify, and then he changed. And so we're at the end of the proceeding. This is the last witness, I believe. I'm not sure yet, but we'll see. So I'm going to overrule the objection. Let's go ahead, Mr. Ross.
Mr. Chairman, just to clarify the record, Mr. James is looking at an exhibit on his little phone, and he's having difficulty seeing the clarity of the numbers on the screen. But again, Mr. James, just to be clear, so that there's no question in the record, can you describe where the Imperial is located?
It's diagonally across from the establishment in question, across the remaining part of Vernon Street, where there's 3 more buildings than the width of the sidewalk, and then diagonally across the intersection of 18th and Florida, and actually a little tiny bit of U Street there. So, you know, it's across the street from Lucky Buns and Duplex Diner as well.
Would it be correct to say that it's on the corner of 18th and where you and Florida come together?
Yes.
Okay. And that's all I have. I just wanted to clarify its location for the board. Thank you.
Mr. Roth, please close your screen. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. James, for your testimony. Do you have another witness, Mr. Roth? Mr. Roth? Mr. Roth?
No, I don't, Mr. Chairman.
You still have 9 minutes and 16 seconds left. All right. Thank you for that. All right. Do you rest?
Yes, I do.
All right. And I guess before, are there, Mr. Klein, do you wish to call a rebuttal witness?
I do not, thank you.
Mr. Roth, do you wish to call a rebuttal witness?
No, sir, thank you.
I'll start with you, Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein, did you move all the documents into evidence that you wish to, that we have had testimony on that you wish to move into evidence?
Yes, I did. Thank you.
Mr. Roth, did you move all the documents into evidence that you wish, that we have had testimony on that you wish to move into evidence?
I think the one that I missed, Mr. Chairman, was Exhibit 41.
What was Exhibit 41?
That was a screenshot of Commissioner Balls's Twitter timeline.
Mr. Klein, do you have any objection?
I object on the grounds of relevance. I don't see why social media pronouncements are relevant to this proceeding.
I'm going to object to you. I'm going to object. With the witness testified, and the witness did identify that it was his social media tweet, and it was regarding the matter that we are here today. So I'm going to allow Exhibit 41 over the objection of the. All right. I'm going to give, each side is going to have 5 minutes to close, but what I'm going to do, it is 8:26. We're going to take a 10-minute break. And when after the 10-minute break, then the parties will each have 5 minutes to close their case. What I want from each side with Mr. Klein, I need you to specifically tell the board what it is that the board you're requesting from the board, in the sense that I know what was, and it appeared that there might have been some changes that were based on the testimony. There might have been some changes that was different from the placard. So I want in your closing for you to specifically tell the board what it is that you are seeking. Mr. Roth, in your closing, I need you to be specific in telling the board that what you're seeking. Are you seeking that the board not approve this license, or are you, or maybe, or in the alternative, if the board approves the license, are there restrictions? I'm not saying the board, whichever way the board is going to rule. I'm just saying in your closing, I need both sides to be clear what it is that they are requesting from the board. All right, it is 8:28. We'll be off the record until 8:40. So at 8:40, we will come back on the record and we'll do closing. All right, thank you. All right, we're back on the record. Can I see all my board members so we can wrap this up? All right. Are you ready, Mr. Klein, with your closing?
Indeed, I am.
All right. You have 5 minutes, Mr. Klein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, members of the board. It's been quite a while since we've spent a full day together, and we appreciate what you do, your diligence, your attention to these cases, which are important, we know, to the community, but also to the business people who file applications. This is a Black-owned business. The applicant is an educated, professional, successful Black man. He bought this building in Adams Morgan with an innovative, creative concept. He testified and he told you about his concept of a barbershop, which he believes is culturally significant and important to him. He's a native Washingtonian. His mother had a beauty salon not very far away. And from our standpoint, he testified to you truthfully, honestly, and has been forthcoming. Several witnesses testified that he made numerous presentations to the community. The applicant's witnesses testified about how he engaged with the community. He listened to concerns, and we'll talk in a minute about how he did so in an effort to try to satisfy this community. But for whatever reason, we have a large number of protestants who, they don't have a couple of issues. They don't say we're worried about this or we're worried about that, and we have 2 issues. Everything's an issue. I don't know that I've seen this unless we're talking about a 250-person raging nightclub. Seeing it with respect to a 30-person speakeasy and barbershop is incomprehensible to me. The protestants raised issues: trash, traffic, noise, overconcentration, delivery, smoke. And some of the issues they don't even exist. In terms of smoking, we come to find out that one of the residents of the building where people are concerned about smoke smokes in front of the building all the time, and people have to close their windows. It's a city. That happens. We get it. But this should not be visited upon this applicant. In terms of noise mitigation, the testimony was very clear in terms of the steps that are being taken to mitigate the noise. And yet there's still mistrust. There's still concerns. It's very disturbing. I can't explain it. I got a couple of explanations in a minute, but the fact that noise from a DJ, which is the sole source of entertainment in terms of what Mr. Hughes testified to, would be so concerning at this point, when he, by his own testimony, is spending tens of thousands of dollars to noise mitigate. It's incomprehensible. Why would he spend the money if he didn't think it was going to solve the problem? It really doesn't make any sense, and unless you think he's just a liar and a bad guy. There's no reason in the world why he would spend that money unless he thought it was going to solve the problem. In terms of traffic, that was the other big issue. Traffic study. Well, there was an expert, but he never really tied it to the establishment. It's a troubled intersection. There are problems. What Mr. Hughes told you is what he's going to endeavor to do is eliminate this issue entirely, because he expects most people are going to ride share in coming to the establishment, and he is going to arrange for them to be picked up at a location other than on Vernon Street, because he heard his neighbors and he's trying to address their concerns. My time is short, and I do want to get to what the chairman directed me to. But the ANC process in this case stinks to high heaven. Amir Irani had a conflict of interest. He never disclosed it. You had two commissioners who testified. They didn't know what was going on. They had concerns. They were new commissioners. They questioned. They didn't seem to get answers. But that's one explanation as to why we're here, is that it appears and admittedly, the chairman of the ANC had a conflict of interest, which he never disclosed. And that's one of the reasons that the ANC, I believe, is in this case. Now, Mr. Chairman, you asked me to tell you and the board what it is, what is Mr. Hughes' bottom line, basically. It is very important. There are three things that are very important to him. One is that he have full interior hours. His position is he's not going to be able to compete with other businesses. Those are the legal hours in the District of Columbia. And in our experience, it is unusual to limit interior hours. With respect to exterior hours, he has more flexibility. We would suggest that the exterior hours be limited to 11 p.m. Sunday through Thursday and midnight Friday and Saturday. We think that's reasonable. Mr. Hughes heard the concerns and he is reacting to those. The other item that is of critical concern to him, because it plays into his concept, there were concerns expressed by Mr. Short about service in the barbershop area. This is a trend. There are several of these establishments that are opening in the district. One we mentioned is Scotch and Scissors, or Scissors and Scotch, I can't remember which it is. But there are a number of them, and that is important to his concept, and we really hope to maintain that. In terms of the entertainment, we have no problem restricting it to a DJ. It's background music. What he really is a music programmer, but given the statute, he doesn't want to run close to, what's a music programmer, what's a DJ. His position is it's a DJ. He wants permission to be able to have a DJ, to play background music. And you heard the testimony of the sound engineer who did very expensive testing, who made assumptions in terms of what the noise level was going to be. And those assumptions were based upon what he was told by Mr. Hughes. So I think that although we had lots of testimony of concerns about noise, it's a red herring. It's troubling, and I'll close with this, that Mr. Hughes spent, I don't know, 2 years at this point pursuing this license application, to be met with just complete resistance and rumor and innuendo, to the point that we had one witness at this late date get on the stand and testify to his concerns about a beer garden. I have no idea where that came from. And to live entertainment, live bands in this 30-person seated establishment. This is just preposterous. But I think that goes to the mistrust and the innuendo that circulated throughout this proceeding. And all I can tell you, and I hate to say this, and it pains me to say this, but I think we all know it's true. Some people are fearful of a confident Black business person, and that's what we have here. So we are asking that you approve the license with the changes that we've suggested, with the modifications that we've suggested. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Klein, I just want to get some clarification. There was a summer garden and sidewalk cafe. So are we still asking for a summer garden and a sidewalk cafe, or
I apologize, Mr. Chairman. No, the request for the sidewalk cafe endorsement is withdrawn.
Okay.
I missed that. I apologize.
I'm looking at in the investigative report and in the what was placarded. So that's why I was asking. All right. Thank you for that clarification. All right. All right, Mr. Roth, you can do your closing, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, board members, thank you for your time and your attention today. and listening to both sides of a very contentious, complex, and difficult case. Let me begin by emphasizing what this case is not about. Despite the impression that the applicant may have tried conveying today, and that Mr. Klein just emphasized at the end of his closing, this case is not about cultural understanding or misunderstanding. It is not about a small group of white people trying to prevent a confident Black businessman from being successful. As you could see for yourself, and in the true spirit of Adams Morgan, our witnesses today were a group of neighbors who are diverse in age, race, ethnicity, gender, jobs, and the amount of time they've lived in the Carswell and on Vernon Street. It's these people who are the victims in this case, not the applicant. The applicant bought a row house on a street that was overwhelmingly zoned residential. And if he had done his due diligence, he would have known that. His first tavern application had to be withdrawn because the board ruled that he was in the Adams Morgan moratorium zone. So he went ahead with his renovation despite knowing that this transfer application also faced substantial opposition from the ANC, at least at the time, and his neighbors. And unlike his neighbors, he obviously has huge financial resources at his disposal. And now he's throwing himself on the mercy of the board, in effect asking your forgiveness for his decisions while refusing to acknowledge any mistakes that he himself may have made along the way here. As I said in my opening, the applicant bears the burden of proving that its future operations will satisfy the reasonable expectations of residents to be free from disturbances and other nuisances. That's board case law. And the board must determine the prospective effect of the establishment on the neighborhood based on the unique location and particular circumstances involved. So here's what our evidence shows. First, as several witnesses said, and common experience tells us, tavern customers make noise when they leave bars in Adams Morgan. They're boisterous. They loiter when they smoke, talk, or for that matter, hook up. And they wait around for the Ubers and Lyfts to arrive. So no matter whether the applicant uses the Vernon Street doors in front as an exit at closing time or the Florida Avenue door in back, residents of the Carswell or residents of Vernon Street or both are going to be woken up at 2 a.m. and 3 a.m. in the morning because the applicant picked an inappropriate place to open a bar. Second, no other residential side street within the 1,200-foot radius applicable to this case has any ABC establishment, much less a CT license, anywhere other than on 18th Street itself, unless it's on a corner. Allowing such a license to be placed 4 houses deep into a side street would be unprecedented. Third, the applicant expects his neighbors in the Carswell, whose bedrooms overlook his proposed summer garden, to endure patronage from his customers day in and day out, night in and night out, regardless of whether they work from home or want to enjoy their peace and quiet at the end of a day at work or simply want to go to bed early. Fourth, the abutting protestants, Ms. Farmer and Ms. Hendricks, had their concerns about noise and vibration penetration through the party walls reinforced by the report of the applicant's sound consultant, which essentially declined to say that bass vibrations would not be heard in their apartment or other apartments in the Carswell. In fact, the consultant's disclaimer expressly said that even you, the board, could not rely on their report. And you also heard Ms. Jones and Ms. Hendricks express concern about the financial harm they could endure if this establishment devalued their one and only major asset. Fifth, the applicant could not have picked a worse intersection to locate near. You heard the testimony of our transportation expert, Mr. Pachowski, as well as Chairman Arani and Ms. Farmer describing what a mess this intersection is and how adding the rideshare traffic to it around closing time would not only add to that problem, but would wake up sleeping residents too. And Investigator Puente confirmed the testimony of Ms. Jones and Commissioner Arani about the absence of parking in the neighborhood. Finally, storing trash and recycling on a little patch of public space where the applicant envisions having a speakeasy, a cafe serving alcohol, a summer garden, a barber shop where drinks are served, a retail space, an office, and a residence is not a logical, viable, or legal plan for trash and recycling. Now, putting all that together, this is an entirely inappropriate location for the establishment that the applicant envisions here. As much as we would have liked to have settled this on reasonable terms, there are lots of vacant storefronts on 18th Street, but this is not a vacant storefront. And this license should be denied. But if the board in its wisdom believes that the location can be made appropriate with the imposition of conditions on the license, then respectfully, and without waiving any appeal rights we may have to this or any other prior order in this case, we would beg the board to impose the most stringent series of conditions, including the following. First, much earlier closing hours, consistent with the true operations of the other establishments in the vicinity of the 18th and Vernon intersection. While those establishments may have full legal hours on their licenses, they operate as full-service restaurants. And by 11 p.m. on weeknights and midnight on weekends, they are all virtually silent, if not closed. Second, denial of the applicant's request for a summer garden and a DJ. I'm pleased to see that the applicant has already withdrawn his request for a sidewalk cafe, which we would have opposed as well. Third, an express limitation to 30 seats and 50 persons in total occupancy covering both floors, which is consistent with the application itself. You heard one of the witnesses today, at least, talk about not trusting Mr. Hughes because he has changed his story on numerous occasions. And Mr. Chairman, I think you heard today yourself when I questioned Mr. Hughes about this issue of how many people, how many persons seated and standing, there was that little back and forth about his haziness on how many seats and how many persons he wanted. His application said 30 and 50, and that's where it should be limited. Fourth, prohibition on allowing any audio or video equipment to project or direct sound so that it's audible either in the Florida Avenue yard facing him where he wants this supposed summer garden, which we hope you'll deny, or in the public space on Vernon Street. Fifth, clarity that if the license, if granted, include the third floor, if in fact the applicant plans to use it for storage of alcohol. Sixth, that the applicant be prohibited from participating in pub or bar crawls. Seventh, that the applicant be prohibited from turning over control of the premises to event promoters or other third parties. Again, we thank the board for its patience and attention and reiterate our request that the application be denied. Thank you very much again for your time today.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ross, for your presentation. Thank you also, Mr. Klein, for your presentation. Do the parties wish to file proposed findings of facts and conclusion of law, or waive their right to do so?
We'll waive.
Mr. Chairman, this is a Mr. Chairman, is it permissible to wait until we see the transcript before making that decision?
Well, the bottom line is that you know what the process is. So it's no new evidence. It's what was presented today. So you'd be listening to the transcript, because the way it is that the transcript would be available, say within. Let me see something. The way this would work is that you would get the transcript, you review the transcript, and let me see what the timeline would have been. Hold on.
I know it's probably somewhere in the vicinity of 2 to 3 weeks.
Hold on. The way it would be is that you'd get the transcript in approximately 3 weeks, and that your response would be due to us 30 days after you receive the transcript. But it's up to you. Mr. Klein has waived it. I mean, I believe that the board, we've been here all day. I'm not trying to talk you out of it, sir. But it's your call if that's something you want to do.
Mr. Chairman, on the one hand, I'm not dying to do it. On the other hand, it's a long, complicated case with a lot of facts, I would hate because it is so late and we're all so tired, I hate to make that waiver without having had a chance to think about it and look at the transcript. And so I think I'd like to reserve the right to do it and save the potential for my waiver for later on. And I will let the board know very quickly after seeing the transcript whether we're going to exercise that right or not.
Well, I think the bottom line is that you have to let me know if it's something you need to do, because that will determine what the board's position, what the board that's.
I think the safest course for me is to say we'd like to exercise the right to file, and I'll state that for the record tonight. If it turns out later on that we decide not to, I will inform the board staff of that.
Mr. Arani, do you have a position on this, sir?
On behalf of the ANC, no, we waive and we'll wait to hear what the board has to say.
All right. So,
Chair, in light of Mr. Ross' position, we'll reserve. We'll wait to hear from him in terms of whether he intends to file.
All right. If the parties choose to file proposed findings of facts and conclusion of law, then I know this is a new license and that, but because of COVID, we're on a different timeline. But I believe it's 60 days, and I could be wrong. From the time the board receives the proposed findings of facts and conclusion of law. So, but one thing that I am correct with is that the proposed findings and conclusion of law will be due to the board 30 days after receipt of the transcript. And so the transcript should be emailed to the parties in about 3 weeks. If you change your mind, please let us know as soon as possible that you're not going to do this, so the board does not sit and waiting for this document to come and it's not coming. And so as soon as and I think it's up to you, Mr. Ross, because I think Mr. Klein's decision will be based on your position, whether or not you are going to so file.
We'll let you know.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Chair, can I ask a question?
Who's asking the question? I'm sorry.
This is Mr. Hughes.
Yes, Mr. Hughes.
So,
Mr. Hughes, hold on a minute, please. Is it possible for you to call Mr. Klein, speak to Mr. Klein before you speak? And the only reason I'm saying that is because Mr. Klein is your attorney, and I need to make sure that Mr. Klein knows what's coming out of your mouth before it comes out of your mouth.
It's just a procedural question about the time.
What is that, sir?
You just said 3 weeks and then 30 days and then 60 days. I just want to know overall, because my entire business has been, counting on this for damn near 2 years, 2 years almost. So if Mr. Roth takes his whole time, when would you guys then rule? Would that be 90 days total?
All right, this is where we're going to be. I believe. Hold on one minute, please. I'm going to give you some exact timelines. Hold on 1 minute.
Thank you.
And I still don't have the answer to provide to you, but it was my understanding that for new license, because will be a new license, it would be 60 days, but that the decision would have been due within 60 days. But because the parties have elected to do proposed findings and facts and conclusion of law, is that the transcript is going to probably take about 3 weeks for the transcript to be available. Once the transcript is provided to both parties, then then it's 30 days after the transcript are provided that the answers are due, and that 60 days after that period, then the board's decision would be issued. So I mean, yes, I'll give you a response. I'll give you a response in like give me a couple more minutes and I'll give you a specific response and timeline when it is by statute that the board's decision is due. But we're still talking about a couple more months. I mean, the board, we're not gonna, we'll send a decision out as quickly as possible, but it's not going to be tomorrow, and it's not going to be tomorrow or next week, sir. It's a process. It's a process that we're following, and that's where we are.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
But I will try to give you a specific timeline in the next couple of minutes.
I appreciate it.
All right. All right, so I was correct as stated before, because the parties have elected to do proposed findings and facts and conclusion of law. The transcript should be available in about 3 weeks. You might get it earlier than that, but it might be 3 weeks. Once the transcript is provided to both sides, you have 30 days to provide the board with an answer, with your proposed findings and facts and conclusion of law, and then 60 days after that, 30 days, the board's decision will be issued. So we're talking about 90 days, so probably about 110 days or so if we still remain on this timeline, sir. However, the board, irrespective of what it is, the board will try its best that the decision be issued prior to 60 days after. We'll try to issue a decision to if we can prior to that 60-day timeline. If the record was closed today, then the decision would be due 60 days from today when the record is closed. But because the record will not be closed today, then that's why we have that additional time for, that's pursuant to 25, chapter 25, section 25433. So that's basically where we are. But as I said before, Mr. Rothschild, and the proposed findings of facts and conclusion of law, you're not bringing in any new information. It is basically the lawyers will get the transcript, review the transcript, and then they will say, this is what these were the facts that were presented in the hearing today. And based on the facts that were presented in the hearing today, this is the conclusion of this is where the law is. So it's not any new information, it is just the lawyers reviewing the documents, reviewing the transcript, and summarizing the transcript, stating that in their view, this is what the evidence showed today. Okay?
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome, Mr. Hughes. All right. As chairperson of the Alcohol Beverage Control, and before I close this case officially, I want to thank everyone for their participation today. I want to thank all the parties for their presentation. For their presentation, I'll say that I appreciate it. I think we have everyone's attention. Everyone did what they were supposed to do. So I do appreciate what was done today. And all right, okay. As chairperson of the Alcohol Beverage Control Board for the District of Columbia, in accordance with DC Official Code Section 2574B of the Open Meetings Act, I move that the ABC Board hold a closed meeting for the purpose of seeking legal advice from our counsel on case number 20 PRO 00038, MHK Holden, MAHK Meetings LLC, trade name to be determined pursuant to DC Official Code Section 2574B4 of the Open Meetings Act, and deliberating upon case number 20 PRO 00038, MAHK Holden, MAHK Meetings LLC, trade name to be determined for the reasons cited in DC Official Code Section 2574B13 of the Open Meetings Act. Is there a second?
Mr. Short,
second.
Mr. Short and Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. I will now take a roll call vote on the motion that has been properly seconded. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Penny Hanson, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, and I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. As it appears that the motion has passed, I hereby give notice that the ABC Board will recess these proceedings to hold a closed meeting in the ABC Board conference room pursuant to Section 2574B of the Open Meetings Act. Thank you. Just give me a couple more minutes so I will formally close these proceedings. All right, as chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage Control Board for the District of Columbia, in accordance with Title III, Chapter 405, Office of Open Government, I move that the ABC Board hold a closed meeting on April 7th, 2021, for the purpose of discussing and hearing reports concerning ongoing or planned investigations of alleged criminal or civil misconduct or violations of law or regulations, and seeking legal advice from our legal counsel on the board's investigative agenda, legal agenda, and licensing agenda for April 7th, 2021, as published in the DC Register on April 2nd, 2021. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. I will now take a roll call vote on the motion before us. Now it has been properly seconded. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Penny Hanson, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. As it appears that the motion has passed, I hereby give notice that the ABC Board will hold this aforementioned closed meeting. Pursuant to the Open Meetings Act, notice will also be posted on the ABC Board Hearing Room Bulletin Board, placed on the electronic calendar and ABRA's website, and published in the DC Register in as timely a manner as practical. We're now adjourned for the day. Again, I want to thank everyone for their participation today and have a great day. I will now ask the board members to return to executive session for us to have further business. Have a great day, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Roth. Thank you, Mr. Klein. All right then, bye-bye.